we've all been pushed around.
All right, a massive good morning to everyone listening here. Welcome to NZSBK round 1 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships in a beautiful Garden City. This is going to be good. This is the Supersport 150 out for their second race of the weekend, a 6-lap trip here, and it's awesome to see the future of our sport. We've got 7 of them out there, including the teenage sensation from Invercargill, the #1 defending champion, Cormac Buchanan, and how exciting is it to see this guy on the racetrack?
Yeah, morning Brad, and great to have you with us. Thanks for your trip through the middle of the night for those update. Brad, part of SX4 Entertainment in Taupo last night. All the best to the organisers, promoters and the Taupo Motorcycle Club up there for a sensational event. Congratulations to last night winners up there in our Motorcycle New Zealand family. Josiah Natsky, Kane Lamont, Cody Cooper and James Scott. So fabulous news for those guys. SX4, a brand new concept, and do look out, go to the SX4 website, follow that folks on Facebook. We understand that coverage will be up for that, and as motorcycle fans I'm sure you'll be interested. And if we've got anything to go by, maybe one of those 4 names I mentioned will end up by being road races, because as you know we get a number of converts coming from the moto side into road racing at some stage in their lives, and that's a cool feature that we have many people in our family that go along to whether it be enduro or cross country or sidecars or speedway. Dale Finch, a great example. Hey, how about that New Zealand under 23 speedway champion? Here he is winning 600 Supersport yesterday, so just another great crossover in our motorcycling sport. All having their lap warm up here at the moment, and Brad, SX4 last night, great potential for our sport to be developed and be even better. Yeah, absolutely. The catchphrase is motocross reimagined, and that's exactly what it is. So cool. Yeah, no, it's something special. It's a high impact, high intensity sprint race base. It's all fan base. It's something always going on. 4-lap sprint races, 12 heats, all qualifying, so there's dynamics going on, and that was a real spectacle. The crowd looked fantastic. The facility at Diggin McEwen Motocross Park in Taupo just getting better and better every time we go there, and that was a really highlight for the sport. I've been following it a long time, and to see that truly world-class event, so full credit to the organisers there, and bring on the next one. Bigger and brighter things coming for Mitchell and SX4. That was really cool. All right, here we go, looking out for our start here at the Brian FM start. We're on the Mike Pero Super Straight. Welcome on board, everybody. For those of you here yesterday, won't need too much introduction to what goes on, but as first timers here today, welcome. I'd like to do a shout out. He's not on a microphone here at the moment, but we're going to have Glenn Lama joining us today. I'm a radio sport fan from way back, and recall Glenn in those early days. He's been working for Sky for the last few years, but hey, when you hear the voice, folks, I'm sure you'll recognise him. And also great to have a media celebrity, and that's what I'll politely call him. I don't mind calling him that, because we want more people from the external media to come to our sport, and we can show them and educate them as to what a cool sport we are and a good family. Look at these kids down here. That's all our folks. They're kids on 150s having fun in our sport. We've got a pathway for the future with these guys as we get ready to go racing for our opening motor. Off the line, oh, big wheelie there. Oh, the number 11, Georgia. How good was that on the helicraft machine? Oh, the Joe's Garage last night wasn't enough to hold her down. Must have been too lean on the pizza, I think, as she got a massive wheelie to take off. But she's one of our new sensations, Brad. 20 years of age, aircraft engineer here with Air New Zealand, and away to escort you. Yeah, this is awesome. So a lot of girl power actually in this one here. We've got 3 of the girls out there. Olivia Goddard on the Yamaha R15 as well, and Billy Fuller, she's on the Gixxer as well. So brilliant to have 3 of the 7 ladies out there competing, and the sport's in good hands with the man out in front at the moment, Cormac Buchanan. Look at how low he gets through there, and lap record hunting as well. He obliterated his own lap record yesterday and went to a 1:56.7, so he took over 2 seconds off his lap record from last year. And overcast conditions with no wind, this will suit him right down to a T. So have a look at this one here. When you win by such dominant margins, you don't have to be pushing, but Cormac Buchanan is a truly class act. So this one's one to watch out for, but not having his own way. This is going to be all on here. So we've got Samuel Guthrie on the 34 machine, a young man from the Canterbury area, does a lot of laps around here, so he'll be one to watch. Another young man with a big potential in New Zealand road racing. Oh, great to have Sam's family here with us yesterday. We want to talk about Father Shannon and Granddad Neville, all involved in the sport. And we'll get little Lucas as well, because he's going to be up in the kids' demonstration at our lunch break here today as well. So fantastic to see 3 generations of a great family who love our sport of road racing, Brad. Cool story. Yeah, this one here is into the Southern Salvage Essers. It's a beautiful overcast day here, which I know
when you say a beautiful overcast day, you're not meant to talk about the beach, you're talking about lap record, you're talking about the optimum track temperature. You don't want it too hot because it breaks up and gets a bit slippery, but this is perfect at the moment. So Cormac Buchanan leading from Sam Guthrie. A little bit of a few battles going through the dipper as well. This is going to be cool. And we've got our Gixxers out there as well as the Yamaha R15s. They're all going to call the Supersport 150 all combined in a championship class. But the Gixxer air-cooled machine versus the liquid-cooled Yamaha, so a little bit underpowered, but should be some good racing. And already there's a fight out of the turn 10 sweeper, and this is going to be all on. Cormac Buchanan in charge of this one. Here we go back to the number 34. Sam, he's keeping in touch with them at the moment, so on a 6-lapper. Let's see if he can just keep pace there. We go back to Olivia Goddard and Georgia there. Some girl power fighting out for 3rd and 4th place. Then we go back to the Gixxer 3-way fight. Hamish Boyd ahead of Billy Fuller and Oliver right there. So this is going to be cool. We've got 1 lap down, 5 lap to go in the first race of the day.
Well, so there we go, and it's all on. As we saw yesterday, the Gixxers, it might be that lesser powered bike, and nothing wrong with that. It's certainly no insult to the brand, far from it. It's more importantly that they've been a very affordable brand and easy to get involved in racing. And up in the North Island with the Suzuki Series, of course, we've had at times over 20 of them in a race, which is awesome. And I'm sure once we get North Island rounds as well, we'll have more in this class overall. But to justify it as a class, they are all in together. Supersport 150, and Cormac smashing them last year, but even better. When you take 2 seconds off a lap record, that is huge in motorsport, and he did that here yesterday. And look at him now breaking clear of the field, and that's even harder to break lap records when you're like that, because you haven't got anybody to push you. So he's got to be self-inspired, and I can tell you yesterday he was back to back. That was incredible, because he's doing the 300 and the 150, and as it's turned out on the program yesterday, they were literally that back-to-back races. We had him on the podium in first place with the 300 class. Bang, he was straight back out on the little 150 to do it all over again, and luckily he even had a different speech for us, so we were proud of that on the podium. So neat to see.
Oh, he is an exciting young talent for sure. The number 1, always love to see riders having the number 1, defending champion, and looking class at the moment. So he's through the Aeon Dipper, and that's brilliant stuff from him. Sam Guthrie still in 2nd place. We've got that battle raging on through Southern Salvage at the moment. Olivia Goddard holding out Georgia Elvin there. So cool to have the Helicraft Yamaha R15 out there. And then the Gixxers, hammer and tongs. This is going to be good. Billy Fuller looks like she's got up into 5th place in the race, and first bragging rights for the Gixxers. So keep an eye on that one there, as we're going to talk about this guy most of the day today. He's double classing and had an impressive win 300 Supersport racing here yesterday. But Cormac Buchanan been selected to represent New Zealand in the Red Bull Rookies Cup for MotoGP racing in Europe this year. So can't wait to see the sky's the limit for this young man out of Invercargill, and so many good people in behind him, part of the Blue Crew Yamaha team, and interesting to see a couple of number 1 plates in the Yamaha team. So certainly setting the standard as far as the pits is concerned. This man here, get used to the name, Cormac Buchanan, as we get this battle raging on. The Gixxers are going at it. There's less than 1/100th of a second, 9 1,000ths of a second there in that battle there. That's less than a half a front wheel. Billy Fuller just ahead of Hamish Boyd, but nothing in as they go into turn 1. Oliver right there within a 10th of a second off that as well. So the Gixxers 3-way fight going off at the moment. We've got Cormac Buchanan ahead of Samuel Guthrie, Olivia Goddard and Georgia Elvin. That's our Yamahas out there, 1, 2, 3 and 4. In 5th place, Billy Fuller with Hamish Boyd and Oliver Wright. That's your 7 out on track at the moment, and this is going to be cool. See this one here through the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Beautiful sweeping right-hander, often referred to as nanas, because you can't get on the gas. You've got to be patient and wait, and then fire it out of there. This is cool to watch. So beautiful day here. Crowd coming in as well. Big welcome to everyone on the banks. Motorsport's alive in New Zealand, and this is brilliant stuff. So Cormac Buchanan leads this one. Samuel Guthrie in 2nd place, 7.4 seconds, and he's already into the 158. So 158.575. So he's just a little way off his lap record from last year, but those tyres will be getting up to temperature, and we'll see what happens when we go lap record hunting with Cormac Buchanan at the front at the moment. All
right, Brad, an opportunity. I want to do this. I'll do the flag marshal shortly, but I want to talk about our crash crew here, because these are volunteers and all-round cool people. So Ruapuna Motorsport Rescue are the crew that we've got here. The IV, proudly supplied by MTF Finance. That's the intervention vehicle. They call it the IV. It's the awesome yellow machine down here. So what that is, of course, there's a medic on board, and they follow them out on that opening lap. That's the most dramatic part of a race. You'll see that with the Alfa Romeo for example, at World Supers. You might have picked that up. I think MotoGP have a BMW from memory. And we've got the MTF Finance, celebrating 50 years of finance for Kiwis to buy their fun and love in New Zealand. And thanks for having them on board. Rescue vehicles supplied by Wasteco. Wasteco, 4 rescue vehicles they've given here. They're fantastic. They're everything from skip hire to street cleaning to rubbish removal and environmental disposal. So great. The rescue crew today: Aaron Smith, Connor Francis, Corey Baker, along with Grant Liggett, Jason Fraser, Steve Pay, Richard Kays, and Rob Incasell, hopefully, or name like that. Sorry if I've mispronounced that, but you get the idea. We want to mention these people by names because they're also all part of the crew. Can't do it without them. Great volunteers, Brad.
All right, the update thus up around Cormac Buchanan was a 1:57.21, so still about 9/10 off his lap record he set here yesterday, so getting quicker and quicker as the laps go on. He's got a 13.3 second advantage. Back to Sam Guthrie, still in second place. Olivia Goddard still holding out Georgia, but there's nothing in that battle. That's going through the awesome left-hand hairpin here, the tightest corner in New Zealand motor racing. So great bit here at Ruapuna. We go back to Hamish Boyd, manages to get up into 5th place, but that is going to come down to the wire, that three-way jigsaw fight, as we see Billy Fuller and Oliver Wright there. Your top 7 in this one here. Supersport 150, they're going to have a Grand Prix race later on today. And Cormac Buchanan, odds-on favourite, surely to take that again. He won it last year in simply emphatic style. He did the Triple Crown last year, the Grand Prix, the TT, and the title. To be the first ever Supersport 150 champion, and he's carrying on his winning ways here. The man on the Blue Crew Yamaha with all the big sponsors in behind him. He'll be a big factor down at the iconic Burt Munro Challenge in his hometown of Invercargill in about a month's time. And always good to see Cormac Buchanan. Got a lovely family, and really cool to have them in New Zealand road racing, and can't wait to see where he can go when he goes to Europe. The MotoGP Red Bull rookies, going to keep an eye on him. Follow Cormac Racing on social media, and he has some good posts actually. He's for a very young man, he's got quite a good tech savvy and approachable, presentable face. So Cormac Buchanan, definitely one to follow on social media, and look out where this kid can go. He is definitely the future.
All right, an opportunity to check out our screen power, and for those of you out there on the internet, just fabulous to see. Of course, SkysportNext, proud to be doing our coverage and watching some of these races within the races, and that's what the crew are so good at doing. It's not just about Cormac Buchanan. We might have him as our feature rider, but he's just bolted. He clears out. It's a lonely race for him because he's just far superior than the rest of the competition here, which is why you can see he's a potential for this Red Bull rookies. He just throws everything at it as well, and for a class that you can be winning, it's quite often when you're that kind of elite sports person that you can just feel yourself button off because you don't have to go that much. But he knows that he wants to push himself. He knows to be a candidate for Red Bull rookies, he's going to have to be at his top game. So he's doing that in double class between the 150 and the 300. So superb to see. But as we can see further back, the Jicks, it's pretty hard to pick them up because both of the brands with the Yamaha and the Suzuki actually come out dominantly in a blue livery. So it's not as if we've got a yellow and a green or a black and a white, as it were. So they're sometimes hard to pick up, and they're all in one class together. But the Jixers and that sort of third bunch of the riders that are out there are all so close together, and that's cool to watch. And as Brad had picked up before, Billy and Hamish, 9/1000ths of a second to separate them. They've gone lap after lap after lap. These bikes are adding, slipstream is so vital, corner speed is so vital. You just can't get off the throttle. You've got to be on the throttle the whole time, and can't afford to give a millimetre to find a distance to go through there. So great to see our 150s, and I think we are there, Brad, with
white flag out, 1 lap to go on a new lap record. We've got a 1:55.926. Cormac Buchanan has set a new lap record. He set one yesterday, and further the pace again. So he is dominant today. 1 lap to go. The white flag is out, and he has a 27.8 second lead. Back to Sam Guthrie, the young man from the Canterbury area. Great to have Sam riding up there in the top 2 at the moment. Olivia Goddard and Georgia Allen, that has swapped around a few times on this lap. It's an awesome battle to keep an eye on there into the turn 10 sweeper at the moment. And out down the front straight, it's back with Olivia. It was Georgia halfway through that lap. So look out for this one here. This is going to be all on. 1 lap to go for those 2 girls. And they're 3rd and 4th at the moment. We've lost Oliver off our timing screens. We hope he's A-OK with his yellow, localised yellow down in turn 1. So hopefully he's A-OK. Leaving the 2 Jixers to fight it out as they're nearly side by side as they cross the line. And it's back with Billy, so Billy's now up into 5th place. ahead of Hamish Boyd, but 2/100ths of a second when he crossed the line. That is going to come down to the wire. So we're keeping an eye on this one. Cormac Buchanan is just into the Southern Salvage S's at the moment. He's been dominant today, 27.8 second lead when they crossed the line. And a new lap record, so 1:55.9. He's still got this lap as well, so he might even better that again. He's been getting faster and faster every lap. And the checkered flag ready and waiting. Good job from Sam Guthrie. We'll talk about Sam quite a bit as well, because he is another one of the young men from Motorcycling Canterbury doing great things. Just 14 years of age from Rolleston. And it's awesome to have the full family in the racetrack as well. So Granddad and Dad both rating, and little bro at the lunchtime demonstration as well. But down the front straight we go. The checkered flag is waving, and the number 1 takes another win here. So 2 from 2 so far. Cormac Buchanan doesn't improve on the lap record, so a 1:55.926, that'll stand as a new Supersport 150 lap record, and takes the maximum points. As we see Sam out of the dipper nicely, and he's on his way up into turn 10. We've got the girls, Hammer and Tongs, and Southern Salvage as well. This is going to be brilliant. Olivia and Georgia. Georgia having a look up the inside. Not quite close enough. We've also got Hamish and Billy. They are inseparable. They're coming out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on these two battles. There's Sam crossing the line. He's going to take second place. It's a good effort from Sam. And his quickest lap time there, 2:03.5, so he's consistent pace, very good stuff. But this one here, the girls coming out of the final corner. There's nothing in it at the moment. It's still with Olivia, but George is going to pull up alongside. It's all about slipstreaming and racecraft on these smaller horsepower machines, but I think it's going to go with the number 39, the Race Supplies machine. Just going to hang on. The 17 is going to have to settle for 4, so Olivia Goddard gets there ahead of Georgia Alvin. On the Helicraft Yamaha R15. Brilliant stuff. And then the Jigsaw fight is going through turn 10 at the moment. It is at the moment with Hamish, but it's all about the slipstream. Can Billy get in behind and pull up alongside? It's a decent long front straight here at Ruapuna. Superbikes get well over 270 kilometres an hour when they cross the line here. So there we go. It's going to stay with Hamish. The 35 just gets there by 3/100ths of a second. So less than half a bike length in it. And Billy Fuller has to settle for 6th. With Oliver Wright, the DNF there. So that's the Supersport 150, race 2 for the weekend in the books. Cormac Buchanan wins over Samuel Guthrie. Olivia Goddard's going to get the final place on the podium ahead of Georgia Alvin, and then go back to Hamish Boyd and Billy Fuller. There it is for Supersport 150 racing. And phenomenal start to the day. Track temperatures looking at about the mid-30s into the 40s, so optimum temperature at the moment. We've got plenty of action coming up. We've got the sidecars up next for a 10-lapper. We've got 250 production, the support racing for the weekend, and then the big one, 15-lap Superbike race. Can't wait for that one there. So we've got the Mechanica-sponsored Supersport 150 podium in the minute, but Cormac Buchanan in a class of his own out there at the moment. New lap record as well, a 1:55.926, and just goes on to show how talented this young man is. We'll cross the Neil. He's got the Supersport 150 podium.
Well, good morning. Our first podium here for our 2021 NZSBK day number 2 and round 2 of racing 1 yesterday. We're going to do 2 today. Look at the smile on this lady's face. Olivia, congratulations. How does that feel?
It was incredible. I had to work so hard for that.
Indeed, Georgia yesterday seemed to be able to be a bit of a newcomer and come along and steal the light. You knew she was the lady to chase?
Yeah, we've been riding a bit in the off-season together, so I knew that she would be my main rival.
Right, indeed. You can tell Josh now that you're better than he is?
Yeah, he didn't even show up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how hard's that? So what a brother. But hey, this means a lot to you?
Yeah, it means a lot to me because Dad's been encouraging me all season, all my career, and I thank him so much for everything he's done, and he's incredible.
Well done, well done. Great story. Yeah, everybody applauding it. Isn't it marvellous? Pretty darn cool. The ladies fighting it out. Well, in the first part of the race, well done, Sam. You were keeping up with Cormac. Can you try a little bit more and get in there?
Yeah, I was trying to catch up to him, but my front was twitching around the hairpin. But I tried my hardest and been trying to get fast all season. So thanks to Mum and Dad and Kevin for the bike. So yeah, thank you.
Right, indeed. Hey, from a racing point of view, does that give you more confidence each time you go into? You know you can hang with Cormac more and more?
Yeah, if I keep pushing, yeah, I can. But I just need to improve my lap times first, then I'll see if I can. Yeah.
Well done. Great philosophy, great philosophy. Look at the age of all of these pilots along here, folks. This man's still too young to have a licence to ride on the streets, let alone you can teach all the world how to race on a motorcycle. So, Cormac, how's the first race today?
Yeah, you know, the track's a bit cold, so we're all taking it easy. Still got a lap record, so I'm really, really happy. And, you know, to do such well on the 150 just shows how hard I've been working. And all my career, you know, it's been pretty hard, but, you know, we're here right now, and that's the main thing. And just got to give my hat off to Yamaha for everything that they've done. Mum, Dad, Steve Bagshaw, everyone that's helped behind the scenes, and without them, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Beautiful words and very grateful indeed. What a cool young... Look at this trio. Aren't they awesome? This is the future of our sport right here, folks. And we're loving it. Courtesy of Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Aon Insurance Brokers and, of course, Skysportnext. Coming to you loud and proud all around the world. Stay with us for more 2021 NZSBK. Bring it on.
All right, we've got more action on track here. 10-lap sidecar race thanks to Mega Motorcycle Centre. Stock of the South Island's largest range of motorcycle tyres, parts and accessories for any bike and any brand. The legendary Dennis Charlotte, Motorcycling New Zealand board member as well. And out there competing on the number 83 machine. It's looking tip-top as well, so look out for them. Dan Jenkins doing the passenger for him on the Team 83 machine. Mega Motorcycle Centre, absolutely world-class engine rebuilding, suspension setup, diagnostic, parts and accessories. It's truly a spectacle to go into Mega Motorcycle Centre. But this one here is going to be good. We've got the F1 machine from Carl Cox Motorsport back on track. So Barry Smith and Stu Dorr doing the pasturing for him. They are on pole position and converted that into a good win yesterday. So brilliant stuff to see that pairing going from strength to strength. We've got next to them on the number 99 bright green machine, Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen, two-time defending New Zealand sidecar champions. So they'll also be one to watch. We've got great to see Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose on the number 12 Boss Engineering Aprilia to have a V4 sidecar. Sounds spectacular and looks good as well. So we've got the 83 on the second row. That's Dennis and Dan. We've got the Lawrence brothers as well. Great to have them back there in fifth. And Gordy McEwen, Louis Scrivener doing the pasturing for him. We've got a great field of 8 sidecars here ready to go. We've got 10 on the line. And the lights are out. We'll get a good start from Barry and Stu. That V4 that's always going to get it off the line very well. And they're going to go right around the outside and go side by side. So it's the Carl Cox Motorsport machine of Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. They are leading this one. Bryce Rose and Adam Unsworth doing the driving there. They're up in second place, and then we go back to Dennis and Dan ahead of Andy and Tina. So this one's going to be all on. 10-lapper here. Sidecars always exciting around Ruapuna as they go around the Icon corner and scream towards the left-hander. Not much room for a sidecar around that. It's a very tight left-hander and very narrow exit to that corner, but Barry Smith, Stu Dorr, absolutely on fire at the moment.
Yeah, certainly Barry to hope show his upper hand. He's looking at all the class there, that's for sure. So well done to Barry, the English-born racer that's proud to call a Kiwi now. Has brought his whole family over here and sort of brought his love of sidecar racing back again. He didn't do that when he first arrived in the country. He was a bit of a silent hero. Somebody, in fact, I remember hearing the story a number of years ago that there was an ex-British champion. Of course, this man's got his talent, and if you actually start to have a chat with Barry, very quiet, unassuming guy, never boasts anything about it. He has raced the world's best circuits, this guy. So a fine CV of racing around the globe, and an all-round nice guy as well. Super guy. Shout out to his beautiful family from all around between Tauranga and the Manawatu and around the place. So neat to have them. Oh, there it is, the work going on there by Adam there in that second place, and gets out of the corner and gets it sideways. Had a neat chat to Doug Corns this morning, because Doug's a first timer. In fact, here he is, the guys politely, folks, that we'll say over 21 twice. You get the idea. And he's never been to the South Island before. How's that? So there it is. Yeah, exactly. He looks at it. I don't blame you. And so she's all that. So obviously he's never been to the circuit before. So I said, so what was it like out there? He says, holy hell, there's so much to learn out there. So, and that's what people talk about, is this technically advanced track and time out there. And his biggest sort of coming on the news word fear, but anticipation was he thinking of the dipper and just what it was going to do for him. And he said it wasn't so much the dipper, he said, but straight afterwards you're then turning left again. And he said it's really busy. So there's the excitement from a guy politely a few years on, and there he is racing. In fact, Barry himself now, folks, he's over 60 years of age out in front. So these guys are really putting their body on the line in a massive way. So neat to see them. The Carl Cox Motorsport, shout out to Carl, wherever you are around the globe. Carl, understand probably Australia at the moment, but the British DJ sensation, loves motorsport. He had a passion for New Zealand. I remember the first time I was ever introduced to him, he'd actually been into Queenstown and said, hey, there's some racing going on. We want to whip over and have a look what's going on. It was, in fact, over at levels at Timaru, and the boys flew over and just got in for the racing. And to think of what a megastar he is, and then to find out he's got such an interest in New Zealand racing. He's gone on to sponsor the Hyosung Cup in the Auckland region. He's gone on to sponsor sidecars for the Suzuki International Series, and he's even, in fact, a sponsor of the Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park in Taupo as well. So he's putting it in all ways, with teams, with riders, individuals, people like Toby Summers and these crew, and also back to Tracy and Joe, who are in this field as well. But they're on an F2 powered machine. They had a little bit of bad luck yesterday, so hopefully going to get a finish out there today. So smaller unit, less power, only the 600cc as compared to the 1000, but still putting a huge amount on the racetrack. So neat to see. Thank you to Carl Cox Motorsport.
All right, the update is Barry Smith and Stu Dorr flying through the line, taking off another lap. They're at 1:38.8. That's really good. So this is really good from them. We've got the sidecar lap record is a 1:38.0 from Colin Buckley at Robbie Shorter, so they're only 8/10 of a second off lap record pace on a beautiful day here in the Garden City. So Barry Smith, Stu Dawes, Bryce Rose in second place, but already 3.1 seconds back there. So dominant performance from Barry and Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen now right on the back of that number 12 machine. So look out for the battle. Second and third place. It's really heating up. Right, Dennis Charlotte, Dan Jenkins doing the swing in there. They're in fourth place. We go back to Gordy McEwen and Louis Scrivener back in fifth. Mark Halls, Michelle McLean, cool to have them as a new pairing in New Zealand sidecar racing. They're also on the F2 smaller 600cc powered machine on the CTR blue and orange rig. So that's the number 69. They're in sixth place. We go back to Chris and Richie Lawrence on the number 11. That's seventh place for them. Tracy and Joe on the Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda F2 machine. Eighth place for them. We go to Darryl Williams, Brian Flynn. In ninth, we go to Doug Corns doing the pasturing for Dave MacArthur on the No Bull Shed F1 machine. They are back in 10th place. So keep an eye on this one here. It's pretty good out in front. Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda machine of Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, but it's the battle for second place. It's red hot through the Aon Dipper at the moment, and we go out of there. Just no answer at the moment. That Aprilia V4 Boss Engineering machine gets out of the corner so good, and it's going to take a big move from Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen, but they are the two-time defending New Zealand sidecar champions, and Andy Scrivener, a multi-time New Zealand sidecar champion. He's won so many times, about an 8 or 9 time New Zealand champion. He's been racing in 4 different decades, so in the 2020s now, his 5th decade on the racetrack, so going back way back into the 80s. So brilliant stuff to have him, and he is all over the back, and he's going to go up the inside, so I think he's going to get that job done into turn 1. What a move. Just stalked him down the front straight, dived it in there, and we've got a new man at second place. Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen, the defending champions, now up in second place, but a massive 5.1 seconds off Barry Smith in first place, so looks like plenty of work to do. 7 laps still to go in this one. We've got Dennis and Dan there in fourth, Bobby and Louis still in fifth place, and then we go absolutely on here at the moment. So the left-hander is no holds bar here. This is sidecar racing at its finest. It's brilliant.
Indeed, an opportunity to look out for them, and those neat battles going on, the races within the races, cool to see. And we were going to that time because I thought that we were going to watch the chance for Adam and Bryce to try and squeeze up on the inside. Got to talk about Team Scrivener. You've got Andy here, you've got son Lewis, who actually swings for Gordy out there, so it's not a father and son combo, but father and son are both in the same race. And of course daughter Eve, who rides out there in the 150s as well. And speaking of Eve and the other girls, 10 ladies competing at our championship this year, folks. 10 ladies, well done. 4 through the sidecars, 3 of course with our previous class with the 150s. You got Ev, of course, out there in her 600s as well. So neat to see the woman in our sport. We love it. In fact, see, women in motorsport have got to focus. And congratulations to Motorcycling New Zealand as well, choosing to now get a commissioner for our women's side of our sport. So we want a focus around women in our sport. And I've got to say congratulations to Team Kawi Girls for putting together the women's motocross event just last month at Rotorua. The outcome of that was, of course, to have Courtney Duncan, our World Woman Motocross Champion, at that event and showing us her class, but more importantly, signing autographs. And we had a number of interviews and talks with her about just how we can advance our sport with women. And the focus on junior women in motocross is just massive. And that was a real cool event because as though the girls could race in the other both sex fields, there was also dedicated fields just for women. And we've got a young lady from Radahi, for example, Karate. She is as a young girl on a motocross bike. So it's neat to know that we're going to be building this, and we want to really focus on our women in sport. So Brad, just a sideline, but something very important.
Oh yeah, very, very cool. It's awesome stuff here at New Zealand Superbike Racing coming live here, and 7.4 seconds was the gap. Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, they are on fire. The Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda rig flying through the Christchurch Casino carousel at the moment. We've got that battle for second is red hot still. They're in the carousel now. It's still with the 99. Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen doing the pasturing there, and just a great defensive job. Nothing in that battle there. Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose on the Boss Aprilia. That is really neat to see these guys here. These guys are very experienced campaigners and putting on a show here. Dan and Dennis Charlotte, he's won so many different titles in road racing. One of the only titles he hasn't won is the sidecar title, and he's been doing this for a few years now and going from strength to strength. Dan Jenkins, a very accomplished solo rider out there doing the passengering, and a good team there on the 83. Gordy McEwen, Louis Scrivener on the team 19 machine. They're having a good battle with Mark Hall's Michelle McLean. So F2 and F1 machine, so different power setups. So this will be good to watch. as the weekend goes on, they seem to come alive at the end of the race when those tyres start getting some heat into them. So they in the Aon dipper at the moment, and that's a red hot battle. So there's plenty of battles on track. We've still got 5 laps to go in this one, and at the moment the man dominating this one, Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, got a 7.5 second advantage. Back to Andy Scribner and Tina McEwen, who are narrowly holding off Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose.
Racing brought to us by Mega Motorcycle Centre, stockers of the South Island's largest range of motorcycle tyres, parts, accessories for bikes of any brand. And here we go. Looking out for the battles, looking out how close of it. Look across there, you think there's only one, the other one perfectly in the silhouette, so well done. The boys punching out of the corner, and that's the speed of the fantastic new V1000 here. Brilliant powered unit. That is brilliant to watch. And there you've got, of course, the man we just call Scrivy, and he's got the racing skills. As Brad mentioned, 5 decades of riding from the 80s, 90s into the new millennium and through into the 10s and the 20s, and now here we are moving on from that. So great to see this kind of experience, and that's what he's got. And little Tina, you want to see when she gets on the podium, tiny little thing. How's she out there to control the whole geometry of that machine? She is a mega, and when you talk to her, she's still actually shaking when she's on the podium as well. And the tautness of her muscles incredible. And just for a tiny little lady like that, I tell you what, she should be in the elite athletes class of women in sport. These are the unsung heroes, and big time. Name me another sport where you've got this kind of thing going on with a petite athlete trying to do a big, strong muscle game. It is amazing. So bring it on. For those of you that have ever had the buzz to be on the side of a sidecar, you'll know what it's like. I had the privilege, and only about 60 to 70% of the sidecar's potential, and I came off shaking like a leaf. So to certainly know what ladies like Tina are doing out there, Joe doing the swinging also out there as well, taking nothing away from her. And in fact, with our other ladies to mention, Michelle, who's there on Mark Walls' little F2 machine. So actually, she's got to actually do a little bit more to help the machine, because the machine's short of 400cc. So Michelle, petite young lady as well, she's got to do the work there for Mark. So bring it on, taking nothing away from Tracy, who's a rider. That is big stuff to be out there and racing sidecars. Well done. Bring it on with our Superwoman.
All right, last time around was a 1:40.9 for Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, so evenly matched for pace with Andy and Adam. So this one here, it'd be good to see these times all broken down. If we can get a bit of a better start and see if he can run with Barry next time around. This one here is on at the moment. 7.7 seconds is the gap, so Barry Smith is just in cruise control at the moment. Awesome man to have. Stu Dorr doing the pasturing, so first time pairing this summer for these guys on the Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda machine with ProTech Development, super finishing and modal oils, all part of this number 73 machine. That is the F1 machine that Barry had a pretty decent crash here a couple of years ago and suffered some big injuries. So cool to see him back here on the long bike, the F1 machine, and doing a really good job. He is ticking the laps off nicely. There's going to be 3 laps to go when they cross the line. Still in second place is the 99, but he's on the grass. He's come out of the dipper and lit up the back wheel, managed to get on the grass. He's managed to save it too, so that is using all his decades of experience. Andy Scribner, a wild ride out of the Aon Insurance dipper. We go back to the number 12. They're flying there in 3rd place, and now right in with a chance here. So the podium is the 3 of them. But the order they're going to finish in is certainly not decided yet. We go back to 4th and 5th place, which is Dennis Charlotte, Dan Jenkins, and then the Lawrence brothers in there having a good battle with the 19 of Gordy McEwen and Louis Scribner. So this is all on. There's battles all over the track, and I can't keep my eyes off this one here. The battle for the podium, red hot at the moment.
I'll tell you what, it wasn't so much that Scrivy was on the grass. It was a big cloud of dust, so he obviously took more than just a blade of grass off the edge of it. He certainly had a whole wheel on that, so there was a huge bit of dust came up, so it gave us an idea how completely off the track they were. Only one man could save it from that, the legendary Scrivy. Great to have him with us still in class. He took a little bit of a break from our sport. We missed him for a few years, and he's come back with this new sidecar. Love it, called the sponsor sticker on the side, and he sort of put sponsor stickers there and there. You do it from the grassroots, you do it because you love it. You don't do 5 decades of sidecar racing because you've got nothing else to do. Passionate about our sport, all around nice guy. And you wait till you see these combinations when they come up onto the podium at the end of this race. Cool people that love sidecar racing. Going sideways on 3 wheels.
All right, it's on. It's raging into Southern Sound. Adam Unsworth looks like he might have snuck up the inside. And there it is, change of position for 2nd place. So Adam really turning on the speed at the business end of this one here. There's going to be 2 laps to go when Barry Smith crosses the line. He's out of the turn 10 sweeper at the moment, but the battle for 2nd place is right on at the moment. So, and then we've got Adams just lit the back wheel up, spun off. He's kept it straight up. He's run off on the grass, and a pretty good recovery, but he's lost a lot of time. Good to see he's managed to recover that one there. place. So a bit of drama here, almost identical to what Andy Scrivener did a lap ago, but this time here doesn't quite straighten it up in time. He runs off of the grass, uses quite a bit of real estate, but that's sort of given a bit of breathing room back to the 99. Andy Scrivener, he's going to find second place now all on his own, but it's 11.6 seconds, so these guys grass tracking is playing right into the hands of the legendary Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. They are out there, 1:41.5 that last time around, so definitely settled into a pace now, and 2 laps to go with a commanding lead at the moment.
Brad, I asked Bryce yesterday on the podium, I said, first time here, he said, well, not the first time, he said, because I've been over to Ruapuna Speedway. So I think that's what he was doing there. He was trying to get back to the dirt, wasn't he, as an ex-Speedway sidecar man. So there he is. And it's the first time he's ever been on the tar steel. So cool story. I said, hey, what do you think of this place? And he said, yeah, it was busy out there, a lot of work to do. Well, I tell you what, as far as the sidecar swinger is concerned, probably lucky that they spun in that direction, because that's the counterbalance of the swinger, and Bryce would have been busy as. Good, strong, thick set guy, keeping a level head about it, but I'm going to ask him for that one on the podium, just what it was like going sideways in the dirt. Was he wanted to head back to Ruapuna Speedway, where his first visits were to this great Mike Perry Motorsport Park. Yeah,
he's a very accomplished Speedway swinger. Bryce, great to have him teaming up with the number 12 machine, the legendary Adam Unsworth. So that pairing there, they were awesome around the streets of Wanganui. 2 wins at the Cemetery Circuit. And phenomenal stuff from them. So coming from strength to strength, had a lot of trouble about 12 months ago getting that Aprilia engine all sorted. They had ignition issues amongst other things, and now to hear that thing fired up on the racetrack is music to our ears, as we've got the white flag out. So 1 lap to go for Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. They're flying at the moment on the Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda rig. They have a dominant over 11-second advantage back to the bright green 99 machine. Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen, who in turn have a comfy buffer back to Adam and Bryce, who did a lot of grass tracking, but managed to get that back. So pretty good stuff here. We've still got 9 on track. Dave MacArthur and Doug Corns on the Noble Shed machine. They have pulled into the pit, so hopefully everything's okay with them. The update, Barry Smith and Stu Dorr ahead of Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen. We go to Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose in third, Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins. And a lonely old ride for 4th place, but good job there. The Lawrence brothers have managed to get themselves into 4th place and have got a 1.2 second advantage back to Gordy McEwen and Louis Scrivener. And then we go to the 2 F2 machines. First on track is in 7th place, Mark Halls, Michelle McLean on the CTR blue machine. And then we go back to the 2nd of the City Honda Carl Cox Motorsport machine. That's the F2 rig of Tracy Bron and Joe Mickelson. Cool to have the ladies out there going at it. And then 9th place, Darryl Williams and Brian Flynn. So still got 9 runners out there, and we're final over this one. And it looks like Andy Disaster will stop Barry Smith running away with this one.
Hey, what a neat battle going on here between Gordy as well and the famous Lawrence brothers. The story of the Lawrence brothers is incredible. Had the privilege of knowing their late great father, Flank, an Englishman who came out to work in New Zealand, made Taupo his home, his lovely wife Jan. They were stalwarts of travelling to clubs and helping out. They'd go to events from Taupo. They'd go to Pukekohe and take their caravan and park it up, and all Frank wanted to do was turn up and help the club. And he ran a great event between Christmas and New Year each year on the old Taupo circuit, and his rules were no prize money, no protest. That's all he wanted. It was, you went there for the fun of it, participation. He was a neat guy, and of course the boys had their affections. So but the chicken flag to take nothing away there. But anyway, just a cool story about the Lawrence family, and I'll tell you more as the day proceeds. We love them, and you will as well. Who's going to win out of that battle? So keep your eyes on the 11 and 19 out there between the Lawrence brothers and Gordy and young Louis out there. So great one. But Brad, there it is, the show. Let's bring it home for second.
Yeah, this is good stuff here. Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, they're going to take that one there comfortably in the end. Andy and Tina are going to finish 2nd place. That's good stuff from them. Saw them at the Suzuki International Series at the start of December, and they were both nursing quite bad shoulder injuries. So for them to get on the box there in 2nd place, brilliant stuff. The 24-second win for Barry and Stu, and 8/10 of a second off lap record pace. So I'm not sure if Barry would have known that, but that is fast around here, 1:38.8. Brilliant stuff from Barry and Stu. At Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose, they're going to finish there in 3rd place after using every inch of Ruapuna and more. They got a 1:40.5, was their fastest lap of the race. So knowing they've got some pretty good speed going forward, they're going to finish on 3rd place there. Dennis Charlotte, Dan Jenkins on the Mega Motorcycles Centre 83 machine. That's 4th place for them. Then we go to 5th place for the Lawrence brothers. Shout out to Richie, had a decent accident 12 months ago at the Cemetery Circuit, and good to see him back here going for it. So Chris and Richie Lawrence in 5th place. Gordon McEwen, Louis Scribner doing the passengering there. That's 6th place on the bright green number 19 machine. And then we go back to the battle of the F2 machines. It's going to be the 69 of Mark Hall's Michelle McLean. They're going to get 7th place. And then go back to Tracy Bryan and Joe Mickelson getting faster and faster as the weekend goes on. So that was their fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.5. So over a second quicker than Mark and Michelle's fastest lap. So all looking good for the lovely ladies at the Carl Cox Motorsport team. That is our Mega Motorcycles Centre. Race 2 for the sidecars in the books. It's Barry Smith and Stu Dorr on the top, with Andy Scribner, Tina McEwen in 2nd place, Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose rounding out our podium. We're going to let them finish their outlap, and then we'll cross down to Neil. And just a big thank you to Mega Motorcycles Centre. The largest range of motorcycle tyres in the South Island and the home of parts and accessories for any bike and any brand. So look them up. Mega Motorcycle Centre, long-time supporters of Motorcycling Canterbury. So we'll cross down to Neil, who will have our sidecar race 2 podium.
Well, we'll start again with Bryce. And yesterday, Bryce, you said you had an affection to the Ruapuna Speedway. Well, we thought then for a minute, actually, you were trying to head in that direction. There was a bit of dirt coming out of the back of the machine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to do a left to come off the track, and I'm only used to going right to the Speedway, mate. So even I couldn't bring that one back. I had to rely on Adam there.
Hey, the race you were having with Scrivy there was awesome, wasn't it? How intense was it there to be the swinger?
Oh, it was great. It was great to put the pressure on, and yeah, we almost did it, but we'll see what happens, eh?
See what happens. Come and do it again. Great to see. Oh, look at the smile on this man's face. You're just getting better. You're feeling good. What a start on that occasion too, Adam. That was much better.
Yeah, look, the Aprilia gets off the line really well. You know, gets really good drive. So, like yesterday, we got the ripper start, got the lead, and then second corner's a red light. So it was but yeah, look, we're having a ball. You know, it's going really well. We're really enjoying it, and yeah, we're having a good battle with Scrivy there, and yeah, just got away on me through the dipper. And I just lit up, and it gets to a point where you can't bring it back. And it mounted the grass, so yeah, did a bit of grass tracking for a while to get back on track, but we didn't lose the position, so look, we're really stoked with third. It's 2/3, so it's a long championship. We'll just keep building points, and yeah, it's great. Looking forward to the GP this afternoon.
Beautiful, good work. Yeah, exactly, building on it. That's the part I like. Yeah, that's thank you, Scrivy. We will talk about Tina. Tina holding on there. What an epic race. That was just colossal with those boys. Were you able to reach out and touch the other machine at times?
Yeah, pretty much. I think there was a little bit of rubbing, but yeah, no, it was good. It was a really good race. It was a shame that they actually, spun out a bit, because I was kind of enjoying it, but at the same time I was like, oh please, let's just get some space. No, it was good. Awesome race.
Hey, what does it feel like to be swinging with this legend, because it's his experience that's pulling you through?
Oh yeah, most definitely, and I trust him explicitly. All I'm there to is hang on, and I know he can do it.
Yeah, well, hang on, he can do it all right. He can do it. He can do it all right. Scrivy, it's, as much as it's a second place again, but what an epic race you had there with Adam and Bryce.
Oh man, I tell you, that probably 1,000 just grunts off the line, and we struggled for like 2 or 3 laps trying to get up with them. And I was thinking, oh no, here we go, he's the third in the back in this race. But we managed to get past him, and then he got past us again under brakes, I think, into the turn 1. But there's a couple of really hairy moments there coming out of the dipper and stuff, out of the hairpin, and I think we had a good rub and touch. But I just couldn't turn it into the hairpin, and I knew he was going to get me. But so I just took the defensive inside line, and I knew he couldn't pass me. But he tried, man. Full credit to Adam. He really, really tried, man. It was awesome racing. Awesome. Well done, guys.
Yeah, beautiful words. Love that indeed. Well, an opportunity to talk to our winning combo here at the moment, and certainly with Stu doing the work out there. Getting a bit lonely out there, guys, isn't it? You're that far in front. Do you look behind yourself and gauge what it's like, Stu?
Yeah, well, I thought after yesterday the boys might be a bit closer, but once again I was like, where is everybody? So, yeah, as yesterday, you know, we didn't expect to be out that far in front. Me and Barry are gelling really well, especially on the circuits now, sort of getting that rhythm going, so, and it's paying off.
Indeed, indeed. All right, a little moment for the other boys when they come out of the dipper. You guys had that part right. What is that experience? What do you put it down to?
I think it's just getting to learn each bit of the track. You know, we're good in some parts and not in others. We other guys are better in some parts where we're not. So it's a bit of a compromise. Yep. You've just got to try and get every lap right and take it lap by lap.
Beautiful to see. Hey, Barry, nice to see the smile on your face. Thoroughly deserve it again. But, hey, as much as you're out in front, you're not exactly finding it too easy. You've got to work for that.
Oh, definitely. It was nice to just put in a couple of really quick laps at the start there just to make a gap, and then I saw the pit board and we kind of controlled the race from there really. We eased off a bit and just kept the gap basically, but that was the plan from the word go, so it worked really well.
Hey, it does work really well. It's awesome sidecar racing, folks. You're seeing it as part of NZSBK 2021. Scrivy's putting his thumbs up. We put our thumbs up. Everybody's bunching together. It's a family sport. We're loving it. Thanks to our sponsors, Aon with Pirelli, Paris, nothing without control. And, of course, part of this NZSBK Mac Media. And we love it on Sky Sport Next. Thank you, boss.
It's not a podium without Scrivy being a muppet.
All right, getting revved up for this one here. This is going to be 6 laps for race 2 of the 250 production. Used to be a championship class, now it's just a support class on our program. And a big thank you to Access Man, bringing us this one here. More than just your standard access equipment and hire specialist. 0800 to get high. Check it out, accessman.co.nz. Great stuff here. So 6 lapper here and 21 entries in the 250 production. So this is cool. A lot of local flavour. Some youngsters in the sport. There's a bit of girl power as well. So keep an eye on this one here, including a former 3NZ, Angela Charlotte, the wife of Dennis, and really the boss at Mega Motorcycle Centre, isn't it, really? If you're honest.
And the boss at home.
Yeah, exactly.
And the boss on the racetrack. And already getting ready with Hunter and Emma's bikes this morning, ready for our junior training session that we'll show you in lunchtime. That's such a thrill. And when you see this little KO branded bike that's the future of our young guns in racing, you're really going to see, folks, we've got a true gateway when they'll start from as young as 5 years of age in our sport. So cool to see. And there'll be more about that coming up in the lunch break entertainment today. For those of you here at Trackside, bring it on with more. We're right here on the Brian FM Superstar at Mike Pero Motorsport Park and ready to get underway. Take us away, Brad.
All right, the marshals are walking in. We're all happy with this one here. When the lights go on, they stage on, and when they go out, we race here in this 6 lapper. So there it is. Lights are out. A great start off the front row from the number 36 Nick Clark. But Angela Charlotte there also a good start as they get away all cleanly. I think they're all on Kawasaki machinery, so there's a few different options, but not many manufacturers make these machines anymore, so unable to be a production-based class moving forward, and no longer on our cards at NZSBK, but great to have 21 of them out there. Motorcycle in Canterbury always have great numbers, and here we go with Angela Charlotte screaming down into what was formerly known as Pothole, now known as the Icon Corner. It's a pretty cool corner on these machines. Look at this battle there. There's a big swarm going through there. We're going to fly through this one here and go into the left-hander. Awesome hairpin here at Ruapuna. Just about have to stand the bike up still to get around there. A great little bike, these 250 production, a great introduction class to New Zealand road racing. We've had some great 250 production champions over the years, and going back through the history of New Zealand road racing, it's always been a big flavour. So here we go, this one here, 6 laps on the cards here, and everyone away cleanly at the moment with the 250 production.
Yeah, keen to look out for this one for the Access Man sponsored racing here. They are at Carousel. Love the way this corner breaks away. It just keeps on going. You've got to watch this one. In fact, we had some awesome C-Test coverage yesterday showing the back wheels drifting out on the bike as the guys put the power on. It's one of those corners where you can't put on too much because, of course, you then got to peel in here to the Southern Salvage S's and get yourself lined up. Look at that, a 2x2x2, a bit of a gap one and then a bit of bigger gap back. Then you got another swarm of 9 in there. How good's that when they're all bunched together? Down through the A on dipper they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm counting them as quick as they're going through that position. And that's the cool thing about something like 250 production. Nobody's got an extra bike. Nobody's got a checkbook. There's nothing different about these machines other than the slight variations that the riders might have in setup, but they're all the same engine and controlled. They've all got controlled tyres as well. It's production-based racing, and it's, of course, these bikes were on the streets of Canterbury for many years before they've been turned into a road race bike. No doubt. Look at that between them. Oh, nothing there, nothing there. Milliseconds as we count them back. That's so good to watch Simon and Angela on the podium yesterday. The margin, by the way, it's 25 1,000s. That's .025. Nothing in that one. Fantastic to watch. So close together like that. And it's Angela. Watch the superstar. And Angela Charlotte, she's out there and hanging on for the second. Simon joined her on the podium yesterday, so those two were there. But looking out as well for Sam Guthrie. Young Sam was in there. He just faded back a little bit yesterday. Blair Robinson, who's back and forth at the moment, he was the other one to be on that podium. So look out for the number 33 to join him, along with then Jaden Scott from the Scott family, who put so much in behind our sport. So cool to see. This is Motorcycling Canterbury at its best with 250 production racing brought to us by Access Man.
Yeah, Simon Lawrence led across the line. Angela Charlotte, Sam Guthrie. That's your top 3. Blair Robertson, Jaden Scott, and Nick Clark's the man up in 6th place. We've got Brendan Booth, Ollie Cotton, the young man in there in 8th place as well. So 21 entries all out there on the lead lap at the moment, and hammer and tongs through this one here, through the Fulton Hogan flowing S's, and then breaking hard for the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Our race leaders are doing a good job at the moment. There's a decent amount of guys that can win this race at the moment, and great to have former 3NZ Angela Charlotte showing these guys a few lines. Very neat and tidy, accurate rider, so good to watch this one here. as we see that one. There's 4 of them out in the lead group there fighting it out. There's another 4-pack in behind them, 2 lots of 4. So 8 guys that can easily win this race here. We've still got a massive 5 laps to go, and then we go back. And then there's another train coming through into the Aon Dipper as well. This is going to be all on. And this is just a support class on our program. So this is thick and fast action from Motorcycling Canterbury in the Underground Brown. Round 1 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships here at NZSBK. They're screaming down onto the front straight, and all about the slipstream. There's not much horsepower involved with these bikes, only about 30-odd horsepower when they come out from the factory, and all important race from the slipstream as they go side by side. It was 25 thousandths of a second when they crossed the line last time here. We'll have a look, and it's down to 3 1/1000ths of a second. So, oh my word, frantic stuff. And brilliant stuff. Blair Robinson up into 3rd place now, and he locks the fastest time, so he's a 1:54.1. So all of those in the top 4 were all in the 1:54s last time around, but it's Blair on the move. He's up into 3rd place now, and starting to put on some pressure in these podium places. Angela Charlotte leads ahead of Simon Lawrence. Blair Robinson up into 3rd, and Samuel Guthrie, the one in 4th place there. So this is good, and we've still got 4 laps to go.
Well, there you are, the top 2 just fighting it out in a beautiful slipstream then by Angela. She got the advantage, but there she is sitting back there in 2nd. Look at that, and the push coming from Sam there as well. Good to watch. So that group that we had before, the 7 of them, just a little bit of a gap starting to develop and spread them out. But, hey, still good, really. It's sort of a duel, and a bit of a space, and then another duel back there. So 5th place, a little bit lonely, but the rest to fight it out. And look at them chopping and changing and cutting down on the inside. This is a cool corner here in a 250 production class like this. You can just hold this. You can hold it. It's one class of bike where you can just hold the power through there and get every bit of advantage. And late braking, who's going to touch the brakes? Who wants to? Who doesn't want to? As they come into that corner and get the advantage. See that? Look at the swing out wide. Might be a change for the 2nd, is it? Yeah, straight in there. Beautiful. Cut on the inside. Can't get any better than that. Poor Angela cut there to 3rd place. So starting to do those demon overtaking manoeuvres. How cool was that for the Mega Motorcycle Centre race team? Wicked to watch. And that's what you love about our sport. Sweeping wide on the approach to the Southern Salvage S's. That meant when you went into the left-hander, she could just peel down on the inside and get through there. Awesome to watch, Brad. Yeah, this is good. This is good. The lead's changed about 7 times on this lap, and it's now with Brett Robinson. He's going to lead, and the more toing and froing in behind him is going to play into his hands. So the number 33 was the fastest man on track last time around. This time goes quicker again. So 1:53.509. It's the first man in the 53s. But Angela up into 2nd place with Simon Lawrence there into 3rd. So a big shake-up in the top 3, but we've got moves going on into turn number 1. That's brilliant. So Angela had a little look up the inside, couldn't quite get the move done. So Blair, keeps a hold of that one there as we fly through the Liquid Molly straight. This is so good to see. As the front 2 just sort of breaking away. We've got action aplenty and 250 production racing here. Thanks to Access Man bringing us this one here. Angela Charlotte has got the bit between the teeth. Definitely hard charging. Loves this part here, the Fulton Hogan Eastern. So watch out through here. See if she can get right on the back wheel and drive through there. But there's still anywhere up to 7 or 8 that can win this race from here. We've still got 2.5 odd laps to go. And look at Anne, just loves this part of the track. It's right on the back wheel. Maybe having a little look into the Christchurch Casino Carousel. This is all on here. 250 production racing, just a support class on our program. Not going to be at the other rounds of NZSBK. So this one here is a real treat for us, and we're still halfway through this one. But certainly no way is this one done for. We've got Blair Robinson leading, Angela Charlotte, and then we go back to more of the action in behind there as we keep an update. Simon Lawrence, Samuel Guthrie, Brendan Booth's the one up in 5th place with Nick Clark and Ollie Cotton. Jaden Scott now in 8th place with Dan Clark and Jordan McGimsey. Neville Guthrie there in 11th, Brent Cotton rounding out our top 12 runners on track at the moment, and this is going to be good. And Neville's granddad as well, by the way, to Sam, who's up there in that group in the front. So how good's that? 3 generations with Neville, granddad, father Shannon, and there's Samuel doing the riding as well. I reckon that is so cool. So well done. 3 generations, folks, out in the one group of racing. Got to love it here with our 250 production. I want to just point out that due to the resource consents of Timaru and the Levels Raceway next weekend, there is no support class. That's the time constraint brought around by the number of hours that they can race on the circuit. But for example, when we go to Hampton Downs, the Auckland Motorcycle Club, they have Post Classics as their support class. Unsure what we're going to have with the Hamilton Club at Taupo for that final round on the 10th of March, but each club is allowed 1 support class, and so it'll be great to see what is shown. And I know with the club in the past, we've actually had Supermoto, which is those modified motocross bikes, so could potentially be a good class to have added to that. So look out at each round for that one, sort of like a wild card in some way, something different. different. A support classing, and Brad, it's still happening out in front.
Oh, this is all on. This lead changed about 3 times in 2 corners. It's brilliant. Ange just got the slipstream down the front straight, led out of turn 1, but then Blair answered straight back. Ange just having a little look up the inside on the left-hander, can't be done. So chasing through the Fulton Hogan S's. Yeah, this is all on. We've got 2 laps to go, and this is going to be brilliant. So have a look at this one here, because leading out of the final corner is definitely not what you want to be doing with that white flag out. So keep an eye on this one, Blair. He was a 152.2 last time around, so the front 2, him and Angela have dropped the hammer. They are gone, both in the 152s. There was 0.5 of a second when they crossed the line. There's less than that on track now. It's only about 8 or 9 bike lengths. Then we go back to some great racing. There's 4-way train trying to battle out for the minor money on the podium. We've also got a pretty good ride there in 3rd place as well. So we've got 2 down in the left-hander. So we've gone to a red flag. We've got 2 down in the left-hander, and we've gone to a red flag. So that one there will be declared. A bit of drama there in the left-hander. Both riders look up and okay. So walking away from the bikes there. And we're going to a red flag, so we'll keep this updated when we know more. But that's definitely well and truly the 66% completed. So the result will be declared, and it'll be a win for Blair Robinson ahead of Angela Charlotte. Go back to Simon Lawrence, Sam Guthrie, Brendan Booth, and Nick Clark. We've got Ollie Cotton, Jaden Scott, Neville Guthrie, and Dan Clark, our top 10. So that's our one there. Blair Robinson, Angela Charlotte. 1-2, and that was going to be good. So the white flag was ready and waiting. We won't get there in the end, but that is in the books with Simon Lawrence, the last one on the podium. So awesome stuff. 250 production, all local Canterbury riders, and thank you to Access Man for that one there. So that's race 2 for the 250 production. They get one more race later on today as we're getting geared up for the big one. We'll cross to Neil when he gets down the stairs. Just holding up the riders there. Both riders look A-OK. They were up and okay, self-recovering their bikes, so brilliant stuff. But with 21 on track, hammer and tongs out there, it was a bit of frantic pace. So look at this day. The sun's just on a poke through the clouds. A good crowd coming in at Mike Perro Motorsport Park here at Ruapuna for the first round of NZSBK, the New Zealand Superbike Championships. Thank you to Underground Brown, our sponsoring partner for round number 1. They do so much for motorcycling Canterbury and a lot for New Zealand road racing. Thank you to Tony and Vicky Brown from Underground Brown bringing us this action here. We're going to cross down to Neil, who's got our awesome Mac Media NZSBK 2021 sign, and he'll have the podium there coming up. Blair Robinson, Angela Charlotte, and Simon Lawrence, our 250 race 2 podium.
Just quickly there at the moment, quickly there for our other combos. Where are we with Blair?
Yeah, Blair's just over there, right at the back. What's the number?
33, 38. So quickly just making a call for 33, 38 guys here on the podium. Thank you, 33, 38. ASAP, guys. Angela's lined up. We could easily move her over and take the photo here with the number 1, but it will do a slight injustice. So, yeah, thank you. Here we are. Here's Simon on the move. So, good to see. Beautiful. Good work. Good work. Just hoping to see that we get all of that. So what happened, of course, being a red flag, the riders have quickly gone back to the pits, just making sure. Oh, we have. Oh, this is good news. Good news. Well done. Well done. So an opportunity to get all the crew here this time. So nice to see. All right, taking on our 38 here for the moment for Simon. First of all, a bit of a change around yesterday, Simon. But, man, you guys have got to work for that. What a cool bunch at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's a competitive bunch at the front, eh? There's, you know, no mistakes can be made or else they pull a gap on you and then that's it. So you've got to be on your A game. You've got to be right on their tail. Otherwise, they pull a gap and that's your race gone. So it's hard work.
Oh, exactly, that's what I'm just about to say, because people can sort of see the pent in your voices. You guys have got to make those bikes work as well, so it's not as if you're just going for a free ride.
No, you've got to thrash them. Yeah, you've really got to give them some work to get these 250s around this track. Yeah.
All right, what about that lady, Angela? You've got to watch out. Have you got to be polite to a lady, or is she just treated like the other blokes?
No, she's one of the boys. We give as good as we get, and she definitely gives. So, no, it's tight racing. It's really good, and we've been battling all the club races all year, and it's no different here.
Yeah, well done. Lovely words. Well done for the respect of it. Where's the Angela Charlotte fan club out there, eh? Yeah, awesome to see. Angela, they catch you and then you just fight back even harder. It seems every time they might want to overtake you, you just seem to be able to just push and push and push and get it back again. How's it out there?
Oh, it's pretty epic, eh? I really have been enjoying it, and you don't want to make a girl mad, eh? I just fight back as harder,
Yeah, we can see by the bruises on Dennis, that's what you're doing to these guys.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't let them get away on me. I've just got to, keep chipping away and stick with them, and, we can get there.
Yeah, can indeed. All right, from a racing point of view, there was a bigger group of you. This time it just wasn't the 3 that you'd broken away yesterday, so there's 7 in that group. Does any one of the 7 can be up there with you guys?
Okay, I didn't know how many of us were there, and all I saw was these 2, and I was like, okay, yep, that's game on, and just got to try and keep your nose in front and just focus, and yeah.
Yesterday, a false neutral, no problems with the bike today?
Oh, a couple on the first lap coming down here, and that's where Simon got past me. I was just revving out. I don't know what happened, but yeah, he did the same actually coming out of the dipper. That's how I got past him as well. So we're all having a little issues.
Great to see. All right, it's all part of the sport, all part of the sports back here at the moment with our main man. And certainly, what are you going to say on that one? Because, man, you had to work that time, Blair.
I did. That was hard work. A good race, though. Had to work up from the back of the field again to third and sat behind Ange and Simon, just picked my moment, and they sort of had a bit of a dice, and I was able to get through, so that worked out really well.
All right, when Angela didn't know the bunch going on behind us, as you came across the line here at the end of lap number 1, you were back in 4th place, so, man, you had some work to do.
I did, yeah. I got a shocking start again, so I need to work on that later on this afternoon, but managed to pick my way through and just sat behind these 2, like I said, and picked my moment, and luckily held the lead until the red flag came out.
It's sort of almost like it's a pity we can only get the 3 of you up here, because all 7 of you in particular in that group deserve credit, because you stayed together as a whole bunch all the way.
Yeah, it's a really close class. That's the beauty of it. You got to ride this thing so hard to get a result, and like I say, there's 7 guys right there that could win the race. So when you get a result, it's awesome. I've just got to thank Jeff Kane for letting me borrow his bike for the weekend too. So thanks a lot.
Just you return it to him, one lady owner?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I'll give it a wash before I give it back too.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, what a courteous thing. There you go. That's people sharing bikes here in Canterbury. How good is this, folks? 250 production racing. It's a class from yesteryear. It's where we've seen Simon Crafer, Aaron Slide, and many of our other credits and heroes, Grant Ramage and Johnny Hepburn. The list goes on, and it still lives today. Although the manufacturers make bigger bikes, it's neat to have this 250 lineup. Well done to MCI for supporting it. Part of our sponsorship with Underground Brown. Proud to be local sponsors. Along with Pirelli, power is nothing without control. Mac Media, Aon Insurance, and we love them. Sky Sport Next. We're sending this to the world and hope you're enjoying it. Motorcycle racing in New Zealand, NZSBK 2021. Bring it on.
Well, we've all been pushed around, from here and out to the school ground, left our hearts in the lost and found, 'cause we've all been pushed around. Well, we've all been swept away, out to sea, no time to pray, lost everything you tried to say. All been bought and sold. For some cold comfort we gave our souls. They dealt us cards and then they made us fold. 'Cause we've all been bought and sold. To the school ground, left our hearts in the lost and found, 'cause we've all been pushed around, we've been
All right, this one here is very, very exciting. We're at a 15-lap Superbike race here, and the second one of the weekend, the first one today, and number one, defending New Zealand Superbike champion on pole. He was on lap record pace when we qualified. Unfortunately, a bit of a mechanical hiccup yesterday in the DNF, so drama in the championship already. We've got a 12-race, 4-round championship, and he'll be desperate to try and get some points. We've got inside of him, Damon Rees. He was on fire for the first 2 rounds of the series last year before he went to the UK and showed us how good he was. He is the Grand Prix champion from last year, so he knows his way around this place. Mitchell Rees, already more points yesterday than he got all weekend here at Ruapuna in round 1 last year, so he's doing well. And Chopper Frost on the outside of row 1, he'll be one to watch as well. Everything's starting to click into place for him. We've got a star-studded field, and when the lights go out, we're going to go racing here. We've got a 15-lap Superbike race. What a start. Jake Lewis coming through from row number 2 as well, doing a good job. So keeping an eye on this one here. Into turn number 1, it's the 92 Team Rees Racing. Al Who's going to dive up into second place. It's a good move there. So this is all on here. But 2 Blue Crew Yamahas, hammer and tongs there, battling it out as we see them down the Liquimolly straight. And a beautiful sunny day here in the Garden City, but it's the 92 Damo Rees. He's flying down into Euromark, the awesome left-hand hairpin here. These guys are coming alive. Great to have 18 Superbikes out on track. We've got Superbike B as well. We'll talk about that during the race, but at the moment, the Premier boys certainly flying. Damon Rees exactly what he needed to do. He's out in front, and now he can manage this race. There's a long 15-lapper, so he's got to be careful on their tyres as this heat starts getting into them. I've got a shocker start from Mitchell Rees. He's back there in about 7th or 8th place. Plenty of work to do for him, but 15 laps to do it. So let's look at this one here. We've got all on here. Damon Rees leading them out of the carousel and into the Southern Salvage. This is a good start from Jake Lewis. He's doing a good job, but Dan met him up there as well. A couple of the Suzuki boys going at it. So Scotty Moyer on the new tyre package this year. Be interesting to see what he can muster up here as he's ahead of Sloan Chopper Frost in the Aon Dipper, Mitchell Rees, and then Dan Medham. So this one's all on. We've got a good start as well from the number 27 of David Hall. Running at our premier class as we head down the front straight for the first of 15 times at a Steam and Damo Rees ahead of the two-way. Second and third. Scotty Moyer, Sloan Frost. Then we go to Mitchell Rees and Daniel Medham. So superstar lineup here. Not quite there. So there we go. Al's got a cut back underneath. What a good move from Al Hoogie. That's why he's the defending Superbike champion. Just runs in, squares the corner up, gets inside. So a change to second position. It's now with Al Hoogie, and he's after Damon Rees already. They were on lap record pace when they qualified, and this one here is already with the lap record holder out in front, Damon Rees. This one's going to be all on. Look at Al Hoogie already on the back wheel of him. This is going to be absolutely tantalising. Good crowd coming in here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park as well, and going to be treated here. We've got a 15-lap Superbike race 2 for them of the weekend.
2, 3, 2. There your 7 that we've got in front, similar number to what we had in that Axis Man 250 reduction. How good is this to see? Tight bunch of these people, and as Brad said, we've got a Superbike B in here as well, a second group. But I tell you what, Superbike B riders yesterday, like Heath Boddicker, not laps. So these guys, it's not as if they're slow. They're just not quite there. They're a bit like the reserve bench for the All Blacks, if you get the idea. Not quite there, but almost. Still the pinnacle of New Zealand riding. People like Heath Boddicker, winner of the Munro Family Trophy, is the most outstanding competitor at the Burt Munro. He'll be back for that event coming up next month, a legendary event on the New Zealand motorcycle calendar. I hope to see you there as we bring the 15th edition to you in the beautiful city of Invercargill. We're back to our racing here at the moment. The Mawsome Demon Damo, he'd broken out. You saw that little buffer that he got earlier on, but once we saw Al Hoogie getting past his teammate Jake Lewis, it was all on. And that's Hoogie
It's a fast little track out Hoogie at 1:30.178, so he is absolutely screaming. We've got him going up the inside, so I think Damon Rees just outbreaks himself, goes a little wide, and that's gifted the position. Al Hoogie, the number 1 on the bike, and already in the lead of this one here, so making a real statement on his blood track here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. Jake Lewis still in third place, but under a lot of pressure. That's Scotty Moyer going to have a look up the outside of the Euromark hairpin. It's a long way to go around there, and it's a very tight left-hander and not a very wide exit, so a good place for a block pass move, so not around the outside. We've got Sloan Chopper Frost on the TSS motorcycle Suzuki. He's running 5th place ahead of Mitchell Rees, who didn't get the start he wanted. He's back in 6th place, plenty of work to do. And then we go back to a former New Zealand Superbike champion back there in 7th place, Daniel Medham on the Coleman Suzuki there. So this is all on, and already about a 5 bike length advantage. Al Hoogie not mucking around here at the moment. 2 laps into this one, and he is flying into the Southern Salvage S's on the Blue Crew Yamaha. He's done a lot of laps around this track. He's a former 600 Supersport champion. He's the defending Superbike champion as well, and he is going to feel pretty good out there at the moment.
Certainly a big battle on for sure. Look at that run at the moment. A slight mistake made by Demon Damo, so he's let the gap open to Al Hoogie. Al with the advantage, the local man on the local track. Hasn't got the number 1 on his bike because it's the easiest number. He's got it because he deserves it. He won it and did truly at the TT at Hampton Downs last year. And starting to pull away, you get the idea. The Yamaha one's just got the longer legs and starting to streak away. Look at that later model bike that we're seeing from Demon Damo. Up there for the North Island rounds. Team Rees with Mighty Mitch on the newer later model Honda Fireblade, and that should see a closeness between the with big later model machines out there on the racetrack. Out of Icom down towards Euromark, this fantastic hairpin, this tight right-hander, one of the tightest corners you find on a race circuit in New Zealand. Look at that, on the complete 180, around the dog. Oh, for somebody loses in place. In fact, might have lost 2 of them. One of those riders back there, who was that? So bad luck, was that Scotty? Was it Scott?
Jake Lewis just outbraked himself into the left-hander there and gives up 2 positions. So good news for the Suzuki boys. They've gone up 2 positions, both Scotty Moyer and Sloan Frost. So 3rd and 4th now for them. And now it's brought Mitchell Rees on the back of Jake as well. So Jake's going to have to be careful going from 3rd to 5th already and under pressure for 6th place. So keep an eye on this one here. We're a 6/10 of a second off lap record pace, and the 2 out in the front are going at it at the moment. Then we go back a few positions to a Suzuki 3-4, and then into Jake Lewis and Mitchell Rees. So Mitchell desperate to try and get a move done on Jake. They're out of the Aeon Dipper at the moment, and just climbing on the back wheel, gets good drive out of there. And having a look in the turn 10 sweeper here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. This is absolutely alive here at the moment. We've still got a massive 11 laps to go when we cross the line, and the heat certainly get into this track. We're going to keep an eye on this one here. We are going lap record hunting with Damon Rees. It's the fastest race at 1:29.751. So just still that 6/10 of a second off the lap record from last year. It's all on here. Al Hoogie leads now. David Rees. Then we go back to Scotty Moyer, Sloane Frost, Jake Lewis, and Mitch Rees. Mitch still can't find a way through. They're heading into the Icon corner now. Cool little sweeping left-hander. Got to be very careful. You watch. There's a big curve on the apex, so careful on there. We've got Mitchell Rees going to look around the outside, but it's a very long way to go around there. Stephen gets some good drive here and have the inside line. Good line from Jake Lewis. Just sort of block the line on exit. It is a corner where you can block that exit line, and that little there battling for the podium. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth. There's not much in it at the moment because they've caught right up to the back of Sloane Frost. So this one coming alive. We've got Al Hoogie, the number one on the bike. He's flying at the moment. Damon Rees, the fastest man on track that last time around, but only by 6/100ths of a second. And then go back to this one here with Sloane. Just trying to hide off these guys here. Jake Lewis goes in a bit hot into the Southern Salvage left-hander. This is all on here. These guys are 5 of the best New Zealand's got to offer, and we're flying at the moment into the Aeon Dipper. We're going to fly through these ones here. We've still got 10 laps to go. Al Hoogie out of the turn 10 sweeper. This training behind, we can't take our eyes off this. Is flying action thick and fast from our Underground Brown round 1 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships, and it's such a spectacle here. Mike Perro Motorsport Park to see these guys go. No change to the fastest lap of the race. It's still with Damon Rees, a 1:29.7 from last time around. Then we go down, catch the update there. It's still Al Hoogie ahead of Damon Rees, Scotty Moyer, Sloane Frost, and we go to Jake Lewis and Mitchell Rees ahead of David Hall. That's your top 9 at the moment. Jaden Carrick running out of top 10, and a big brave shout out there to Richie Dibbon, who had a big crash here yesterday. He's out in about 11th place at the moment, and had to be almost helped onto his bike for the warm-up session this morning. So very courageous effort. He's got a 15-lapper this morning, and he's got the big 16-lap Grand Prix race to get through today. So he will be very, very sore and having to dig deep for this one. So shout out to the man of the Barracks Bar, Team Suzuki machine. Out there in 11th place at the moment.
I get the idea he might have been pulling out Brad as well, so that would not surprise me at all. He was in some pain today. And one of those things that, hey, it's a whole new class, man. Set the superbikes up to from 600s is a huge step, so congratulations for the way he's taken it on. He started so aggressively yesterday. Unfortunately, the off out of the Dipper, and it has been a setback for him. Want to do a shout out for our Superbike Bees in there. Lee Munro, along with Johnny Lewis back there, the boys on the Ducatis, to just give you in there, the 1103 and the 1290, that big 1290 of Lee Munro. Beautiful machine, but I can tell you Heath Boddicker is there with Aaron Scott in front of him and Warren Hudson behind him. So well done to our Superbike Bees. Wouldn't have the quality. See, these guys are not being lapped in the field. They're still awesome riders, not quite at the top end of the calibre that we've got for the others. So the Al Hoogie and Damon Rees Super Show going on out to go with a 1, 2, 3, and keen to look out for that one. Changes going on there. Mitch has moved up. Mitch is there. Jake has gone back to fifth, but Sloane. In fact, Sloane's dropped 2. Sloane's dropped 2 in there. So that now puts Mitch Rees on attack. He's out after Scotty Moyer, who's been the one in 3rd place holding on the back of that Julian out in front. So great to watch. And what about that for the manufacturers? That is cool to see. So there you've got it. You've got the Yamaha, you've got the Honda, you've got the Suzuki in there well set up. So manufacturers going for it. And remember, of course, Jaden Hassan in there way back in 10th place on that beautiful BMW S1000RR. Shout out to M1 and Moggy Motorsport. Bring us BMW, another brand. And when you take the Aprilias, you take the Ducatis, the world's best motorcycles right here, Brad, for Avon City Superbikes.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff. We've got 9 laps to go in this one still. It's still Al Hoogie ahead of Damon Rees, but hasn't been able to shake him, so that's out of the carousel at the moment. But the battle for the podium now, red hot. Scotty Moyer's in a lot of trouble now. He's got a rampant Mitchell Rees right on the back wheel. He's going to pull up almost alongside and have a look up Southern Salvage. He's not quite close enough there, but he's going to follow him through there. He was way back in about 6th or 7th place on lap number 1, and now to be dicing it out for the podium. Mitchell Rees dives up the inside. What a move. Just late breaks into the Dipper, and that is a textbook move from mighty Mitchell Rees. So makes it a 2-3 for Team Rees Honda, and that will put Scotty Moyer now in 4th place ahead of Jake Lewis. So keep an eye on that one, because Jake Lewis, this is his hometown as well. He's done a lot of laps around here. He's a former 600 Supersport champion as well. This is going to feel pretty good. We've got a four-way fight for the podium. Who's got to be feeling good about that one there. We're still lap record hunting, but no change. It's still a 29.7. The fastest lap of the race that was back on lap number 3 from Damon Rees. And less than a second in that gap, 1 and 2. So 0.4 of a second when they crossed the line. It was 0.5 the lap before. And having a look at that for the podium behind Scotty Moyer. Certainly not going to have it all his own way there. Jake Lewis all over the back of him. We've got toing and throwing out the front. Al Hoogie under a lot of pressure from Damon Rees, and this one here is all on. So we've still got a massive 7.5 laps left, and the battle for the lead has just started to get really, really hot. They were almost matched for pace last time around. So you can sense Damon Rees. He's got all that BSB Superstock 1000 experience from last year, and now business end of the race is about half distance, pulling the hammer down. He's going to go for it here. This is going to be all on.
All right, look for these kind of battles, and you saw Demon Damo had a go there up on Euromark, wanted to squeeze through, couldn't quite do it. Ended up by overshooting slightly, but hey, nothing wrong with that because nothing venture, nothing gain. Always trying to brother Mitch show, Mitch got away with it to go through on Scotty Moyer. He's trying to, putting all the pressure on the number 1. He's the number 1 with the plate, number 1 in the race. Of course, had a DNF, did not finish here yesterday through mechanical problems, and wow, he needs every bit of the points. He's going to get 25 allocated for the win, 20 for the second place. Doesn't matter really so much those points, but more than importantly, getting points that he didn't get yesterday, so he's beyond the back for this race. And he wants to warm up. He wants that GP title coming up here later in the race. Of the 9 races last year that he only won 2 races in the entire title, but he won the 2 that counted. He won the GP title, he won the TT at the end, so effectively won race 9 to win the overall. That's how close the whole series was here last year, and he's proving it again with some consistency, although a lack of it from the first moto yesterday. Bring it on with Icom, down to Euromark, down to that hairpin. Watch it, there's remembering where does he try that move again? Look at underneath braking, trying to cut in shallow, coming out of it. Oh, beautiful drive from the corner. Probably about equal performance for the 2 of them. Brad, there is nothing between them. If you think that Al Hoogie's getting away, Damo comes straight back.
Oh, Al Hoogie's done a good defensive job there. He can hear that 5-blade in behind him. He will be under a lot of pressure, but this is why he's got the number 1 on the bike. He is the defending New Zealand Superbike champion into the Christchurch Casino Curse. And this one here really heating up. Mitchell Rees doing a good job. 3rd place still. He's got that about a 5 bike length advantage back to Scotty Moyer. It's Jake Lewis up inside of Scotty Moyer now, so there's been a change there. So well done to Jake Lewis. He's riding well, but the battle for the lead is the one we're looking at here at the moment. It's the 92 all over the back of the number 1. Team Blue Crew Yamaha ahead of Team Rees Honda at the moment. Out of this Aeon dipper. And heading into the turn 10 sweeper, this is all on at the moment. These guys have been never separated by more than a second. They've been on lap record pace with a 1:29.7. Still that fastest lap from Demon Damo, but if he can get some clear track, who knows what's going to happen. He's the closest he's ever been out of the sweeper. So the slipstream down the line into turn number 1. Al Hoogie takes a tight defensive line. Keep an eye on this one here. It's good defensive riding for a man who knows this track very well. Demon Damo got no answer up the inside, but he's right there. There's less than 2 bike lengths in it as they fly down the Liquid Molly straight. This is a brilliant part of the circuit. Nice flowing section, about 2nd gear on a Superbike, and then you go hard into the Icom corner. You got to watch the curb on the apex, and there we go. Al Hoogie's just done a great job through there and stretched that out to about a 10 bike length advantage as they go into the left-hander. And I tell you what, he was piling on the pressure a lap ago, and look at how Al Hoogie's responded. He just got the hammer down and flying at the moment. So there we go with that one there. Al Hoogie and Damon Rees. That's 1 and 2. We go back to Mitchell Rees ahead of Jake Lewis, and then go back to Scotty Moyer and Sloane Frost. That's that 4-way fight for the podium. The podium's certainly not decided yet. We've still got 5.5, 6 laps to go. And our Avon City Motorcycles Superbike Race 2 for the weekend.
All right, so looking back at Richie Niven pulling back, but what about Lee Munro, Johnny Lewis showing the Ducati flag out there for the Italian Masters? What about the beautiful brand Aprilia mixing it up there? Heath Bodick, a superb ride from Heath, and along with Aaron Scott, they're doing the best of those Superbike B riders. They've got Dave Sharp in there, campaigner for a few years, who's an awesome top-end Superbike rider. He's mixing with those boys, so they'll feel really cool about that transition. It's not, you're not literally on the track seeing a clear A and a clear B. The tail of the Superbikes A certainly coming with the front end of the Superbikes Bs. They're looking cool, so it's not really an A class and a B class. Probably a poor name to use. We'll try and think of something better than Superbike B, but there it is. A good mixing of from the Super Show out in front. It's all on with Al Hoogie and Damon Rees.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff. So that time there, the 1:31.2, so definitely a slower lap time from Damon Rees. So I didn't pick it up, but something definitely happened. Maybe it was 2 seconds slower than the lap before. So hopefully that bike's A-OK. He's certainly losing touch with Al Hoogie at the moment, so a bit of drama. He's pulling up down the back end of the circuit, so almost coming to a standstill into the Euromark left-hander. So drama for Damon Rees, definitely a lot slower that last lap around, and now just struggling with that bike at the moment. So that gives second place to his big brother Mitch. So Al Hoogie's now got a comfortable lead out on this one. Mitchell Rees in here at second place ahead of Jake Lewis. We've got Scotty Moyer and Sloane Frost, and that Team Rees Honda is definitely not on race pace. So a big bit of drama, and I think he's going to pull that off. Unfortunate stuff for Damon Rees. He was challenging for the lead 2 laps ago, and now just trying to limp that. So big drama here with 5 laps to go. Al Hoogie, the defending Superbike champion, takes a big bit of breathing room. Heading into the business end of this race here. 15-lap races, how cool is this? But that four-way fight has now got 2 positions in the podium up for grabs with these guys here. So the stakes have been lifted, and it's still Mitchell Rees ahead of Jake Lewis and Scotty Moyer. Then go back to Sloane Frost. So Al Hoogie's running away with this one, but the battle for the podium still rages on. We've got 4 laps to go in our race 2 for the weekend in our Avon City Motorcycles Superbike.
Here's the potential, Brad. You could have the 2 podium winners and no other placing. So in fact, it'll be these other guys that are fighting, like back here with Mitch and Scott and Sloane and Jake and Dan. They're the ones that'll be in contention for the overall points after the first 2 races. So it's 0 to 0 stuff. You're a hero winning a race, and then unfortunately you don't score in the next one. So wow, there's some upsets on the card.
Exactly. We're only a 4-round series this year as well. We were supposed to be 5 rounds last year, so only 12 races you can score points in. You really want to be scoring points in all of them. So a lot of drama in this championship, but we've got this one here with Al Hoogie at the moment.
Fantastic, and I want to hear a big local Canterbury cheer for this man, folks. The North Island has come down as an invasion to try and steal it from the locals, but I tell you what, when you've got people like Jake Lewis and Al Hoogie, and coincidentally both on Yamahas, you certainly can see that they're the locals and deserve the support. So we want to hear a lot of yelling. These guys out there will know your support, and particularly over that last lap, if you can get on your feet and give them some chants and cheers, it's your motion that'll be able to excite them and bring them home for some glory. So great to see, and a real good fight back here from Al Hoogie. This is fantastic. Such despair yesterday with Michelle late in the race, but they look to have been ironed out, and he's got it well and truly back on track, and let alone that, he's got a big margin out in front. This is winning of the highest calibre. Remembering, of course, this is the NZ #1 after all. Had it by default because, of course, at the time of the TT, the word COVID, well, I don't even know whether it appeared in our dictionary at that stage. So there he was then to go on. We were all thinking maybe we're coming back to do other rounds at both Manfield and Taupo. They never eventuated. So there you are. Some upsets that happened last year, all to do with that famous disease, but more importantly, Avon City Motorcycles, Superbike racing at the moment, and Al Hoogie out in front. The margin is 5.4. That's a significant margin. That's not just a win, that's a thrashing.
Yeah, he has definitely been pushed along by Damon Rees in the early part of that moto. Hopefully Damo's bike's A-OK. The Team Rees boys only brought the 2 bikes with them for this South Island leg, so just fingers crossed we can get that ironed out for the later on the Grand Prix. Damon Rees won the New Zealand Grand Prix here last year, and he'll be desperate to try and defend that title. He was looking class at the business end of this race, but now it's Al Hoogie who's in the 131, so definitely eased off that pace. We've got a 15-lap race and 3 laps to go, so those tyres will be starting to go off. It's very, very slippery out there at the moment, and interesting to note that little train in behind for the podium. Scotty Moyer's on a different tyre setup this year, so he's untested as to what those tyres do late in a race. He seems to be doing a great job at the moment. He's just in there in 4th place at the moment, but right on the back wheel now of Jake Lewis. So this one's on at the moment as we see Mitchell Rees ahead of Jake Lewis, Scotty Moyer, and then Sloane Frost, the veteran of the class, you can say these days. He's a former New Zealand Superbike champion there in 5th place, and just waiting to see what happens with these guys ahead of him. So across the line, we've got 3 laps to go. It's Al Hoogie in control of this one here. And then we go back to Damon Rees, Mitchell Rees, sorry, the older of the Team Rees racing Hondas. Damon mechanical, and then we've got Jake Lewis, Scotty Moyer, and Sloane Frost. Look at Scotty Moyer going to try and go up the inside of Jake Lewis. He's not going to quite be there, braking hard into turn 1. And this one here is all on here. Jake Lewis doing a great job defensively, but he's going to be in a lot of trouble here. 2 laps to go now in this one here, and it's all on, but it's Al Hoogie well out in front. 5.2 seconds the advantage, and he is in cruise control. We've got Mitchell Rees, Jake Lewis, Scotty Moyer go to Sloane Frost, then go to Daniel Medham. Good job in 6th place. Jay Nissan up into 7th on the M1 BMW. Brilliant stuff to have Jay Nissan. He's also a former Superbike champion, and cool to have him back on the racetrack here. Very talented young man flying at the moment.
Well, the year that he won the title was just so much for the underdog as well. He was just such a cool and laid-back character, and he just realised that, hey, he was just sort of pushing life along a little bit too hard, and he took a bit of a break. He was out of the sport for a while, and now he's just come back into the lower end again and just starting to build up again. So take nothing away from him. Man, when he was a champion, he turned our fields upside down. We'd never seen a super kid come along like that in a long time. So as a young gun, certainly turning heads in our sport, and still out there doing it thanks to M1 Motorsport on that BMW S1000RR. But great work out there. It's that fight, Brad, that's going on for really that second place. Any of those four could get there. We know that Mitch got a slight advantage, and he just dragged away with him just to take a bit of a break, but then the dabble's on for those others behind them. Maybe they're going to let Mitch alone because there's so much fighting it out for that third position. But there we go with the number one. It's the Al Hoogie show here in Canterbury, doing it so well. That's the 62. And then the battle's on again, and we still go to the three of them to fight it out. Man, oh man, who wants it the most? That's what you've got to ask in this Avon City Motorcycles Superbike battle. The battle on there between Jake Lewis, Scott Moyer and Sloane Frost.
Yeah, it's all Al Hoogie at the moment. He's out in front, but there's lap traffic in front of these guys in that freight train, so always a bit of an iffy moment when you come across a lapper on the last lap. White flag's out, we've got one to go. Al Hoogie, he had the decent advantage last time around, and then you got Mitchell Rees. He's sort of broken clear of that three-way fight. Chopper Frost has got himself right in the mix as well, so check it out on the TSS Motorcycles Suzuki GSX-R 1000. He's now in well and truly contention with this podium. It's Jake Lewis, Scotty Moyer and Sloane Frost. 1 and 2 have sort of bolted, but these guys here are battling it out. At the moment, we've got Dan Benham doing a good job there, 6th place for him, but it's this one here, the battle for the minor money. Al Hoogie, he's into the Southern Salvage S's for the final time in this 15-lap race. It's been an epic encounter. We hope Damon Reeves is A-OK to carry on with this weekend. Had to pull him with bike trouble, so that's a bit of drama as we had Al with bike troubles yesterday. So our two race winners looking like they're going to be sole point scoring in their race wins. This one here, Al Hoogie, he's out at turn 10. Mitchell Reeves is just in behind him, but the three-way fight is still with Jake Lewis, so a wonderful defensive job. And Jake Lewis, he's got it all in control. Out of the turn 10 sweep, we've got the checkered flag out for Al Hoogie's going to win it. Mitchell Reeves is going to cross the line for second. It's going to start with Jake Lewis ahead of Scotty Moyer, and then go back to Sloane Frost. So no change, but the kitchen sink and more was thrown at that battle for the podium. Al Hoogie is going to win on the Blue Crew Yamaha. Mitchell Reeves is going to get second place. So back-to-back podiums for Mitchell Reeves. He's doing a great job this weekend. And then go back to the second of the Blue Crew Yamaha is Jake Lewis, rounding out our podium. So frantic pace from these guys here. We'll keep an update as they cross the line. And we go Al Hoogie. He takes the win. Mitch Reeves, Jake Lewis actually go back to Scotty Moyer ahead of Sloane Frost. Daniel Benham gets through for 6th place ahead of Jaden Hassan in 7th. We go David Hall and Jaden Carrick 8th and 9th, and then Aaron Scott, our first of our Superbike Bs.
Well, courtesy of Yamaha Blue Crew 360 Logistics. Toggle Centre, Pirelli tyres. Jake Lewis, the Canterbury man, joins them. But man, oh man, you had to work for that one, Jake.
Yeah, certainly did. It was a bit harder than what I was hoping, to be honest. But no, really good race. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I made a couple of silly mistakes, which put me back with those guys because Damon and Al were pretty close. So, but happy to be back on the box. It's great for Yamaha, obviously, both bikes up here. So yeah, let's hope we can do the same again tomorrow. Oh, sorry, this afternoon. And I have to say happy birthday to my mum. She's over at the hairpin watching, so happy birthday.
Oh, beautiful words, Jake. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Well, here we go. We've had a different person on first place each time, but on 40 points, this man holds the lead for the championship after 2 races. But yesterday or Al today, Mitch, you're just not quite there.
Yeah, that was a terrible start. So, hey, to be fair, I really enjoyed that race. It was good battling with Jake and Scotty and Dan and stuff. It was wicked fun. Yeah, it just would be nice to be, you know, at the front to begin with instead of, you know, sort of had to make my way through. But we got race 3 for that, and I'm actually feeling pretty fresh, so I'm ready to go.
Well, indeed. What about the circuit? What's our temperature like out there?
At the moment, I would have said it's pretty good as a riding temperature. Real comfortable, pretty happy. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how hot it gets this afternoon. Hopefully not too bad.
Indeed. What are the conditions out there, like wind and the track surface? Everything pretty good for Ruapuna for this time of year?
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's we've definitely had it worse in the past. It seems pretty good today. The track's pretty clean. So, yeah, the guys have done a good job here, and the whole crew of MNZ and the whole team at Ruapuna, it's bloody awesome.
Well done, beautiful words. Thank you for that, Mitch, as we take an opportunity. Well done. Where's the Al Hoogie fan club today? Indeed. All right, Al, the gremlins of yesterday have gone and you race today, but, oh, you guys out there are immense. Damon put the pressure on. Whatever problems are, we'll find out shortly. And you were sort of let off a little bit, but right at that point, you had to work hard.
Yeah, I knew well, who knows what's going to happen off the line. There's I knew there was a group of 6 of us, and then it sort of got to a group of 2. I thought it's just going to be the Damo and L show, and then I just saw a 0.0 on my board the whole lap, and then a massive gap. So we just kept on riding, and obviously something happened to Damo. So it's swings and roundabouts. There's bad luck and good luck in the sport. So it's nice to see put the #1 bike on the #1 spot, and just big thanks to Yamaha. We're sort of over yesterday, and it's a new day today, and hopefully we can carry on and claw back these points.
Well, you've got your MCI clubmate and Jake standing alongside you. This is awesome for the club because the local's starting to come through at the time when it counts.
Yeah, for sure. It's awesome to see Jake and another Yamaha on the podium, of course, trying to keep the Hondas and Suzukis at bay, and especially at our local track. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. So we'll see what we can do in the next race.
There we go, Alistair Hugenbosom, along with Mitch Rees, and into Jake Lewis. 3 superstars of Superbike racing, part of our package. With Pirelli, you'll see 3 Pirelli caps. Power is nothing without control. The world's best tyre right here in New Zealand with Aon Insurance and our friends from Sky Sport. Bringing it to you next, the world's best sport, 2021 New Zealand NZSBK. Bring it on.
right, this one here is on here. 10-lap Pro Twin race. All on the 650 Pro Twin, so this is going to be good. The man on pole, SJ Cavell on the Eastfield Engineering, CD Vandermeer Builders, Suzuki. We've got the man inside him, Carl Hooper, race 1 winner from yesterday. And on the borrowed bike, have a bit of a spill on Friday. The borrowed bike, the KIP racing machine, that's Ben Rosendale's bike that he won the championship on 2 years ago and was top 3 on last year as well. So here we go with this one here. This is going to be 10 laps. Pro Twin, a good start from the 49 on the outside of the front row. We've got Jared Horn in the mix as well. So this one here, we've got 11 out on track at the moment, 650 Pro Twin Racing, and we are going to get a new champion this year. Nathan Jane not with us this year, defending champion. We've got Zach Fuller, he's gone into Pro Twin Racing, and Ben Rosendale taking a bit of time off to build his house. So the top 3 from last year all not coming back. That leaves the field wide open, and it's SJ Cavell, number 41 machine, flying down the back straight at the moment. He's leading this one here, but look at them with the 3 wide braking for second place. Jared Horn's going to out-brake himself, going a bit deep. That's a bit of drama for him. We've got Alex Butts and Nick Southerwood. They're battling it out there, hammer and tong. So good racing here from these guys. And the Trevor Pierce Motorcycles Pro Twins, Trevor Pierce Yamaha, really nice shop there in Ferry Road in Christchurch, and the home of Yamaha in the Canterbury area. But right now we've got SJ Cavell out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Brilliant stuff from these Pro Twin guys. The 650 twin cylinder machines always get some great racing. They've got production tyre rules and other sort of rules to keep parity in the power and class of this racing. And it's great to have the Pro Twins. I call them the Pro Twins family because they all work together. They all swap parts with each other and help each other out on race day. You've got the man who won yesterday, won on a borrowed bike. So that just shows you how cool the Pro Twin family is. They all pit next to each other and make a bit of an atmosphere out of it. And we've got 11 out on track at the moment, ready for this 10-lap race 2 for the weekend. As we see this one here down the front straight, the number 41 Eastfield Engineering legend. He's a UBT board member. If you SJ Cavell, let's hope he can carry on with this one here. 144 out lap, so he's flying. Nick Southerwood's led in second place, Vaughan Main. And then go back to Carl Hooper with Alex Butts and Jared Horn. Dropped back to 6 after outbreaking himself in the Euromark left-hander. Chris Burt, Elware, Angus Boyd, Josh Doblay rounding out our top 10. With Tim Green, a non-starter there, so hopefully everything's okay with Tim. As this one here, it's raging on for the battle for second place. There's 5 of them involved in it at the moment as SJ Cavell. He's well in command of this one here. We've got another couple of battles in behind as well. This one here, 10 lapper, so Pro Twins get some feature length race. They've got a Grand Prix up for grabs later on today. So that's always going to be good to watch to get a 10-lap Grand Prix race later on our program. The track temperature's definitely lifting. It's quite a warm sunny day here in the Garden City in Mike Perry Motorsport Park. Look, an absolute treat. It's got full of green grass. We normally come here and it looks like something out of the Sahara in this part of the region, but we have had a lot of rain over the last month here in the Canterbury area. And the place looking tip-top. This is good racing here. 650 Pro Twins. SJ Cavell, the 41, he's in cruise control at the moment. Got a decent gap, about a 15-20 bike length advantage, but it is now the number 28. Carl Hooper's got himself up into second place and is after the race leader. So we'll keep an eye on these split times because I'd say this one's going to come down to it. It's a massive 10-lap race for these guys. And the battle for the podium is certainly going to be all on Vaughan Main, Alex Butts and Jared Horn and Nick Southerwood. Some experienced campaigners in there with a bit of youth as well coming down to the wire. So 2 laps down, SJ Cavell, 1:43.15, pretty much matched for pace by Carl Hooper. So keep an eye on that one. It's 2.334. That is the gap between first and second, but then there's less than a second covering from third, fourth, fifth and sixth. It's Nick Southerwood ahead of Jared Horn, Vaughan Main and Alex Butson. That's our little four-way fight for third place. Good job from Carl Hooper. Managed to get himself through that freight train. He's now in a comfy second place, and he's flying down the back straight, braking hard into the Euromark left-hander. But that four-way fight, that's red hot. So there's some definite experience here. Jared Horn's managed to get himself right to the head of that. He's on. Got Vaughan Main in there as well, Alex Butts and Nick Southerwood. So some experienced campaigners and some youth in there. Great to have Jared Horn. First trip to Ruapuna. And got a podium here yesterday, so he's loving that. And now finds himself right in the thick of this action here with this one here, 7.5 laps to go. Pro Twin Racing. Thank you to Trevor Pierce Motorcycles. He's been a long-time supporter of motorcycling Canterbury. And and great to have his support on there. Passionate about all things motorbike. Look it up on www.tpyamaha.co.nz, tpyamaha.co.nz, or look him up at Ferry Road in Christchurch. A beautiful shop there, and certainly Canterbury's motorcycle destination store. This one here is the Pro Twins. We've got 10-lapper here. We've got another 10-lapper coming up later on for these guys. That's going to be the New Zealand Grand Prix title. Can't wait till we start handing out some titles. The first country in the world to be handing out domestic Superbike Racing Championship trophies. And the Grand Prix are going to come alive. So we've got this one here. We've got a couple of ways over this, and then we have a bit of a lunch break. And then get geared up for our big afternoon of racing. Great to have a crowd in as well. Big welcome to you guys. Great to have crowds at New Zealand motorcycling events. You look all over the world, and empty stadiums, it just doesn't quite feel the same, so we're very lucky, and it's great to have you on board here on a beautiful sunny day at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. Right now we're in the thick of this one here. It's a 10-lap Pro Twin race. SJ Cavell leads ahead of Carl Hooper, but Carl was the fastest man on track last time around. It was a 1:39.9. He was 4 tenths quicker than SJ, so he's got that gap down to just on 2 seconds. So look out for this one here. The man on the move is the man in second place. He's coming for SJ. SJ's got 6.5 laps to weather the storm. Carl Hooper, the man who won this race last year, he's on the borrowed bike and flying at the moment. The battle for the podium still with Jared Horn, but Nick Southerwood, Alex Button and Vaughan Main. That's the three-way fight there. They are hammer and tongs through the Fulton Hogan S's at the moment. It's great to watch these guys through there. We've got 10 guys still on the lead lap. We'll update you now on SJ Cavell. He's leading ahead of Carl Hooper, but it's only 2 seconds that gap, so it's coming down every lap. Jared Horn, Nick Southerwood, Alex Butts and Vaughan Main. That's the battle you can see for the podium, right down to 6th place. We've got Chris Burt, Al Ware and Angus Boyd. Angus, another local man here on the Suzuki SV Twin as well. And then we've got Josh Doblay rounding out our top 10. So the Pro Twin boys have spread themselves out along this Mike Perry Motorsport Park, looking an absolute treat. And SJ Cavell, we'll keep an eye on these times here, because I think that gap looks like it's come down even more on track. We're going to look down the front straight at the moment. SJ on the 41, the Butylene Oils machine. He crosses the line as a 1:39.9 and then a 1:39.4 for Carl Hooper, so takes half a second out of him. It's down to 1.6 now, so 1.6 seconds the gap, and he can see it. It's definitely coming down on the track as well. They're flying down the Liquid Molly straight at the moment, but the battle for the podium rages through turn number 1. It's a great corner on a Pro Twin machine. It's sort of a sweeping left-hander with a couple of apexes you got to hit. Jared Horn still doing a good job in 3rd place. Alex Button, Nick Southerwood and Vaughan Main almost inseparable around the Icon corner at the moment. So this one here is looking good. SJ Cavell, Carl Hooper, but look at that. Carl definitely the fastest man on track at the moment. He was a 1:39.4. That's the fastest anyone's gone around here today on a Pro Twin machine. This one here, 6 laps to go, so a massive 10-lap race. These guys have got to use the same set of tyres the entire weekend, so that'll all come into play when we go 10-lap Grand Prix racing as well. If we get some more heat in that track, it could certainly come into play. These guys have got about 70 to 80 odd horsepower underneath them with these SV650 Suzukis, and certainly enough there to chew up a bit of a tyre over a hot weekend like we've got at the moment. So first SJ Cavell, but Carl Hooper, the man on a mission. He is in 2nd place, and he's got right up on the back of SJ. So the battle for the lead is now almost hammer and tongs. Around the turn 10 sweep, we've got Jared Horn, great job in 3rd place. He's sort of broken clear of those other guys as well, so he's got 3rd on his own, ahead of Alex Butson, who's trying to put a little bit of a squeeze on as well. Nick Southerwood and Vaughan Wayne fighting out for 5th and 6th. As we look down the front straight here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park, SJ Cavell leads ahead of Jared Horn and Carl Hooper in 2nd place. So that one there, last time around, he was at 1:39.9 for Jared at 1:40.5, so he's 6 tenths quicker. It's down to just a second, and you can see it on track. It's almost virtually not a lead anymore. It's almost a fight now. So 5 laps to go. We're at half race distance, and SJ Cavell on the Butylene Oils, Bridgestone Oil, CD Vandermeer Builders, Eastwell Engineering Dyno Lab thing. He's flying. We've got Dan from Highway Tyres as chief mechanic this weekend, so pretty happy with that podium result yesterday, and looking to maximise this one here. Big shout out to SJ Cavell. He's also a Motorcycle New Zealand board member. Great to have our board members out on track. We've got Dennis Charlotte racing in the sidecars. We've got Rod Price, the chief mechanic at the Helicraft race team. And we've also got Scotty Wilkins. Big shout out to Scott Wilkins here as well. So 4 of our board members here. We've also got our president, Noel May. Big welcome to Noel and Motorcycling New Zealand, bringing us in some trying times, a brilliant NZSBK New Zealand Superbike Championship. It's coming alive Here at Mike Perrin Motorsport Park, we go in a week's time to Levels International Raceway in Timaru, so we can't wait for that one there. We always get great racing at Timaru, and this one here is going to come down to the wire as well. This one here, 5 laps in, 5 laps to go. SJ Cavell desperately holding off the fight from the man on a mission. He had some wins in the Suzuki International Series on post-classic machinery. He won the F3 race at the Cemetery Circuit as well, so a young man, just a teenager. Carl Hooper, but doing some wonderful things. He's got that gap to almost nothing in it at the moment. They're out of the turn 10 sweeper and flying down the front straight. Great job from Jared Horn. He's still sort of kept touch with his front duo as well. So 3rd place for Jared on that machine. So it's down to 7/10 of a second. So he only took a couple of tenths that time around. It's down to 0.7. 4 laps to go, though. This is going to be a big 4 laps for SJ Cavell. It's 1 point to be quicker than someone else, but you've still got to make the pass in these 650 Pro Twin machinery. You've got to hold your corner speed and be very accurate because they don't have the horsepower to drive out of the corners. You've got to be really good with your passing manoeuvres. So this one here is about to come to a head. It's that beautiful looking blue and yellow Puline Oils machine out in front. But look at that one climb right on the back wheel. Carl, certainly business on the Benno Rosendale KIP former New Zealand winning machine. He's going to find himself right in the thick of it through Fulton Hogan. We've still got 4 laps to go in this one, that battle for the lead. This one is one of those commentators, ones you build it up and it's about to come alive. Carl Hooper, the fastest man on track. He's a 1:39.484. That was back a couple of laps ago, and consistently lapping in the 1:39. So that's the dream when you've got to use the same tyre all weekend to get yourself in a groove and settle into a rhythm. Don't outbrake yourself. No aggressive accelerating and lighten up that back wheel. Great years ahead of his time. Riding performance at the moment from the number 28 machine. It's a borrowed bike too, so he had a crash on his machine on Friday, jumped on that one there. He's already won a race already this weekend and now finding himself in 2nd place. So the battle for the lead is 1 and 2. We've still got Jared Horn there in 3rd place. He's done a great job. He's got a 2.5 second gap back to Alex Butson, so really has broken free in that podium fight. And we go to Alex Butson. He's in 4th place, 4 meters up now into 5th ahead of Nick Southerwood. Chris Burt still in 7th place, and Al Ware. Good to have Al, one of the, I'd say, godfathers of Pro Twin racing. He's one of the real legends of this one here. He's on the 22 machine. Back in 8th place, we've got Angus Boyd and Josh Doblay there, 9th and 10th. And this one here is still about 0.5 of a second, so he only took less than a tenth out of him that lap around. So good response here from SJ Cavell. He just locked the fastest lap of the race for him. It's a 1:39.7, so he was just a little bit slower than Carl Hooper, but certainly finding pace when he needs to. And 3 laps to go. It's all on here. Trevor Pearce Motorcycles Pro Twin Thriller. We've got a 10-lapper coming up for them later on as well. They're going to have a fight for the New Zealand Grand Prix. I can't wait to start handing those out. Always something extra. Normally, it'd just be a standard old 3rd and final race of the weekend, but these ones are extra special, the New Zealand Grand Prix titles. So that one there coming up after our lunch break. We've got Supersport 600s and Supersport 300s still to come on our program for their 2nd race of the weekend. And then we go for a bit of a lunch break and come back firing with our New Zealand Grand Prix titles. The first country in the world to give away New Zealand titles. And it's certainly on here. We've got Carl Hooper now right on the back wheel of SJ Cavell, so we can't keep our eyes off this one. Out of the sweeper they go, and this is brilliant stuff from these guys. Our Trevor Pearce Motorcycles Pro Twin Racing. Thank you to all our sponsors this weekend. We can't do it without them. And have a look at this one here. We're going to have 2 laps to go. Almost nothing. It's down to 0.2 of a second. We've got a new fastest lap of the race. 1:39.334. So that's brilliant. Bailey Perriden's lap record from 1:37.9. It's we're a little way off that at the moment, but great pace from these guys. SJ just responded with the fastest lap of his race, but it was 3/10 slower than Carl. So look at this one here. As we see them, they're down into the icon corner, and it has swapped around, so the move has been done. It's now a new race leader. Carl Hooper has just reeled him in slowly but surely, and with 2 laps to go, pulls the trigger, and we've got a new race leader. So Carl Hooper takes over the lead of this one. SJ Cavell has little answer at the moment. Talking to SJ, this morning, and he said he's feeling really good. He's nice and fit and healthy. Looking forward to the championship. He's on the Bridgestone tyre, so he said he'll come alive at the end of the weekend when these guys burn their ones off. So that's all he can hope for at the moment, because he's lost the lead. It's now with Carl Hooper. SJ settling into second place. Jared Horn still in third place. Quite a comfy third now as well. So this could be online for back-to-back podiums if you can bring this home in the last lap and a half. We've got Alex Butson, good fourth place finish on the cards for him. Vaughan Main, Nick Southerwood. That battle's been raging on the entire race, and it's still going at the moment. Al Ware, Chris Burt, Angus Boyd and Josh Doblay. That's our 10 runners out there in our brilliant Trevor Pearce Motorcycles Pro Twin event here. We've got around out of the final corner here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. It's a beautiful place and a nice sunny day here in the Garden City. Now the white flag ready and waiting, so white flag out, 1 lap to go. Across the line for the final time. Race number 2 of the weekend, and another fastest lap of the race, so just getting quicker and quicker. And he's stretched it. He's already got a 0.5 of a second advantage. So Carl Hooper, this has been quite a statement he's made so far out of turn number 1. SJ got half a second to try and make something happen here on the final lap of this 10-lapper. And just seems to have no answer at the moment, Carl Hooper. Just absolutely brilliant pace at the moment. One race, one in emphatic style. Had to do it hard this time around, reeled SJ in and got the move done. And now we've got Carl Hooper ahead of SJ Cavell. Jared Horn still the one in third place, and he has a 3.8 second gap back to Alex Butson, and fourth Vaughan Main, Nick Southerwood. Man, that's been a cool little battle as well. Fifth and sixth, Al Ware, Chris Burt, Angus Boyd and Joshua Doblay. That one there. Our 10 runners still here in our Pro Twin race 2 for the weekend, and we are on the final lap. Our leaders coming down the front straight, going into the Southern Salvage S's. And look at SJ, he's just managed to sneak back a little bit of that gap, but it's going to be a big move from here. It's a 5 bike length advantage to Carl Hooper through the Aon Dipper. Come out of there. Nice and tidy job. It's a pretty good performance from Carl Hooper. Set fastest lap after fastest lap and just got quicker and quicker as the race went on. SJ Cavell is coming around the final corner at the moment, but it is just not quite close enough. It's going to be the number 28. He's going to go back-to-back and win the second race of the Pro Twins for this weekend. It's Carl Hooper gets his name on that one there. SJ Cavell is going to finish second, only by 0.6 of a second, but SJ's got that trick up his sleeve. He's got the harder compound tyre, so he's hoping to come alive at the end of the weekend. But still lapping in the 1:39, so certainly these boys are on pace at the moment. Jared Horn, another podium, back-to-back podiums on his first visit to Ruapuna, so he'll be loving that. Alex Butson gets through for 4th place. We go to Vaughan Main in 5th place as well. Some pretty good results there. Alex Butson, Vaughan Main, that's 4th and 5th. We've got Nick Southerwood ahead of Al Ware, and then we go back to Chris Burt, Angus Boyd, Josh Doblay. That's our top 10, so some good battles still raging on, so these positions are not done for at all. As we see this one here, going to feel pretty good for Carl Hooper. He's logged the win, 2 from 2 so far, and odds-on favourite to take out that Grand Prix title when we go racing later on this afternoon with the Pro Twins. And thank you to Trevor Pearce Motorcycles. There we go. So Al Ware just gets home ahead of Chris Burt. That's 7th and 8th across the line. And out of the final corner, looks to be Angus Boyd's going to hang on to that one there. So Angus Boyd for 9th, and Josh is going to grab 10th place. So some pretty good championship points there as we rage on with that one there. But your podium shapes up with Carl Hooper on top, SJ Cavell and Jared Horn. Repeat podium from yesterday. And looking like this one's going to come down to a pretty good Grand Prix later on, all on the Suzuki SV650 machinery. We're going to cross down to Neil, who will have our Trevor Pearce Motorcycles Pro Twins podium, Carl Hooper, SJ and Jared Horn.
Yes, indeed. Just before we get our bikes down here, an opportunity to catch up with our President of Motorcycling New Zealand, Noel May. Noel had got up early yesterday morning, drove from Timaru to Christchurch, addressed the riders at Riders Briefing, explained where we've come from in the last 9 months of what this country's been through as a whole and what the world's been blasted with. Here we are, Noel. Man, the crowd's on the embankment, the people are here, the competitors are here. You've got to have the biggest smile on your face of anybody, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. This is the lucky country, isn't it? We really are it. Better do. Everyone's in, they're having a great time, terrific racing, and you know the weather's put on here in Canterbury. It's just a wonderful event, and it's great to be back and doing it. It's you know, we are very privileged over here in New Zealand to be doing what we're doing in this COVID situation.
All right, hey, let's look at some other things, positives that Scott Wilkins was pointing out before. New members to Motorcycle New Zealand increased by 25%. That's a great coup.
It is. It just shows that when we've come out of the lockdown period, the people that stepped up and looked at our sport and wanted to get into it, and there's a bit of money staying in New Zealand now, so it's worked really well for us in a positive. It's just wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you indeed, Noel May, President of Motorcycling New Zealand. So great to have him as a volunteer in our sport with us today. Thank you, Noel, for that indeed. Look at this for a podium. The boys, in fact, are a repeat of that, of what they did yesterday. These Pro Twins, just an amazing motorcycle. Really do love what they have to offer in our sport. Pity we didn't have Chris or others on the MTs that we've had as well over the past few years, but taking nothing away from Suzuki. They're a beautiful motorcycle, but love the Pro Twins, the sound of them, the performance of them. It's a great stepping stone, really, between any of those smaller classes, 150, 250, 300s. Go to the 650, actually, before you go to the 600. Sounds a little odd, but in fact, because they're a twin compared to triples and multis, not quite the power of the big bike, so a nice interim step as we go racing. Well, Jared, repeat performance. You're standing back in the same pace. You owned this real estate yesterday. How's it on the racetrack?
Yeah, I got a pretty rubbish start today, and it was just too much hard work trying to catch up to these guys, so I thought I'd just sit in the same spot again and just conserve tyres and just save the energy for the 12 lapper. Yeah, I'm pretty knackered. But yeah, huge thanks to Lee at Kip Racing. He's set the bike up amazingly. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be on the podium, you know. He's just been an absolute legend. Thanks to my other sponsors, YSS, Pirelli, RST, AGV, BRM Dyno, Pyro. Yeah, without those guys, it's be a lot harder. It's awesome.
Well done, Jared. Jared Horn with us, a newcomer, which is great to see. Well, SJ, yesterday we were looking for the excuses, and here you are back here. You had it, and then you lost it.
Yeah, mate. Hey, look, that's the way it goes. I got a good start and put my head down, and I was watching on the pit board and could see that Carl, I knew someone was coming, and I guessed it would have been Carl, so credit to him. He's done a massive job this weekend, especially the challenges he's faced on Friday with his practice and his bike engine and stuff. So, hey, good on him. He's riding really well, and but we've got 12 laps in the heat this afternoon, and I'm feeling pretty good, Neil.
All right, hey, tracks like next weekend to go to levels, a little bit tighter, more of a workers track. I think you'll be back on an advantage there, won't you?
Yeah, I love Timaru. It's probably my favourite track, and I'm really confident down there, so looking to be standing there all next weekend, Neil.
Good work, SJ. Loving it, loving it. Well, here he is, the superstar, and Carl to join us. Well done. Look at that smile. That's much better. Carl Hooper, a star through the Suzuki Series, riding in post-classics and also in Formula 3. Now the step to Pro Twins. Loving this bike, Carl?
Oh, this bike's amazing, you know. Got off to a shocking start. You know, had to pass Vaughan and Nick. You know, credit to them. They got flyers of starts, and I could see SJ was going, and he started pulling a bit of a lead, and then I just worked away at him, and I saw there was a few issues on the gear changes going down the front straight, so I caught up quite a bit towards the end there, and you know, I was only going to ever make a safe move because I wasn't going to risk crashing, so put a move on him and just managed it from there. But now really enjoying these Pirelli tyres, you know. Look forward to the challenge this afternoon. SJ seems pretty confident, and so he should be, you know, but I'm looking forward to the challenge and yeah, to bring it in race 3.
Yeah, it will be great. Hey, from a young 18-year-old from Taupo, you've got a few days to spend in between here in the South Island. What are some of the things you might be thinking of doing this week?
Oh, actually, I've got to fly back up to Taupo and go back to work, so I can pay to be racing. So so we're flying back up on Monday morning and then back down Thursday morning. So yeah, up to work.
Well done. Well, somebody's got to do it. Tell us about the line of work you're involved with.
I work at Rotor and Wing Maintenance. It's my grandparents' business. It's like helicopter maintenance.
Okay.
So I work out there. I do a whole lot of things, from helping out on the helicopters and some design work on the computer. So yeah, good fun.
Great work. Nice for a young fella. Well done. Well, here you are, folks, our stars, and starting to tell us a little bit about who they are and what they do for their other life. Because of course we're all having fun with motorcycle sport. Proudly brought to us in conjunction with Pirelli Aon Insurance, and we love it. It's Sky Sport Next, coming at you all around the world. This is the 2021 New Zealand Superbike Road Racing. Bring it on.
All right, this one here starting to get ready to go. This is a 15-lap Supersport 600 race, and man, these guys were good yesterday. Should be a cracker here, 15 laps here. They've got a 16-lap Grand Prix race as well, so these guys have a pretty brutal schedule. They go now, and then there's about 3 more races, and they back it up with a 16-lapper, so physically demanding stuff for these guys. 15-lap race, and these guys were fast. They were on lap record pace when we went practice qualifying early yesterday morning. We'll keep an eye on that one there. We've got Dale Finch on pole, Rogan Chandler, Seth Devereaux, Avalon Biddle, and that's your front row superstars here in our Supersport 600 class. We've got a good start from Rogan Chandler, good start as well from Avalon Finance, Kawasaki. This one's going to be all on as they go down and fly into turn 1. I think it's the bright yellow machine. It looks like Avalon Biddle's going to get into turn 1 ahead of Dale Finch. We've got action and plenty. Zach Fuller's got a good start as well, so he's up into 3rd place. This is all on here. Rogan Chandler, after getting a pretty good jump, has managed to make a hard work of himself, but he's got a good dive up there on Icon corner. Good move, Rogan Chandler. Gets up to 4th place, but at the moment, Dale Finch going to have a look up the inside of Avalon Biddle. Not quite close enough there. We've got 15 laps here, so no point doing anything too brave in turn number 3. Avalon Biddle, this is going to be pretty good. She now lives in the Canterbury area, formerly from Auckland, and now she is flying here on the number 50. 50 years of MTF finance for 2021. And that's part of the reason Av's got the 50 on board. She's a former 600 Supersport champion from a couple of seasons ago. And last year, I'll tell you, if it wasn't for bad luck, she would have had no luck at all. She only finished 3 of the 9 races last year in the Supersport 600 campaign. So this is going to feel pretty good. She's out there in the lead at the moment. Dale Finch putting on a lot of pressure, though, in 2nd place on the Scott Structural Triumph. Great to have Dale here. Really one of the hot shots and odds on. One of the favourites to win this title. Rogan Chandler will be hoping he can make quick work of the field. We've got a good start from Zach Fuller. He's sitting there in about 3rd place. Then go back to Rogan. We've got Seth Devereaux on the beautiful MV Augusta, thanks to the Helicraft race team. Just a beautiful presentation all around from the Augusta team. We're going to 3 Nick Kane, Tama Walker, Hamish Fox, Jacob Pearson, Luca Durden. Ready to get out top 10. We've got 10 runners out on track. 14 laps to go. This is brilliant, and we've got a new race leader. Dale Finch has gone up the inside of turn 1, so it didn't take him long. He is absolutely flying. He won race 1 dominant fashion, and now picking up where he left off there. So flying at the moment. Dale Finch leads. Avalon Biddle then go to Zach Fuller. Rogan Chandler there in 4th place. Rogan up the inside of Zach, though. Has he got the brakes done? I think that's a good move. Well done to Rogan Chandler. He's got that move done. So up into 3rd place already. So he's not mucking around either. He knows that if Dale Finch gets away with this one, he's going to be very hard to reel in. So Rogan Chandler with work to do. And also Seth Devereaux now pulling on some pressure there. So this top 5 red hot at the moment, and any one of these guys can win this race, but it's at the moment with Dale Finch on the Scott Structural Triumph, former New Zealand Speedway champion. He's just the man on 2 wheels and flying at the moment. Av certainly not letting him get away though, so look at this one here with open eyes into the Southern Salvage S as we go. Good stuff from Rogan Chandler. Didn't get a good start. He was buried in about 7th place, and he's just piled on the moves, and now we're up into 3rd place, and this is going to be good. Zach Fuller on the Team Rees Honda. He's doing a good job. 4th place. Seth Devereaux. He's done quite a few laps around Ruapuna and loving that MV Augusta. Sounds absolutely beautiful, that machine. And with the Helicraft racing team in behind him. The man who now lives in Cromwell. I never thought I'd ever introduce Seth Devereaux living anywhere else in Tapanui, but now living in Cromwell. So a big shout out to on the number 11 machine. 5th place at the moment. We've got Nick Kane, Darwin Walker, 6th and 7th. Hamish Fox, good job on his first year on a 608th place. We've got Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning ready to go to the top 10. And this one here flying at the moment. Dale Finch leads Avalon Biddle and then go back to Rogan Chandler. So the front 3 sort of just sneaking off in the distance. Zach Fuller, good job in 4th place ahead of Seth Devereaux. But there we go, Rogan Chandler already having a look up the inside of Av, and I think another good move into the left hand. He loves that corner. Did the job on Zach Fuller a lap ago, and now just set that up beautifully. So Rogan Chandler, the man on a mission on the Blue Crew Yamaha. We've already seen his teammate Al Hoogie win race 2 of the Superbikes for this weekend, their first race of the day. So this one here shaping up pretty good here at the moment. So Dale Finch leads on the Scott Structural Triumph out of the Casino Carousel, and then go back now to Rogan Chandler. So we saw these guys have some great battles in the Suzuki International Series. This one's going to be no different. So at the moment, The gap was just on 0.8 of a second when they crossed the line last time around, but I think that's already looks a bit less than that on track. Rogan Chandler, keep an eye on this one here. We've still got a massive 13 laps to go. 600 Supersport Racing. Thanks to Dynoworks. Shout out to Ruddy and the team. Truly world-class dyno tuning. Look at dynoworkstuning@gmail.com or dynoworks.co.nz and ask for Ruddy. He's got some parts and accessories there as well, so he does full engine rebuilds, performance upgrades, tyres, parts and accessories, motorcycle tuning. Nice guy, so Dynoworks bringing us the 600 Supersport action.
Well, with Dale Fitch out in front, I want to do a shout out to Seth by Already Park Speedway hitting the New Zealand Solo Speedway Grand Prix last night. Congratulations to Brandon Wilson, the 5 times winner of that title. He's becoming a new legend of Speedway in the country, so a shout out. Of course, we'll be there for the Birtman Road Challenge, just literally 5 weeks away. Quickly with us here in the box at the moment, we've got Mitch Reeves, fresh from his 2-2 performance through those 2 races. And Mitch, congratulations. Our quick points update give you at least 11, if not 12 points that you've got for some consistency there. But first one is, what happened to Bro?
Yeah, had the same issues I had at Wanganui and in practice yesterday. Unfortunately, camshaft sensor, we had 3 of them go now, which is a little bit of a worry, but lucky we got spares, so we should be good and locked and loaded. I mean, I'm lucky enough that mine has races, but hey, it's just a minor thing. It's not really a big deal. It could be a lot worse.
Right, we'll go back to Brad and we'll come back to Mitch for another chat later on, Brad, because this is super exciting. Great out in front, well done. 600 Supersport brought to us by Dynoworks. #1 tuning extraordinaire, Mr. Andrew Rudd out of Ashburton. Let's go racing.
Yeah, this one here is on 1:31.9, so just 0.8 of a second off lap record pace, so this is going to be good. Dale Finch leads Rogan Chandler by 1.5 seconds when they crossed the line last time around. They're about to cross now and start lap number 3 with 11 to go. Rogan Chandler's still desperate to try and get in the back once he lets Dale Finch run away with this one. He was just on about 2/10 slower that lap around the Dale Finch. Dale Finch sneaks out to a 1:31.8 that lap around, a 1.7 advantage. So Dale Finch just slowly turning the screws. It is a long race. We've still got 11 laps to go. But already advantage Dale Finch. Rogan Chandler, after that shocker start, up into second place and doing a great job there. Avalon Biddle. Pretty happy with her. He's on the backup bike this weekend, just couldn't find anything going well with the other bike, so put that other bike on. Down a few horsepower on her normal race bike, but she's doing a great job. Former 600 Supersport champion. They're in 3rd place, and the new kid on the block, Zach Fuller, on that Team Rees Honda 5-blade 600. Brilliant job from him. Come alive at the streets of Wanganui. It was so cool to see him take a win around the cemetery circuit. And now here he is, top 4 racing at Supersport 600 the Nationals. We've got Seth Devereaux. He's quite an experienced campaigner, and now on the MV Augusta of Hallicraft Racing. He's in 5th place. Nick Cainter, Owen Walker, Hamish Fox, Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning. That's our top 10 here in this one here, but still a long way to go. 10 and a bit laps to go. Dale Finch still leading Rogan Chandler, but this one here is all on.
Well, certainly to finish first, you've got to finish, and that's what Mitch has been able to do with those 2 second placings. How good's the racing been out there, though, Mitch?
Yeah, it's bloody awesome. I've really enjoyed it. I mean, hey, not ideal getting a bad start, but yeah, it was pretty fun picking away from the pack, and it would be nice to be close to the track's awesome. I'm enjoying myself. That's the main thing. I'm fit and strong. Obviously, had no bike issues, which has been great. I started drifting than I did last year. You know, I DNF'd the first 2 races, and now I've been on the podium twice, so I'm pretty stoked with that.
Right, so consistency, what's now your mission? Can you win that last one, the Grand Prix?
Oh, we're going to give it a try. If I can get a better start, I think I can be there within the fight. Ideally, if I'm leading, you know, sort of control the race. I like to do that. But if not, you know, just try and sit behind and see what we can do. Sort of 5 laps towards the end.
Well done indeed. Back to Brad, who's updating our Dynoworks 600.
Yeah, Dale Finch just went red hot. He's gone a 1:31.3, so he's 0.2 of a second now off lap record pace, and absolutely flying. He's got that out to a 2.4 second advantage, so making a bit of a statement here in the early stage of the championship. He won yesterday by a couple of seconds. He's already got that lead at the moment. Rogan Chandler. Rogan openly said he does not like the South Island stretch. He just wants to come away with some championship points to be in the hunt. Once we go to the North Island, he will show his true colours. So this one here, very dynamic championship at the moment. You've got the local man from Christchurch out in front of the moment, the man from Upper Hutt in 2nd place, and just can't wait to get back to the North Island. So good job for 2nd place. Avalon Biddle still there in 3rd place with Zach Fuller. Not too far off that battle for the podium, so we'll keep an eye on that one there because there's less than a second in that on the track. We'll go back to 5th place, which is Seth Devereaux on the Helicraft Racing MV Augusta. And then we update Nick Kane, good local man here on the field motorcycle to Triumph Daytona. He's in 6th place with Tartan Walker, Hamish Fox. Then go back to another local man, Jacob Pearce on the True Pearce Yamaha. They're in 9th place. And then go to Luca Durning on the Dentist Barracks Bar. We've got a bit of a drama with Nick Kane, but unfortunate stuff there from Nick Kane. So this one here rages on. We've still got the update, Dale Finch. He wasn't any quicker last time around, but he's still in the 1:31. So super fast, super consistent lap times, and he's got that out to 3.1 seconds. So definitely the advantage to Dale Finch at the moment. Rogan Chandler just no answer at the moment, but solid second place. He's got 2.6 second get back to Av, so pretty comfy in second place. And Av's got a handful with the new teenage sensation, Zach Fuller. He has started off in the Gixxer Cup. He went to Pro Twin Racing and really put him on the map last year. Top 3 results, including a few impressive race wins in Pro Twin Racing in his debut season. Now up to the big Supersport 600 racing and top 4 performance at the moment. So this is cool. And Seth Devereaux not out of touch with that battle as well. He's only 1.2 seconds back from Zach. So keep an eye on him. He's still in the hunt for the podium. He'll get better and better as the race goes on. So this one here, still 9 laps to go. Dale Finch ahead of Rogan Chandler out in the front.
Right, back with Mitch Rees here in an update. Mitch, we've been here in the rain, we've been here in the wind, we've had the sun, and we've had 30 degrees, just rubber melting kind of heat. How was the track today?
Yeah, track's awesome. Conditions are perfect. A bit overcast, not too hot, not too sunny. So the track was pretty good out there in the last one. We're conserving our tyres too. 15 or 16 laps is a long time with the same set of tyres, especially around here. So yeah, it's definitely good conditions.
Right, you say before you had a bad start. What's your definition of bad start? Is that timing? Is that clutch? Is that gear selection? What is it that's a bad start, and what do you got to do to rectify it?
To be honest, just practice. Obviously me and Daniel, he wasn't riding, so I got the A bike from the Suzuki series. And yeah, just the clutch, and it's different to the other one. The other one I feel like releases really nicely and can get a good start with it, even though the bikes are identical. It feels like this one I'm sort of dumping it. So just try something clean. I've sort of tried 3 different techniques now, and neither of them have really worked that well. So we'll give it a crack with another one and the last one, and we'll see how that gets on.
Thanks, Mitch. Awesome for you to join us here today. All the best going for that race and have that lead. And Superbike could be the man to win it overall. Back to our Dynoworks 600 Supersport, Brad.
Yeah, the update is Dale Finch was 4 tenths quicker again, so gets that advantage at the 3.5 seconds, 3.5 seconds the gap, and that is quite convincing. These guys were inseparable at the Suzuki International Series. We come to Dale's home track, and he is on fire at the moment. So the Scott Structural Triumph team, brilliant stuff, and unfortunate for Ashton Hughes. He's normally one of the racers in the Scott Structural team. He had an accident here in about October and has a bad elbow injury, but great to have him swinging spanners for Dale and giving him some tips and advice. So he was an absolute godsend to Dale in the North Island, where he's very competitive in the Suzuki International Series. Come to Ruapuna and look at Dale Finch go. He's absolutely flying. He's at 4 seconds in front now, so a 1:31.8. That's about the 6th lap in a row in the 1:31. So just absolutely flying. Rogan Chandler now 4 seconds back. He's got 3.8 seconds ahead of Avalon Biddle. So that gap there continues to sneak out a little bit as well. In that battle for the podium, still with Av at the moment, but Zach Fuller all within a second, so keep an eye on that one there. Zach Fuller certainly going to be fit enough. He does a lot of off-road cross-country motocrossing as well, so he'll be coming alive here. These guys have only got about 3 or 4 races after this one, and then they back it up and go for a 16-lap Grand Prix time later on today, so I can't wait for that one there. We've got still 9 out on track, but Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler, Avalon Bill, that's your top 3 at the moment, but Zach Fuller right there in 4th place, Seth Devereaux, go back to Tarban Walker, Hamish Fox, and then Jacob Pearce, with Luca Durning in 9th place and Nick Kane, the one unfortunate mechanical failure down the front straight, so hopefully everything's okay with Nick Kane, and we can get that machine back ready for the Grand Prix. So Nick Kane, a very accomplished rider, race wins in multiple different classes at New Zealand road racing level, so hopefully he can get back going again. Let's have a look at this one here. Dale Finch goes down the front straight and yet another lap in the 1:31, so this is super consistent and just legendary performance. He's now got that gap out to 4.8 seconds. He took 8 tenths out of Rogan that time around, and he's just in a groove at the moment. He's riding at another level. flying at the moment. Av's still there, but he got that gap out to 1.8 now ahead of Zach. So was Av on the MTF Finance Kawasaki. She is doing a wonderful job, and was just a bit concerned about what sort of pace she'd have. Went out yesterday, had the pace, got on the podium, and just settled the butterflies at ease on the spare bike too. So not happy with her race bike on the Friday. Went to the spare bike, it's down a few horsepower on the race bike, and was surprised in herself how much pace she got out of it. So brilliant stuff, and cool to have Av out there on the top three at the moment. So third yesterday, running in third at the moment, Zach Fuller. Sitting there in fourth place on the Team Breeze Honda, so brilliant stuff from him. And then Seth Devereaux just can't quite keep in touch there. He's in fifth place on the MV Augusta for helicopter racing.
All right, I want to talk about our man in seventh place, Hamish Fox. 2 years ago, he hadn't even heard about what a slick tyre was, so he's done a fantastic job in a very short time, thanks to Vistalite Central Racing Team out of Taupo, and they've been able to get him on a bike, and here he is now. In fact, he's purchased one of the ex-John Ross winning 600cc Suzuki GSXRs, so well done to him. He's had to learn about putting it together, and he's got a new race team behind him, so shout out there for Hamish. Great to see him on board, courtesy of Top Spec Engineering, MBF Projects, Rock Gas North, along with JBS Poultry, Terence Howard and Son Limited, RST Pirelli and Sebastian James. And also, of course, the man that he's racing with there is Tarbin Walker on the simply wrought iron Kawasaki New Zealand Kawasaki ZXR. He's got a little bit of pink and green, so he's a commentator's dream to pick up out of the we love to talk about everybody in the field because they all deserve the credits, they're all going well. But there's a couple of young guns. Remember, of course, Tarbin Walker literally 2 years ago was only in Jixers as a first timer in our sport. So shout out to the Wanganui man living at home with his grandparents. So great to have him with us, Tarbin and Hamish, two of our younger guns as far as 600s are concerned, Brad. And when those guys are running 6 and 7 in the Dynaworks 600 class, that's no disgrace, that's a top performance.
Yeah, that's outstanding, brilliant stuff. And these guys at North Island base as well, so they'll get even better as we head into this championship. We go to Levels International Raceway in a week's time for round 2 of the New Zealand Superbike Championship, so that's going to be brilliant. We always get some great hammer and tongs racing. We're in that beautiful circuit. And then the 6th and 7th of March, we're at a legendary event called the Moto Fest at Hampton Downs. That's not to be missed for all race fans. You've got to get there and check that one out. And then after that, we go to Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park for the 4th and final round of NZSBK. So great to have a New Zealand Superbike Championship. Trying times for all involved in the industry and running the sport. So this is really, really cool that we can go racing. We've got this high-flying Dynaworks Supersport 600 racing at the moment. It is still Dale Finch's down to a 5-second advantage. It's absolutely a dream result at the moment for him. He's got 4 laps to go on the Scott Structural Triumph. And absolutely flying. So Access Man Group, Dynaworks, RT Electrical, Big Book Farms, Blacks Fasters and Hughes Motors, all behind Dale Finch in his campaign to keep on his winning ways. He won here yesterday. He's in first place comfortably at the moment. He keeps taking more and more time to get a so a good smart ride from Rogan. Knows he doesn't have to push it. He's openly said to me this morning that just wants to get out of the South Island with a handful of points, and then we reload. He was dominant last year at Hampton Downs. He won all 3 races, including the New Zealand TT title, so he can't wait to head north again. So doing a good job, second place. Avalon Biddle, now living in the Canterbury area. She's an awesome job in third place, and she's got a decent advantage now. So third place, looking pretty secure for Av on her bright yellow MTF Finance Kawasaki.
Right, shout out to Jared Love, one of our co-commentators with Turbo Sound, and particularly Dave Henry. She was some great work for the team at Cemetery Circuit. Thanks, Jared, for all your great work. And Jared's got a good mate in the late Daniel McLaughlin, and Daniel looked after him, hosted him when Jared was down here last year, and unfortunately Daniel lost his battle with cancer. He'd had it for a number of years, as you know, that plague, on again, off again, and finally got him. One of the all-round nice guys, super guy to support the sport, and ran a great business and loved the sport. A former salesman at BMW, and worked in bike shops and many parts of his working life. So neat to have him memorised with this one. So Jared's given his trophy from 1997, and it goes to the all-round good bloke and or woman for that matter. So we're looking for nominations amongst the pits, amongst riders. Could be a mechanic that's worked through the night to get a bike going. It could be somebody that's made a trip because the bike needed a partner, driven from somewhere else. Lots of different reasons. It doesn't matter whether it's a rider on the track or a worker or a supporter off the track. So it's effectively the Good Bloke Award, and it will be awarded at prize given tonight. We've got lots of nominations and hope to hear more. So thanks, Jared, for giving back. But in memory, part of our fun hour of motorcyclists and remembering Daniel McLaughlin this weekend. By the way, Daniel's birthday would have been have his birthday this coming week. So shout out for Daniel. Never forgotten, Daniel.
here. So, yeah, talking to the Love Machine, and that's his first ever Grand Prix title he got. So that's the 1997 Formula 3 Grand Prix title trophy that he got, and so how cool is that? And giving it to one of the good buggers doesn't have to be on the track, could be in the pits as well, so that's going to be cool. Thank you very much for that, and pretty cool. Give you the update now, 6.1 seconds the advantage. Dale Finch is now down into the 132s, but still well in command. 3 laps to go on this one here. The Scott Structural Triumph hasn't missed a beat so far. We've got Rogan Chandler, Brew Crew Yamaha. He is still there in second place, 3.9 seconds ahead of third place, which is the number 50 MTF Finance Kawasaki's Avalon Biddle with Aussie Performance, and a lot of good help there. Really the poster of New Zealand road racing. She's such an awesome character. Former 600 Supersport champion. She's a former World Cup winner. She's won a 125cc title a few years ago, and that was really cool to follow that journey. So a pretty experienced campaigner now, living in the Canterbury area, so one of the hometown favourites. With some help from Carl Cox Motorsport and Johnny Speed Shop. Shout out to Johnny. Swinging Spanners down there. She's got Pirelli, RST and Motor Oils on board with her as well. Getting this campaign well underway across the line in third place at the moment. So Zach Fuller still in there in fourth place on the Team Rees Honda. So awesome stuff from Zach. His first campaign in 600 Supersport racing, and we mentioned Jared Love before. That's Jared's bike he's riding there as well, so a shout out to everyone involved getting Zach out there on the 600 Supersport campaign with Tony Rees Motorcycles, Honda New Zealand, Race Supplies and Motor Oils, many good sponsors like Kiwi Rider Magazine. Shout out to Veg, who's backed this young man right from the start. So this one here, in the final 2 laps, it's Dale Finch in cruise control at the moment. He's got a 6.6 second advantage. One of the more dominant displays we've seen in 600 Supersport racing this year. Rogan Chandler, Avalon Biddle, Zach Fuller. We go back to Seth Devereaux. Shout out to Seth from Cromwell. I don't know how long it's going to take before that sinks in. Seth Devereaux from Cromwell. Doesn't sound right, does it? It just doesn't roll off the tongue. Yeah, so Seth Devereaux on the MV Augusta, beautiful sounding machine, beautiful looking machine, and awesome to have Rod and the team from Helicraft Racing. A 2-rider team there as well, so cool aspect there. Also Rod on the board at Motorcycle New Zealand. We talk about our board members out on the track, but Rod, a very accomplished rider, and he is on the board as well. And head mechanic at the Helicraft Racing team is man Seth, doing a good job. 5th place as the white flag comes out. We've got Dale Finch starting his final lap, and still in those mid 132, so just absolutely fine at the moment. He's now got a 6.9 second advantage, but Rogan Chandler, pretty smart ride. He's just got into a groove, knows he's got that second place pretty handy, and he's just been doing a good job there. Avalon Biddle ahead of Zach Fuller, so that one there looks like our podium's almost set. It'd take a mistake from one of those top 3 riders to shake that up. Then we go back to Seth Devereaux. We spoke about Seth. He's in 5th place. Tarbin Walker ahead of Hamish Fox. Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning, the 9 runners, still out on track. And these 15-lap races, these guys will be really feeling it. It's quite warm out there. A little bit of cloud cover, but she's certainly a frantic pace these guys are running. And interesting to see these guys. They have a couple of races left before they go back out again for a 16 lap or so. Add another lap onto this, and they've got 16 laps coming up in probably about an hour and a half's time. So these guys are really going to be feeling it after that. Dale Finch heads into the Southern Salvage S's for the 15th time in this race here. The number 17 machine, Scott Structural Triumph, is just absolutely on rails today. And big thank you to Access Man, Dynaworks, RT Electrical, all the sponsors behind this team here. We normally have 2 of them out on track, but Ashton Hughes recovering from a crash here in October. Still a big part of the sport, and mechanicking, and I'd say probably team manager from the vibe I get down in the pits there. So a big shout out to Ashton down there. The checkered flag is out, and it's going to be a win in race number 2 of the 600 Supersports for Dale Finch in the Dynaworks sponsored class. We go back to Rogan Chandler, who's going to get some more valuable points and get 2nd place there. Avalon Biddle, a good job there from Av. That's a good 3rd place. Back-to-back podiums for Av. Then we go back to Zach Fuller. Some more quality points for him. 4th place for Zach. And then listening to that beautiful sounding 3-cylinder machine. It's a Triumph. It is a MV Augusta 675 3-cylinder machine there. In 5th place for Seth Devereaux. We're looking out for a great little battle there with Tarbin Walker and Hamish Fox. They've had a great battle the whole race. And Hamish Fox just getting better and better every time he gets out on the racetrack too. The first campaign for him on a 600, he was in the 300 Supersport class last year, and already turning some heads in this one here. So here it is with Tarbin Walker's going to get home in 6th place ahead of Hamish Fox in 7th. And then out on track, we've got Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning, two young guns in the sport. 600 Supersport Racing to Dyno Works. Cheers to Ruddy and the team there. World-class dynos down in Ash Vegas. And that one there's a win for Dale Finch. He's a 1:31.344, so 3/10 off lap record pace. But in a 15-lap race, you weren't able to really push those tyres, so that's really, really good pace from him. We go back to Rogan Chandler. Avalon Biddle, what a cool podium. And all shaping up very, very nicely for a cool Supersport 600 Championship. We'll go have our Supersport 300s, then we're going to have a bit of a lunch break. We've also got, after the lunch break there, we've got our demonstration with the young guns out on the track. It's so cool to see the future of the sport, young kids getting out on race tracks. And then after the lunch break, we go full noise into our New Zealand Grand Prix title. So we'll cross down to Neil, who's going to have our Dyno Works Supersport 600 podium. It's Dale Finch on top with Rogan Chandler in second, and then go back to Avalon Biddle rounding it out in third place.
Well, taking a note of our sponsors of this event, huge appreciation to Tony and Vicky Brown from Underground Brown, your boring specialist, and of course blacktop sealing as well. Fantastic to have the side company with its name on board as well. So thank you to Tony and Vicky. Your support for this club for the event is fantastic. Underground Brown, yes, they are boring, and they're boring underground all through Canterbury and around this great region. Also thanks to Mac Media, signage solution specialist. Great to see their work involved with Motorcycling New Zealand. Proud to be advancing our sport of motorcycling, and along with Pirelli and Aon and Sky Sport Next. And a reminder to tell all your friends about it. In fact, if you can't make it next weekend, make yourself available on a computer and you can watch the whole thing unfold. And for the rounds in the North Island as well, through places like Hampton Downs and the Mike Pero Motorfest, and also to Taupo and Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park. They will be awesome venues that you can watch this action and watch it live. Also, encouragement to make sure you can put on your phone. So, for example, you can go to MXT on the day. That's MX Timing or mxt.co.nz. You can click on the live timing and you can watch the actual races on the palm of your phone as well. Plenty of options of which you can view our great sport. Here we are with a repeat podium of yesterday, and Ev, it doesn't get any easier.
It sure doesn't. That is really hard work out there. I honestly don't know how those Superbike guys do it, because the Pirelli tyres have a lot of life in them, but in this heat, after 10 laps, they slide around a lot. So, yeah, I was feeling a bit worried, and Zach was putting heaps of pressure on me. Brake him was really hard work. Managed to do it and grab that podium pace.
All right, indeed. Hey, from yesterday today, what's the track like in comparison? It feels like it's a little bit warmer. Does that make it for you personally better or worse?
Yeah, probably good for me. I've been training pretty hard, and I have to say shout out to my training partner, Tanya. It's her birthday today. It's Jake's mum, so happy birthday, Tanya. Thanks for training hard with me this winter, and thanks, Jake, for taking me motocross riding. I had to beg him a bit, but it pays off when it's slippery out there, so thanks to them and thanks to my team for an awesome job this weekend. Couldn't do it without you guys.
All right, a lot of other ladies involved in our sport do a little bit on smaller bikes, but you just seem to love that 600. You've taken the MTF bike to a championship as well. What's so special about the bike you ride?
I think we've bonded pretty well. I've ridden the same bike for a few seasons now, and this is what I'm riding today is actually the bike I rode about 4 years ago. So we've had a lot of bonding time together, and it's working perfectly. So yeah, thanks to Kawasaki, MTF and everyone for their support.
Beautiful words. Nice to have her on board with us. Thanks, Av. Great to see Rogan. Here he was coming into racing, that sort of air of doubt about how he was going to perform. That guy's just gone and bolted on you. But man, you've still got to work and hold these others out, Rogan.
Yeah, it doesn't help when I get a start like that and back in like 6th place or something. But made a few hard passes at the start, and yeah, I don't really have much for Dale this weekend. You know, he's riding insanely well, so I sort of, if I can just bank some points this weekend and move on to a track where I'm better, like Timaru and the North Island ones, I'll be pretty happy. So yeah, just keep it on 2 wheels this weekend and we'll be sweet.
Right, indeed, that's what seems to be everybody's thoughts, because we've seen the inconsistency of riders here at this track, but by all accounts from everybody, the conditions seem to be a bit better than the other average years when it potentially has either been too hot or too cold. It's just right this year.
Yeah, like the track's all right grip-wise. It's way bumpier than I remember. Like just coming here 3 months ago, it's pretty brutal, so it's pretty hard on the body. So the next race will be hard, but I think, yeah, the next one's going to be all about tyre life and, you know, attrition of the body, but we'll see.
Well done. All right, thank you indeed, Rogan. Here we are now to update, and we'll go on this side. So here's Dale doing the family duties. Dale, you're just making it look too easy. Can you slow down and give these others a chance?
Oh yeah, I'm just having fun out there. It's just, I'm so lucky to have a great team behind me, and we've worked really hard for this, and we're working really well, Kane and Ashton in the pits, so I just get to relax and focus on the lines. Robert Taylor's been helping me with my Nitron suspension, and we've got it working really well. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank all my sponsors: Scott Structural, AOT Electric, Access Man, Hughes Motors, Big Bush Farms, Black's Fasteners, Dyno Works, RST, Blair Print, EBC and Pirelli. Thanks a lot. It's really helped this season so far.
Well done, and we'll wrap our sponsors because we love them as well. Pirelli along with Aon, and of course skysportnext coming at you loud, proud. This is NZSBK. We're racing in New Zealand. Hope you're enjoying it around the world. Bring it on. Thank you, Spider. Just to do a shout out, folks, that we say the bar's open, but it's not so much about just being the bar. It's got non-alcoholic drink, but it's also got food available. Speaking of food, we've got some healthy options out here, of course. We've got the Pizza Fire, we've got the Pit and other good forms of food. So take an opportunity to grab a bite. After all, it's already gone 1 o'clock. This is our last race, so we know it's going to be a big afternoon. Also, Nana's Race Art. It's Spider with his memorabilia that he's got for sale. So take an opportunity and check it out. It is available down at the bar as well. Nana's Race Art at gmail.com. Just another way to keep you interested in our great sport of motorcycling. Last race of round number 2. We had round 1 yesterday, round 2 before we go into 3, and the Grand Prix titles on the line. It's coming at you next with our 300 class. Stay excited. We're loving it. Hope you are as well.
All right, gearing up for this one here, 10-lap race, our Norjo Motorcycles Supersport 300, and this one here is going to be brilliant. We've got some young superstar sensations all going at it here. Cormac Buchanan on pole position, turned that into a race 1 victory yesterday. Caleb Gilmore was conscious of not going too hard early, managed to come in a bit too slow, misses line and clipped the curb. He's had a DNF already, so desperate for some redemption here. This is going to be 10 laps. Brilliant. We've got the MTF Finance Timaru Blue Crew Yamaha of Harry Parker there in 3rd place as well. All on here, and a great field of entries too. Supersport 300, this is the future of New Zealand motor racing. As we get the lights on, and let's have a look at this one here. We've got a brilliant start from Cormac Buchanan. We've got this is going to be good to see where these guys all shape up when they head into turn number 1. We've got 21 300 Supersport entries here at round number 1 of our New Zealand Superbike Championship. So brilliant to see that Cormac Buchanan is going to lead them around turn number 1. We've got Caleb Gilmore there in 2nd place. Harry Parker's the man in 3rd. Dave Fellows good job from Dave on the front row. He's up in 4th place as well as they fly down the Liquimolly straight into Icon Corner. They're all through there nicely. We've got the Biggles Racing bike, Jason Hearn, 3NZ from last year, but he's buried in the pack, so a lot of work to do for Jace. He wants to get in the mix. We've got a lot of argy-bargy into the Euromark left-hander, and Harry Parker goes up into 2nd place. Oh, we've got one down as well, so a bit of drama there out of the Euromark left-hander, so they look to be up. Everyone looks to be up and okay. We've got a bike just off the track, so we'll just have a look at that one there. Yeah, just a couple of them come together on exit. One with nowhere to go, just had to lay the bike down and then had to take evasive action. Some good work there from our traffic coming through. That could have been a lot worse than that, so some pretty good stuff. The marshals are on scene with the medical vehicle on hand, the MTF Finance emergency vehicle straight on hand, and hopefully we can get that incident cleared and carry on racing, because it's heating up at the front. Harry Parker putting on some pressure now. We've got Cormac Buchanan, Harry Parker, Caleb Gilmore. Look at this three-way fight. These guys are all young men in the sport and doing fabulous things. We've got Dave Fellows, Regan Bray's up there as well, so good start from him. And Luca Durning, you can see him on the bright blue machine, the dentist-supported Barracks Sports Bar race team entry. He's in about 6th place at the moment. So here we go. Down the front straight we scream. 300 Supersport. Thanks to Norjo Motorcycles, your home of Kawasaki in the Canterbury area. We've got Cormac Buchanan ahead of Caleb Gilmore, Harry Parker, Dave Fellows. We go to Regan Bray, Luca Durning. Then you go to Jason Hearn back in 7th place. So where do you went to? We've got Kay Bentley in there. With Andy McLaughlin and Justin Maunder rounding out our top 10. So here we go. Fastest man on track on the outlet was a 1:48.063 from Harry Parker. So these guys laying it on the line at the moment as we see them down the back straight. And Harry doing a wonderful job. So breaking hard into the Euromark left-hander. It is the 24, the Timaru Yamaha man. Harry Parker leads Cormac Buchanan. These guys are in the Blue Crew team together, so it's really cool to see these guys going for it. Caleb Gilmore, he's desperate to stay in touch with these three. If these two run off in the distance, it could spell a disaster for Caleb Gilmore's chances of winning this race.
Well, Brad, that's bad news. People like James Hugenboozem are some of those that are missing now as they've come through on that lap, so presumably one of those riders are down, others including Logan Rowell and Blaze Heaven. No, some of our creme de la creme riders that have been in the top half of the field. So, wow, look at what's going on over there. A bit of drama, as you say, coming together. It's been a lucky break for the others. It was that mid-pack where the confusion lay, and people like Kane Bentley and Jason Hearn. Jason Hearn back in 8th place, that's unheard of. He's got some real work to do. People like Andy McLaughlin around him. Andy, we know, has been a top mid-sized bike rider here in Canterbury as well. He's struggling to make that top 10. So, I tell you what, Brad, this is all on. There's some fighting these guys have got to do to get back to form. And some of our good riders already out of the moto.
Yeah, this is really good, yeah. So a lot of depth in this field as well. You've got guys like Andy Mack. He's had race wins in 300 Supersport races. He's held the lap record in 300 Supersport around Ruapuna a few years back. So, yeah, he's in 9th place at the moment. And awesome to have. We've got James Hugenboozem, former New Zealand Supersport 600 GP champion. And he's out of this one. So great depth of field. And we'll keep you updated on this one. Harry Parker continues to lead. He's just hit the fastest lap of the race, 1:42.7. But right in behind him, the young man from Invercargill, Cormac Buchanan. So they're going to go at it, these two. They are teammates, but that is the first person you want to beat on the racetrack is your teammate. They've been swapping the lead a couple of times already in this one here, and you've got to be careful. If you let Cormac Buchanan get out in front, he will run away with this one. So Harry Parker desperate to try and retake the lead. It's all on here as the Blue Crew boys go through the Fulton Hogan S's. Caleb Gilmore there. Good job from him. 3rd place at the moment. Dave Fellows is the one in 4th place with Regan Bray, Luca Durning, Kane Bentley, Jason Hearn, Andy Mack, and Dylan Burnett running out our top 10. But this one here, this is going to be 8 laps of absolute fury. We've got a new lap record for Harry Parker that time around, so a 1:42.7, a new lap record. Absolutely brilliant. So that was set by Nathaniel Diprose last year here, a 1:43.7, so that's brilliant. We've taken 4/100ths of a second off the lap record. So Harry Parker, Cormac Buchanan, these guys are going at it.
Well, they're both Yamaha development riders, so they're effectively teammates under the umbrella with Rogan Chandler on the bigger 600cc bike. Young guns making it happen in our sport. So great to see that we've got a battle out here. And normally, of course, it's Cormac that has the upper hand, but Harry's saying he's feeling better and he's running with him. And when we say running with him, normally behind him, but he's been out in front of him this time and setting that records. That's really been pushed along. So exceptional to see for the MTF Finance Man. Shout out as well to our race sponsor and Norjo Motorcycles, genuine authorised dealer with genuine Kawasaki parts. Sales at norjo.co.nz. Here in Christchurch, remembering the code Ninja 400 when you purchase online. Check it out, your favourite Kawasaki bike shop. It is Norjo's, proud to be sponsoring NZSBK with Underground Brown. Your boring experts covering the infrastructure industry here in Canterbury.
All right, there was only 0.4 of a second in it when they crossed the line. There's less than that on track at the moment. Harry Parker breaking hard into Euromark. He's not going to try and move there. But with 6.5, 7 laps to go on this one, it's a game of cat and mouse at the moment for these two guys out in front. They've certainly broken free of the challenge from Caleb Gilmore. So Caleb didn't get much track time on the Friday and then had the crash in lap 1 yesterday. So just still trying to find his feet out there at the moment. He's in 3rd place. Dave Fellows and Regan Bray 4th and 5th as we watch this one with open eyes. It's going to be brilliant. Cormac Buchanan, a young teenage sensation. We talk about him a lot and he really is the real deal. And he is coming live here at the moment. So keep an eye on this one. It was almost matched perfectly for pace with Harry that last lap around. So they're on lap record pace. We're going lap record hunting. And the more these guys push each other along, the quicker we'll get. But at the moment, the new lap record for 300 Supersport Racing, a 142.723 for Harry Parker. We're going to keep an eye on this one because I reckon this one will go again. Cormac Buchanan, he's got the clear track. He's had a clean lap to try and see what he can do. Harry in there behind him as well. We've got racing all over this one here. There's 21 Supersport 300 riders. There's a few out of this one already. So Logan, Blaze and James Hoogie are the ones that were caught up in that Euromark left-hander tag on lap number 2. So they're out of this one, but we go racing. No improvement to the lap record. So these guys just settling into a bit of a pace. These guys have had the same set of tyres on for the entire weekend. It's much like the Pro Twin class. You've got to have that set of tyres, got to qualify on it and do 3 big races. So no point burning your tyres out. You've still got a big Grand Prix to have later on in the afternoon. At the moment, Harry Parker, Cormac Buchanan, they've swapped the lead at least 4 or 5 times in this race, and it's on again into the Euromark left-hander, but still not even halfway through this one. Anyone's at the moment.
Wow, well, I'll tell you what, Harry held out Cormac for so long. It's a real credit to him, and to get a lap record at the same time. Can we see Cormac get it back? He's the man that's been cracking lap records. He certainly did plenty of them last year in that U150 class. So he's been lap record holding at, I think, every circuit that he covered last year. So great work from him. Here he is. He's just had a little bit of that undone by his teammate there in Harry Parker, keeping him very honest. Great when there's 2 teammates like that, because you know they've got respect for each other. There won't be anything out there in the way of hard, aggressive riding, because they'll be just be making sure that they can still keep each other on a bike to prove they are a team. To Caleb Gilmore, well done to Caleb. It was underdone here yesterday and going off at Fulton Hogan, so nice to see that he's been able to keep some consistency and keep back there in 3rd place. So good work to keep the older, more experienced Dave Fellows back in the lineup, and a shout out for Dylan Telford and Joe Telford for all the help going to Dave Fellows out there. Great work for Dave, one of our ambassadors of the sport, and all-round nice guy, and great to see that he's still up there, although having to work for it, back in 4th spot at the moment.
Yeah, shout out to Dave Fellows. He's got a bit of an injury at the moment, so just there's a bit of a sore wrist, having trouble getting the throttle on. So he's on damage control for this weekend, so he's doing a really good job. Sitting there in 5th place. Regan Bray's just got up into 4th. And when they crossed the line, it was 1/1000th of a second in it. They were nearly side by side, still with that 142.7. So still the fastest lap of the race is with Harry Parker. There's absolutely nothing in it. It's Cormac leading Harry out of the Icon corner. They've had pretty much a lead swap every time they've gone down the front straight. So this is all on here. As we get through half of this race, we've still got 5 laps to go, and then coming up later on, these guys get a 10-lapper for their New Zealand Grand Prix title. It's exciting to be on the 10th of January, 10 days into the new year, and already giving out New Zealand titles. The Grand Prix are up for grabs after the lunch break, which is at the end of this 10-lap race here. We've got 5 laps to go, and you cannot pick a winner. They were 1/1000th of a second when they crossed the line, so that would be a quarter of the thickness of the front tyre, I'd suggest, at that speed they're going down here. So brilliant stuff. The 2 Blue Crew Yamaha boys, there's a bit of lap traffic they're going to come across, so that could throw a cat amongst the pigeons. But flying at the moment, it's Cormac leading Harry, and they are through the Southern Salvage S's at the moment. Then we go back to Caleb Gilmore, who's sitting there in a lonely old ride for third place. So he's got that one well sewn up at the moment. And then Regan Bray, Dave Fellows, good battle for fourth and fifth. So keeping an eye on this one here. They get through the lap traffic not too badly there, through the Aon Dipper and up towards the sweeper here. The iconic turn 10 sweeper at Mike Perro Motorsport Park here in Ruapuna, and the sun is beating down now, so quite a warm day here in the Garden City, and some fantastic racing. So there it is with Cormac Buchanan leading ahead of Harry Parker. Now that gap's out to 0.6, so this is where Cormac can really grab this by the bit and see what he can do. There's 4 laps to go, 0.6 of a second in that lead. There's another 6 seconds back to third place, which is Caleb Gilmore. Good job from Caleb there. He is now living down in the Canterbury area and has committed to go over at the end of February to go to Australia and compete in their Australian Superbike Championship. So we wish him all the best in his endeavours. But at the moment, the man out there in third place on the 78 machine, that is Caleb Gilmore. He is part of the Gilmore Homes and Builders Metro Motorsport team with Mega Motorcycle Centre and Pirelli New Zealand, giving him a lot of help. But this young man doing such a good job. He did a really good job about 12 months ago racing at Phillip Island in the Australian Superbike Championship on the 300 class, and a promising young talent. But this battle for the lead has been less than a second the entire race. We've still got 3.5 laps to go. Cormac Buchanan leads Harry Parker into Southern Salvage, a cool section for these 300 Supersport guys. They can almost just chop down a gear and hold it on through there into the Aon Dipper, iconic part of New Zealand motorcycling. We don't use it for cars here at Perro Motorsport Park. We only use it for the bikes, and definitely a good point of difference. It's very narrow and easy to get wrong. So these guys doing a fabulous job out there at the moment. So they're going to out of the turn 10 sweeper. It's the young man at 14 years of age from Invercargill on the number 28 machine, flying at the moment. You've got Harry Parker. He's a two-time defending Alan Ramage Memorial Trophy winner, which we'll have up for grabs next week at Timaru, and some of the coolest racing you'll ever see. You've got to get yourself to round number 2 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships. We're at Levels International Raceway, and that certainly won't be missed. So we've got 3 laps to go. Still that new lap record with Harry Parker. They haven't been able to match that for pace, so 1:42.723, just 5/100ths of a second better than the time of the Nathaniel Dick race here 12 months ago in the Grand Prix, and this one here, certainly as you can see them down into the Euromark left-hander, we've got nothing in it with 2.5 laps to go.
And Brad, we just let everybody know that after this race is approximately a 30-minute lunch break. It's an opportunity to feed more to the marshals who've been out there since around 8 o'clock this morning. More importantly, we're going to do our junior riding introduction. We'll be talking to some of the people behind the scenes in Motorcycling Canterbury about this junior sport. You'll be able to see some of the riders and particularly some of the bikes, like the brand called KO. I hadn't heard of it until this time last year, and now it's a bike that we've actually got an official class in, and we're importing currently some bikes into the country, and the club's going to help in conjunction with 2 great guys, Dennis Charlotte and Kevin Goddard from Race Supplies, to get these on the racetrack for our young kids to start. So look for this coming up. Your opportunity to head pit side as well at the moment and catch up with some of the great food that's available out there, because we want all of those outlets supported here today, folks. There's a fantastic menu that we've got on stall for you today, and keen just to see those. I did have a list of them before, but not quite sure where that list is now. More importantly, though, we will take an opportunity to promote them, because after all, we've got to feed the faces. Here we are. It's Pita Pit Woodfire Pizzas, Fritz Wieners, those beautiful sausages, and also real fruit ice cream, plus the menus of the fantastic hot dog and chips. And a reminder, also a menu available down at the Chris Amon Club Rooms, which is the car club area right down the bottom of the pits by the entrance gate. So lunch break coming up after this. Back to you, Brad.
Yeah, righto, we're into this one well and truly. Cormac Buchanan's just managed to get a few bike lengths through on Harry Parker. There's not much in it. They go through the Icon sweeping left-hander and on the way down to the hairpin, but a good drive out of there for Harry Parker. So have a look at this one here as they break hard. I think Harry Parker might have a good run on them. And a change of ball position. So we've got a new race leader, Harry Parker, with a lap and a half to go. That's a really big move. We've got a brilliant stuff from Caleb Gilmore, but he is starting to get reeled in by Regan Bray and Dave Fellow. So there's less than a second in that gap now. So the podium battle started to heat up. This is exciting. We've got Jason Hearn, he's now back into about 6th or 7th place there on the bright yellow BS6 Expanded Biggles Racing machine. And go back to Luca Durning in behind him as well. So we're going to keep an eye on this one here. We've got a lap and a half to go through Southern Salvage with the white flag in the marshal's hand, ready and waiting. Very exciting. Corn Buchanan gets a good drive through there, but Harry, he's done quite a few laps around here. He's an experienced campaigner now on the 300 Supersport. This is his 3rd campaign on that machine, and part of the Blue Crew Yamaha team, these two both under the Yamaha New Zealand banner, and great to have these two going at it. This is going to be good. So the white flag is ready and waiting. These guys have been separated by no more than a second the entire race, and we're down to the nitty-gritty here. 1 lap to go in this 10-lap race. We've got a 10-lap Grand Prix coming up for these guys later on as well. And have a look at this. Corn Buchanan's going to pull out. They're going to go side by side as they cross the line. And 7/100ths of a second, and we've got a new fastest lap, so a 1:42.565. That betters his lap record, Harry Parker. Even though he got passed on the line by Corn Buchanan, the fastest lap of the race, Harry Parker on fire, but it is now with Corn Buchanan. So white flag out, 1 lap to go. This is all on here at the moment, and in through the awesome Icon left-hander. Harry's going to go right up next to him. So Cormac goes over to the left, defensive line. Harry will know this, and he's going to have to try and get him on the undercut. Good job from Cormac Buchanan. A great defensive line, just parked it on the inside of the corner and managed to get it stopped. So already at 14 years of age, showing how good a racer he is. And they fly through the Fulton Hogan S's. This is going to be all on. I can't wait to see this one here. Half a lap to go now. And where is Harry Parker going to make the move? We've seen how good Corn Buchanan is through the Southern Salvage section. I think it's going to have to be a move pretty soon. Out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel they go. The crowd's on their feet. This is going to be a stadium finish. Corn Buchanan ahead of Harry Parker here in race 2 for the 300 Supersport on this weekend. Round 1 of NZSBK, the New Zealand Superbike Championships coming alive. Harry Parker pulls up right on the back wheel of Cormac Buchanan into the Aeon Dipper, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. Cormac Buchanan has done a brilliant job defensively on this last lap. We're going to see what can happen around the 10th corner here, the sweeper here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. It's hard racing from these two, but brilliant stuff. There's no one in front of them, so it's all going to come down to who gets the better drive out of here. It's going to be a pretty good drive. There's nothing in it at the moment, so they scream to the left. Harry follows him, but I think Cormac Buchanan's done enough. Cormac Buchanan's going to win ahead of Harry Parker. What a final lap that was, and with it, a 1:42.2. Cormac Buchanan will set a new lap record, so there we go. 1:42.2. Corn Buchanan on the last lap, he had to defend and he had to hang on to the win, so brilliant stuff and a new lap record to boot. We go back to Caleb Gilmore, who only ended up on the podium by 1/10 of a second. Dave Fellows chased him hard, so shout out to Dave, riding with a bit of a wrist injury out there at the moment. So Regan Bray gets 5th place, and then we go back to 6th place for Jason Hearn on the Biggles Racing. 3, we got Luca Durning, he's going to get 7th place, so some frantic finishes here. There's not much between a few of these guys crossing the line. We've got Kane Bentley going to get 8th ahead of Justin Maunda and Dylan Byrne. That's our top 10. Wall, frantic pace, 1:42.283, so a 1:42.283. Corn Buchanan, who had already set a lap record in Supersport 150 racing, has now chucked his name on the 300 Supersport lap record in the 1:42.2s. That is absolutely flying. And on a frantic last lap where he had to defend lines and block lines away from Harry Parker, those guys have put on a show here for sure. And our Norjo Motorcycles 300 Supersport, your home of Kawasaki, in the Canterbury area, down at Main South Road in Christchurch. Look them up at sales at norjo.co.nz, and that was absolutely scintillating, to say the least. Cormac Buchanan wins ahead of Harry Parker and Caleb Gilmore, and Neil's going to have a pretty awesome podium down there. Harry Parker did everything he could. He threw everything at it, and he's going to have to settle for the second time this weekend. So all on. That is going to be certainly one of the Grand Prix to look out for later on in the program. We've got a half-an-hour lunch break coming up, and then we kick straight off with the big guns. The Superbike New Zealand Grand Prix title up for grabs. Straight after the lunch break, we go to the Pro Twins next. Then we go to Supersport 600. After that, then these guys come out. The Supersport 300, can't wait for that Grand Prix title up for grabs. That's going to be massive. And then we go to the Supersport 150 and the sidecars with the 250 production rounding us out. So that is the second round of racing, all done and dusted. We're going to have a half-an-hour lunch break after the podium celebrations, which we'll now cross down to Neil, who he'll have an ecstatic Yamaha Blue Crew team there with a 1-2. Cormac Buchanan, the young sensation, takes the win ahead of his teammate Harry Parker, and then go back to Caleb Gilmore there in third.
Well, just as we get these riders ready, just again with President Noel May, and we've just been looking at the little KO bike here, Noel. We've got some real future with the road racing sport when we can get that class involved in everyday kind of events and other clubs around the country.
Mate, what MCI and especially Dennis and the crew are doing with this bike, I think you've got 15 coming into the country. This is going to be the future where our motorsport goes forward. I just tip my hat to Dennis, and we're about to see this bike out here. It's a cool looking bike, and that's just going to put a grin on any kid's face, and adults.
And adults, yeah. You're ordering, Noel, I can see that as well. Here. So thank you, Noel. Great to have your comments, and we'll talk to Noel and others again during the lunch break as we build up with our guys. Look at the respect here. This is sensational, and our Yamaha, it's looking good. Of course, this man unfortunately didn't make it. Race was all over in Fulton Hogan over in the dirt, but Caleb Gilmore, you weren't going to do that again.
No, I made a silly mistake yesterday. I was being too cautious and I clipped the curb on the inside, so today I pushed it as hard as I could. Bike felt pretty good. I'd just like to thank everyone who's come out and helped me out. Yesterday was tough, and everyone who got around and fixed the bike and looked after me was really appreciated for that. Thank you so much. And also I'd like to thank all the team and everyone who's helped out to make it possible.
All right, indeed. What do you think of this track, Ruapuna?
Yeah, it's super difficult. It was hot out there, and the wind changed like halfway through, so everything, all the corners become different, and every time you had to judge it as it was. And no, I really enjoyed that race. These guys blew me away. They did an awesome ride, so well done to these guys as well. And thank you, Yamaha, and everyone who's helped me out this year.
Beautiful speeches by these young guys. You want them as our statesmen in New Zealand in years to come, don't we? Hey, courtesy of Yamaha, the Blue Crew, and Holland's Collision Centre. Nice to have the whole team from Yamaha on board with us. Harry Parker, is that your best race, mate? You broke the lap record twice. That young fella stole it from you late in the race, but what an awesome battle. That was great.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that battle. I knew it was 10 laps, and I was a bit worried about it, but I actually held in really good, so I can't wait for the 12 lap, and I need to get the lap record off him again. Because I can't go home when he's got it, so we should put a head down and we'll get there.
Right, as Brad alluded to during the commentary, the Alan Ramage Memorial winner for the 300s. That'll be a hot race at the end of racing next weekend at Timaru. You add that to the whole occasion, plus you'll be back on your home track next week. You're going to smoke him there at Levels?
What kind of question is that? Of course I'm going to smoke him. He's my teammate, but I'd like him to win, but yeah, I'm going to take it again, hopefully. I want to make it 3 years in a row. Be the first person to do it and take it back home, put it back in the trophy cabinet.
Be great. And see, what was the secret in that race? How did you think you went better? That you were really not just the fact that you were a challenge, you were there, you were equal to him.
Yeah, I wasn't pushing or going too hard, making stupid choices. I just sat behind Cormac the whole time and just put my head down and waited for the last couple of laps, but he put me. But that's all right, it's racing.
It is racing. Beautiful, Harry Parker, and a lovely speech. Thank you, Harry. Well done. And here's the support out there as well to Cormac. Man, oh man, you had to work. If you thought 150s was easy, that would be your toughest race you've so far done on a 300, Cormac?
Oh, that's by far the toughest race I've ever done in my life. Every single time I look behind me, he's right there, and he got up the inside of me at the hip, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be close. But yeah, that was a really good race. The 10 laps, as Harry said, I was also a little bit worried about it. But, I'm definitely a bit tired, but I held through and got the win, so can't complain. Just want to say happy birthday to Grand. Thank you to the whole team at Yamaha, and without you guys I wouldn't be where I am today, so big ups to you guys.
Hey, that Cormac Mac attack is something special. You're creating a brand there as well. You've got the Burt Munro Challenge behind you. Beautiful people, a beautiful event. We look forward to being in Invercargill next month for that. But how awesome is it to have people like that? People like Rex Mincer who've opened their checkbook and said, hey, we want to see you flourish. And it's just so neat to be having great support from great people.
Yeah, like if I could give every single one of them a hug, I would. But all of them, they've all helped out in their every special way. So without them, I'll probably just still be doing club racing. So to be here on the national stage winning is definitely a dream come true, and bring on Europe later this year.
Bring on Europe later this year. We certainly do promote that. Look at the age of these guys, folks. Caleb here with Harry and Cormac. The future of our sport is right here with these young guns. You've seen them as teenagers overseas. This man's heading to Red Bull Rookies this year. How good's that going to be for a Kiwi rider as well? We're excited. Hope you are as well. The future of our sport with our Supersport 300 with Norjo Motorcycles and our sponsors with Underground Brown, bringing it to you here with Aon, along with Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. But more importantly, the 2021 NZSBK. We're racing motorcycles in New Zealand. Let's have a great day. Bring it on. Just a reminder again, folks, lunchtime, take an opportunity, beautiful food available. Hey, what about the fact that down here, for example, at Team Breeze Honda, you can check out their awesome Manuka energy squirts. That's something original. You've got a lot of teams with posters. Team Breeze as well have got their calendars for sale, raising money to ensure that we can get Demon Damo back to British 2021. Just some of the fundraising. You've got the MTF's yellow sunglasses. Perhaps you want a cool pair of those. Plus an opportunity for Av to sign those posters as well. So lots to see and do. The pits are all open. There's no charge. For those of you, thank you. Big lot of spectators around by Ruapuna Park. Come for a walk. Come and join us and check it out.
We've all been pushed around,
Hey, not too far away from our kids going out on the track. And thank you. Just been informed about the Pirelli tyres. So effectively Pirelli are actually now making a tyre to suit these bikes. So we've got effectively what we're knowing as a proper race tyre. So effectively they're going to go with a Diablo on the back, which is the same as they will find when they're going on to bigger bikes. So effectively, as I worded it, type tyres on a kid-sized bike. So it means that when they move up to another size bike, they'll know exactly what the rubber and tyres can do for them. So Pirelli getting in behind the big way. But over with Dennis Charlotte here, not too far away from the track. We'll have going to have Hunter, we're going to have Emma, and we'll have Shannon going out with Lucas and others. And Dennis Charlotte, man, I've just touched that tyre on there. My finger almost sticks to the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they are the same tyres that the Supersport 300 guys are riding on, and some of the Supersport 600 guys are riding on them. So, you know, Pirelli have gone away and bought them in the country, especially for us to do this. So, yeah, it's really good of them to do that. You know, the most important thing for us is the safety for the kids, and you know, the first thing that hits the track is the rubber. So we wanted good rubber underneath them, and Pirelli have been really good with their support.
Great to see. All right, we'll be back with Dennis here again shortly. And we've got Shannon Guthrie to join us. I've only just heard the story, Shannon, about these tyres. We're talking about effectively the same type of compounds as what they've got in the world's best tyres, and we put it on these little bikes. So, as Dennis says, they are going to be super safe out there.
Absolutely. And it's a class that we see is room for. We're getting kids in as young as 6, and they're an appropriate size for kids one-on-one training, and then we can progress into a race class.
Indeed. And hey, I'm excited about seeing more kids, because the bikes are the equal. We're not doing the checkbook as far as the bike is concerned. The bikes are going to be equal, and we'll put these quality tyres on them. So effectively, you could almost mix all the bikes together and draw them out of a hat. Any kid could be on any different bike.
That would be awesome. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what we should be doing with JIXA Cup as well. It's a very successful class over in Australia. They're a KOGP, so they're a Chinese bike with some very superior bits and pieces on them. So yeah, great wee bike. 150cc 4-stroke. with 12-inch tyres. So you can see Hunter here, he's 10, and it's a perfect size for him.
Great to see you. All right, not too far away from these kids to have a go ahead. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you to Dennis, and we'll catch up here with Hunter at the moment. And Hunter going out riding. When you got those tyres for the first time, did you notice they were better than the first tyres?
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, indeed. Do you feel them pretty? Are they nice and sticky for you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. We've got a man of not too many words, but it doesn't matter. It's more important. Now, tell us more about the bike itself. When you got your hands down there on the handlebars, does that feel like the right position? You're really leaning forward?
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so now we also notice that they've got a fairing like the big guys. So you're conscious of the fact that you lean down and get the air to blow over the top of that, so you get right down on the tank?
Yeah, it does give me a little bit of a faster down the straight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, what about things like the brakes that you're doing, and then of course you're going into the corner? What about what you're doing with your knees?
Well, I've done a little bit of grazes on them, and yeah, the brakes are good.
Yep. So they're good as well, so you've got no trouble with those. So effectively, again, quality braking on a quality motorcycle. Do you feel that the bike's got a lot of power?
Yeah, it really does. It's going like over the speed limit of like 100 k's.
You're going more than 100 kilometres an hour? You won't get pulled up for that?
Nah.
Nah. Oh, that's all right. That's the main thing. Cool to see. Thank you, Hunter. Well done. So awesome. Here's Emma with her bike. This is just a kid's trail bike, effectively, but people can go racing with them. So, Emma, do you like your bike?
Yeah.
All right. Have you got good tyres on yours?
No.
Oh, yeah. You want it when you're older? Do you want the bike like Hunter's got?
Yes.
Yeah, you do. All right. Can you go as fast as he does?
Not really.
Oh, not really, but you will. So, do you know how many laps you're going to do out there?
No.
All right. Are you going to go out with anybody else?
3.
Oh, the 3, yep. Well done. Thank you, Emma. It's awesome to see. So here we go with a few of our others that are going out for our kids as well. So more of that shortly. All right, here we go. Looking out, guys, kids on your bikes, so ready to go. Well, you'll notice it is a slightly shorter circuit. You'd also notice there's a mentor role. It would be probably somebody mentoring those riders. So you've got Angela, for example, Angela Charlotte, super mum, out there along with son Hunter at the moment. So I'm pretty sure they'll be the two that we see going over there. Yes, you can see that over there. So it's just a help for Hunter in following, and he's being taught the line, what we call the line. So you just follow exactly where mum's going, and she'll take you as the right way to go through that corner. So learning the art back we're here with Shannon, and Shannon, what we've just learned about those new tyres, you can sometimes think that you're getting a bike that's not a Grand Prix bike, but effectively when you're putting Grand Prix tyres on it, that's the number one thing. It wouldn't matter what the colour of it was like, it wouldn't matter what the size of it was like, but when you've got quality tyres, it's got brakes, it's got handling, kids will out there be really learning how to ride a motorcycle.
Absolutely, and throw in the mentoring from one-on-one. You know, we have some very, very good racers here. National champions, some world European champions, and they all take a very active role in helping the youngsters, and we have training sessions at each club meeting. We make plenty of time for the kids. They get at least 4 sessions a day at a club meeting. We have a have-a-go day, and so we try and teach them from the start, you know, how to do it right.
In fact, this year 2 have-a-go days I've noted in the program, and there's a February one, and there's also excuse me, I'm just going to grab a program. There's an April one, and here they are. I've got the dates here. So February 14th. So there we go, February 14th. That's Sunday. So that will be, in fact, there's Burt Munro weekend, not that matters, far from it. And also then to April the 18th with a Sunday there. So 2 Sundays have a go. Bring your road bike, check out the track. If you also, bikes are available from the club to hire. But hey, if you've got kids as well, keep your interest. Contact Dennis at Mega Motorcycle Centre or through the club. You'll see their phone numbers are available here on the Motorcycling Canterbury page in your program, and an opportunity to come and ride. Tell us about a have-a-go day, Shannon. You know, I've ridden bike. I'm effectively only a road rider. I want to come and have a go. I can turn up on my Yamaha and have a ride round?
Absolutely, yep. So we separate them out into classes. We have A through to F. A is experienced road riders, and you can bring any bike you like, as long as it's we have a bit of a check over it, and as long as you've got good gear, good helmet, leathers, boots, yeah, come and have some fun.
All right, so for the juniors, they use a smaller track like that. Most of the other classes, are you using the full track for them?
We use the full track for the kids.
Oh, wow. That's the real stuff.
So we have a separate F class, so that's same thing, one-on-one. We do the full track, yeah.
Awesome indeed. Hey, the opportunity as well that we want to come and have a go, and maybe don't necessarily have all the gear. We can contact club people. Maybe it's, well, obviously we've got a helmet, but maybe not quite the leathers of protection. Opportunity to contact somebody and get use of some protection equipment before we'd make a commitment on buying our own.
Absolutely. We have gear. We want to get as many people on track as we can. So as long as you've got a decent helmet, we can pretty much sort the rest. We've got club bikes for hire. We have a fleet of 5 Ninja 250s, we have some FXR 250s, and we've now got a fresh stock of Gixxer 150s. So yeah, we can help get people on track. All our kids' training sessions are free. We have Gixxers and FXRs starting for under 16s from $40 a day. So it's really, really cheap introduction to sport, and we just want to get as many kids on track as possible.
Can't take the kids to the swimming pool for a day for that kind of money anyway, and yet we're going racing. Hey, thanks, Shannon. Great to have your work. The others as well. What was that? No, that was yours, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Steve was behind me. He was over there. That's why I was heading for him. Back with Steve Bagshaw under Moto Academy and supporting Cormac, the Mac Attack Racing. Steve, you're loving what you're seeing. You're behind MCI with race supplies with Dennis at Mega Motorcycle Centre and getting these bikes in the country and getting more kids on a racetrack.
Yeah, Neil, exactly. That's right. As Shannon pointed out, the KO Mini GP 150 concept has been quite successful in Australia with Damo Cudlin and the MotoStars program, and that's led to riders going into the Oceania Junior Cup on the Yamaha R15, and then riders from the Oceania Junior Cup are now spread around the world in the Junior World Championship in Spain, in the CIV in Italy, and in the Red Bull Rookies Cup and the Asian Talent Cup. So the progression from these small bikes through the 150 road racing programs through to the Moto 3 programs around the world, and then indeed into the World Supersport 300 is bearing significant fruit now.
And the only thing is, New Zealand, we've been a bit behind the 8 ball. We were a good country in picking up on mini motocross and kids in junior motocross, and we've seen that come to fruition because we've had world motocross champions. We've been lacking road racing champions because we haven't had the right pathway.
Well, that's right. I mean, for me, my own opinion is that it's just down to numbers, to be fair, that it's really difficult to expect your 12-year-old child to be out there racing against adults. If they're out there racing against 12, 13 and 14-year-olds, then fantastic. But to be out there against adults, you know, there's a bit of a psychological issue there, and I fully agree with that psychological issue, to be fair. So, you know, all the people that are out there watching today on the banks and here in the paddock, you're not here today because you don't think motorcycle race, you know, you don't know anything about or don't care about motorcycle racing. You've come out here to have a look at it. And if you've got a young person in your family, in your team, in your sphere, have a look at Hunter on this KO Mini GP 150, and then imagine that your kid is Cormac Buchanan. And I'm telling you, as the principal of Motor Academy New Zealand, I've been training riders since 2008 to various degrees of success or another. Without this KO 150 Mini GP bike, Cormac would not be doing what he's doing now. Cormac is a fantastically talented rider, there's no doubt about that, but so is your kid potentially. But you have to have the training, you have to have the right tools for the job and the right support and mentoring in order for them to achieve the best that they can achieve.
Beautiful words, Steve. Thank you very much. You're speaking with passion. We know you believe in it as well. So, all right, let's, not quite a crystal ball, but put ourselves here in 12 months' time. Where do you see we'll be with what we're starting with now?
Well, you know, I can't tell, but if Race Supplies and Motorcycling Canterbury are able to pull off what they're attempting to do and buy in a batch of the KO 150s, I'm hoping that some of the people that are out there today watching will get in touch. They'll get in touch with Kevin at racesupplies.co.nz, or they'll get in touch with Dennis at Mega Motorcycles, or with Shannon and say, look, that concept intrigues us and we're interested. I want my kid to be on a KO Mini GP 150 that looks just like Fabio Quattararo's bike, that looks just like Enya Bastianini's bike, and I want to see what we can do.
Beautiful words. Thank you very much, Steve. Love having your passion on board. Hey, a bit of a break as well. We'll be back with racing course. Superbikes will be first up. Take your lunch break. Head to Pitapit. Head out there to the wood-fired pizza. Check out, of course, the Venus Smiths. Plenty of good menu choice for you. Or go to the club rooms where there is bar refreshments and non-alcoholic drinks available down at the end of the pits at the Chris Amon bar. Mind it, we'll be there for prize giving as well after racing tonight. Fantastic that you've come to join us here with Underground Brown. Proud to be promoters of the world's best technology of infrastructure. Exactly as the quote said, we're boring. We're certainly boring. We're boring underneath the roads, underneath the rivers, underneath houses. We're taking infrastructure around. Everything goes underground, and boring technology by the South Island's leading resource and boring technology, undergroundbrown.co.nz.
Hello and welcome.
So it's a pleasure to have you with us here on New Zealand Grand Prix Day for the New Zealand Superbike Championships 2021. We are in Christchurch at Ruapuna Park, Mike Pirro Motorsport Park. And here is the track. It's 3.3 kilometres long, goes in an anti-clockwise direction, and there are 9 turns in all for the riders to negotiate. And it is going to be a testing time for all the riders, as it always is here in Christchurch. Really looking forward to seeing how all of the riders negotiate this track today in what is a very prestigious day on the calendar of New Zealand motorsport. So here is the track. It's 3.44 kilometres long, and it's a very open part of, or a very open circuit for the first half of the race, with a long main straight and also a long second long straight after the first corner. Neil Ritchie is with me as well to help the viewers explain the track. Neil, good afternoon. And I was just mentioning 3.44 kilometres. So as they hitting the Flexo Players corner here on turn number 1, what are the riders looking to achieve through there?
Well, certainly from a racing point of view, you're talking about it at its most intense. So you've just done it, particularly from the start. You've really got there. There might be a slight kink in it, but you've got them at full speed. So it's a matter of getting that line on the inside and getting round through there at speed. And it's not as if, although it actually turns more than 90 degrees, it's doing it more gently. So you've got to get your exit to the corner right. And remembering, of course, that you then go along the Liquid Molly straight. As you notice, it's got a little bit of a curve. So, and that curve is against where you've just come. So you've come from a round corner to then come in a little bit tighter again. So it's the exit, and you actually notice at times some people have really got that. And we looked at the sidecar race early where we had a bit of a run taken, so that was great. Then we're looking here around Icon, coming down here into this hairpin. It is really a hairpin. That is super tight there. Glenn, man, oh man, I tell you what, you literally go back on yourself. It is so tight, and for those bikes to be leaning it right over, that is hard work. So yeah, great corner and a great spectacle on the track.
And then it's quite technical through the next part into turn 4, Fulton Hogan, and then coming down to the Casino Carousel.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you what, this Fulton Hogan corner is terrific, and you only got to ask Caleb Gilmore what happened yesterday. He's putting it down to the fact that he was too slow going into the corner. He wasn't aggressive enough, and he just wasn't concentrating on the line. Got what's called the ripple strip, caught the edge of the track on the corner, and it shot him off to the side of the track. So there you go, a rider that says he was going too slow and crashed. Normally you think of it as the other way around. So
indeed.
Yeah, and all the visitors here will tell you, Glenn, this is a very technical track. There's a lot of thinking out there to do the whole thing, and very rarely does a rider do a perfect lap. There'll be something that you've just missed time, miscalculated, braking, gear change or something, because you're learning and learning the whole time.
And then we're heading into turn number 7 and turn number 8 as we get into this course, part of the track, Neil, which is used exclusively for motorcycling.
Yeah, indeed. It's called the Dipper. So when the cars come out of the Southern Salvage S's, it's just a nice, gentle flow. But we come into this Dipper. It's called the Dipper because literally it's a sunken part of the track. So we come through a little bit of a hollow. So you're effectively following the G's of what the bike's doing. So you're going going into the corner, so it's got a slight camber. All the other corners are flat. You think of a Manfield and a Manawatu, or think of the hill at Pukekohe. They're contouring and they're flowing with the racing. You've got a dead flat area, and the corners are flat as well. But luckily for the dipper, it contours. So first of all, up on the right-hand side, so you tuck to the left, and then when you get right into the heart of it, the track's coming right up here on the left-hand side, so you're right down in on the right. So,
and then we've got a wonderful sweeper to end the lap before the riders, power up down the main straight.
And if you think about it from a geometry point of view, put a protractor there. Think your days with a compass at school, Glenn, and that's exactly what it is. It's a beautiful corner. So if you can just get it right, hold that speed on and get around, you'll notice, in fact, you think, why are they going so wide? Because you can see so much of the track back on the inside. But they're effectively turning the entry point to the exit point, not the two inside lines. That makes it too tight. So you get that big, that's why it's called a sweeper. You're getting that big sweep, and they can come and exit out wide and then snug the wall and come down.
And that brings the riders back to the start-finish line to complete one lap. So there is a good look at the track here at Ruapuna, the Mike Pirro Motorsport Park track, 3.44 kilometres long. Well, hello and thank you for joining us here on Sky Sport Next. We're at the Mike Pirro Motorsport Park, just out of Christchurch, Ruapuna, and what's going to be a fantastic afternoon of Superbike action. We have races coming up in 7 classes, and it's going to be a great thrill to see how these races unfold. First up, we've got the 16-lapper for the Superbikes, and joining me, Glenn Lama, and commentary is Brad Ritchie. Brad, you do a great job, and this is going to be a cracking race to kick off the afternoon session.
Yep, sun's out. This is going to be brilliant. Good crowd in here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. And feature-length races coming up on the program. The start of it, or the big one, the 16-lap Superbike New Zealand Grand Prix race. This is the third and final race for them of the weekend. And we give away the New Zealand Grand Prix title, incorporated with our first round of our New Zealand Superbike Championships. Like we said, big welcome to all the viewers. And this is going to be absolutely brilliant. We've had lap record pace in qualifying from our big guns, and 2 different race winners already this weekend, Glenn, so shaping up to be a thriller. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. We've got 7 classes, as I touched on, and we're going to have the Superbike race first up, and then that will be followed by the Pro Twins race, and then we'll have the Supersport 600s, the 300s, the 150s, and then we'll finish the program with the sidecars, and then the 250 production race coming up to end the program today. So we're getting a good look at some of these riders now, and this is going to be interesting because this is the 3rd race, Brad, for all of these riders coming up this weekend, and you know, with so much prestige associated with this race, what are you expecting is, you know, at the weekend in terms of tactics has been at play here for the riders? Yeah, so this one is all on. These guys are going to take this one really seriously, the Grand Prix title. And we've got a shortened 4-round season this year, so these championship points that are up for grabs are certainly very, very valuable. And we've got anywhere up to about 8 guys that can win this race right here. So there's a lot of factors. It's a 16-lap race in the hot, hot sun. Tyres are a factor. There's going to be stamina. These boys have just backed up a race about an hour and a half ago. So yeah, there's a number of different factors at play here, and all on here. Once the visors go down and we go racing, it's going to be all on. Yeah, and conditions are perfect. It was a bit drizzly overnight, but cool this morning, but thankfully that cloud has vanished, no rain, and we've got just a nice high cloud over Ruapuna at the moment. It's quite warm out there, maybe temperatures around 23, 24 degrees, so ideal racing conditions, do you think? Yeah, probably just got a little bit hot in the track temperature. Maybe earlier this morning, you want that track temperature around 40 degrees is about an optimum temperature for these slick tyres. But this one here, it does get a little bit slippery and breaks up a little bit in this temperature. But these guys are the best of the business. So this will be all on here. We've got bike issues all sorted out at Team Rees Honda. So they'll be very, very happy and excited. Damo taking race 1 honours, but then having to pull in with a mechanical. So yeah, this was anyone's at the moment. Yeah. Indeed it is. So it's going to be a hot race. We've got Nelson's Alistair Hugenbosum, who's going to start on pole for this race. He won the 2nd race of the weekend earlier today, but didn't finish the 1st race. And then Damon Rees, of course, winning yesterday's race, but DNFing earlier today with a mechanical problem. So they're going to be the top 2 on the grid, which is lining up now. And the other 2 on the front row are Mitch Rees, Damon's brother, and Sloane Frost. Yeah, so Sloane, a former Superbike champion himself. You've got plenty of action in here. Daniel Medham, Jaden Hassan. There's 3 guys in here that are former Superbike champions, and we've also got our defending Superbike champion, the #1 machine on the Blue Crew Yamaha. And a big shout out to all the Blue Crew team here. They've come out in force, and good to see Cam, the legend behind Holland Collision Repairs. He's here in the crowd as well. So this is going to be brilliant. We're going to love this one. 16-lap Superbike New Zealand Grand Prix title up for grabs. The grid marshals are pretty happy with everyone forming up. Once they walk in, then they initiate the lights. The lights come on in a big block of 5. Once they go out, we go racing. And these guys here, the best of the business, about to drop the hammer and go racing for the 16-lap New Zealand Grand Prix title here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. The marshals are in. We're all happy. Waiting for the lights. When they come on, they stage on 5 at a time. Once they go out, we're away. Here we go. It's the New Zealand Grand Prix for 2021, and it's a great start by David Rees. As the wheels go up, heading towards the first corner. Fantastic start by Rees, and he's going to go to corner #1 in 1st place. Yeah, that's a dream start from Damo Rees. He's just done everything right there, and he leads it in there. Out of turn one we go. It looks like both of the Honda boys are pretty handy to the pace. Al Hoogie, he got a good start as well. So this is all on. Our big contenders are all up the front. We've got Team Rees 1-2. Looks to be Jake Lewis, one of the Yamaha Blue Crew, going to try and have a look up the inside. So a change for second position. That's a good move from Jake Lewis on the number 29 machine. He's now up into second place. That's Mitchell Rees back in third. And Alistair Hugenbotham has got himself right in the party as well. So top four at the moment. A little bit of work to do, and all playing in the hands of little Damon Rees, the 92 machine. He is flying into the Christchurch Casino Carousel for the first time. We go back to Blue Crew Yamaha in second place with 29 of Jake Lewis, the 62 of Mitchell Rees in third place, and then our defending Superbike champion is the hometown hero. He's going to try and get himself in the mix. He's not quite close enough for a move there. All coming alive here. This is going to be brilliant. 16 laps of fury, and all on the line here, Glenn.
Yeah, so Rees coming in with about 3 corners to go until the end of the first lap. He is the defending champion. Hugenbotham finished in second place last year. Lachlan Ebbers was in third place, but Rees has made a great start as they enter the sweeper to come down the home straight to complete the first lap. So Rees got a good length, a good lead here, and he's made a terrific start, hasn't he? These bikes hit 260 k's down the main straight. 133.9 was the lap for Damon Rees as he goes into corner 4.
Absolutely brilliant. Al Hoogie at the inside of Mitchell Rees, so a change of third position as well. So we've got Team Yamaha 2 and 3 at the moment. So Al Hoogie, he's conscious of the fact that if Damon Rees breaks free, they'll never catch him. So Al's got to get in front of his teammate and try and get after him. There's a decent gap, about 10 odd bike lengths as they break hard into the brilliant Euromark left-hander here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park, Ruapuna. Mitchell Rees is trying to get in the mix too. He's not happy with this, so trying to get right back into it. This is going to be 16 laps, and these guys are already going for it, Glenn, hammer and tongs at the moment.
Yeah, Rees' his advantage of the first lap was 0.8 of a second, so he's got a pretty decent lead early, although we are in a 16-lap race. There is a lot of track to go, but Rees is holding that margin at the moment. Jake Lewis currently in second place. He's finished the weekend with 2 fourth placings so far. You've been surprised to see him up there in second place at the moment, Brad?
Oh, no, he's the hometown hero. He's a former New Zealand 600 Supersport champion. He's done a lot of laps around here, and he is a former European Junior Cup champion from when he was racing in Europe in 2013, so packed full of experience, a really smooth, neat and tidy rider, and he's really just turned it on here in front of his home fans.
So here comes Rees through the sweeper again to complete the second lap of 16, and he's holding a similar margin to what he had after the first lap. No changes in the minor placings, and Rees' time there 1:30.3. He's leading at 1.824 of a second.
He's absolutely Al Hoogie's still no answer for his teammate at the moment, so still Jake Lewis holding on to second place. Al's trying to find a way around him, because this one here is all on at the moment. Damon Rees cannot run away with it, though. These guys are on hot pace at the moment, and Scotty Moyer's got himself in the mix as well, so this top 5 really coming alive as we go through the Euromark left-hander down into second gear. Most of them hold second gear through here. Depends how your bike's geared. You can click third going through Fulton Hogan, but on a 16-lap race, tyre conservation's the name of the game, so these guys will be on a setting that'll just have it all neat and tidy through there. Don't want to wheel spin too much. A long race in this hot weather, Glenn.
Indeed. Now, Damon Rees is the record lap holder here at Ruapuna, 129.189 seconds. He did that almost to the day 12 months ago. In fact, 2 days in 2 days' time to the year. So Damon Rees on hot form 12 months ago, and he's made a cracking start here as they come into this tight section. Still no change to the minor places. Lewis has actually just dropped to third. There's a nice move from Hugenbotham, who's come up into second. And now let's see if Hugenbotham can move forward and try and reel in this margin that Rees has built up early.
Yeah, that was a big moment from Jake Lewis. Just lit the back wheel up, hopped him up out of the seat, so lucky to hang on to it. And Al Hoogie did a good job too, not to clang into it. The new man in second place, we've got this one here coming down to it, and 129.609. Damon Rees has just lifted the 18 limit as well, so he's only 0.6 of a second off his own lap record pace from 12 months ago. And a decent 2-second advantage, so look out for this one. Al Hoogie, the defending champion, the hometown hero, he is now in second place, and he's on the charge. We've got Jake Lewis in third, Mitch Rees back in fourth, and then Scotty Moyer on the Pro Moto Dyno Lab GSXR 1000 there in 5th place. So it's all on here, Glenn, and we've just already 4 laps into this one.
Well, Rees has got a 2-second advantage already, and we're only on lap 4. So this is a pretty dominant performance from Damon Rees, and of course he's been hoping to get, well, he will be going back to Europe again, won't he? But fingers crossed he can get a good season over there with COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. He wasn't scheduled to race in this championship, but Boris put the UK back in lockdown for another few weeks over the last week, and Damon sort of thought, well, hey, I'm not sure when I can go back. I don't want to be down on race pace or rusty, so I'm going to go and have a go at this. And he's turned up. He won race 1. Unfortunately, a mechanical DNF in the second one, and now he is flying. So this is all on here. We've got action aplenty as Mitchell Rees now piling on the pressure. So Jake Lewis, he lost the position a lap ago to his teammate, and now we're under fire again. So look out for this one as the 62 of Mitchell Rees starts piling on the pressure, and he's dragging along Scotty Moore with him as well. So 1 for David Rees, and and then a 3-way fight for the podium. All important championship points up for grabs, and of course we're going to give away the Grand Prix title as we see Alissa Hugenbosen responds with a 1:21.212, so 10th of a second of lap record pace, and he was 4 tenths quicker than Damon Rees on that lap as well. So this one here is on finish here, Glenn.
Yeah, we're certainly on a hot pace, aren't we? And it looks like, well, fingers crossed, we might see the lap record go. We'll see. We're on lap 4 of 16 here at the New Zealand Grand Prix for the Superbikes here at Ruapuna. I hope you're enjoying our coverage here on Sky Sport Next. At the moment, it's Damon Rees from Whakatane who's leading at the moment. Al Hugenbosen has from Nelson currently holding in 2nd place at the moment, and Brad, I don't know about you, but it looks like he might be just slightly cutting into that lead at the moment, and then we've got a very good battle for 3rd place, which I feel will continue right the way through this 16-lapper.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be all on here. We've got to change to 3rd position as well. Mitchell Rees goes up the inside and gets the job done, but Jake Lewis going to argue straight back, not going to be there. Oh, they almost touching fairings in there. Mitchell Rees runs it a bit deep, and Jake's going to take that line there. They're side by side through the dipper, and Mitchell's going to hang on to the line. This is frantic pace, and meanwhile, while these guys go like that, it's going to play into the top 2's advantage. They're going to sneak off into the distance, but have a look at that gap there, Glenn. That's definitely not the same gap they had a lap ago. So the man on the mission is the #1, the defending Superbike champion, with that battle for the podium. These guys are giving it everything.
Yeah, it's a good race as we see the one is complete, the 5th lap, and it is a gap now for Rees of 0.8 of a second, so it's come right back by over a second. So great riding here from Al Hugi, and this battle for 3rd. Fingers crossed for the fans. We're going to get a lot of changes for 3rd place at the moment. Looks like we're getting close to Rees again. It's Mitch Rees hunting Lewis, and it's the same part of the track again, Brad, where these two are dueling it out.
Oh, this is brilliant stuff. Well done to Jake Lewis. He's really come out with the gloves off here. Mitchell Rees just can't find a way to make that move stick. This is all on. We've got a new track record as well, so a new lap record for Alissa Hugenbosen. He's really on fire in a 16-lap race. To do that early on is absolutely brilliant. So 1:21.186, that's only 3/1000ths of a second. Better than Damon Simon, but it all counts. We go to 1,000th of a second here with our brilliant MXT motocross and track timing, and they're bringing us world-class events like this one here, but that one there, less than a second now, separating our top 2 in the New Zealand Grand Prix. Good stuff in 3rd place. Jake Lewis defending like a trooper there, and we've got Mitchell Rees and Scotty Moyer. So they've while they've been fighting, they've bunched up a little bit, and don't discount Daniel Medham and Sloane Frost, who have caught up to that 3-way fight. So we could have a 5-way battle here for the 3rd place on the podium, Glenn.
Here comes the end of the 6th lap, and that battle for 3rd continues. We've just seen no change at the top. Rees has crossed the start finish line to complete the 6th lap, just waiting for those times to tick over to see what his advantage was. It was 0.8 of a second on the previous lap. It's 0.798, so it's a similar margin between 1st and 2nd at the moment. Again, nothing between Rees, Moyer and Lewis, who's currently holding 3rd place. Lewis, of course, finishing 4th in the 2 races so far. Very good effort from him so far. In fact, he finished 3rd in the 2nd race this morning. Mitch Rees will be hoping to continue to score heavily in this race as well too, Brad, because 2 seconds so far, even though he might not win, with 3 races per round, 4 rounds in total, every point could count.
Yeah, we had Al Hoogie. He had a DNF in race 1 with a mechanical failure, and his brother Damon had a mechanical DNF in race 2. So finishing twice on the podium, he's going to be right in the mix for the overall for the weekend. But this one here is brilliant. The two in the front, there's less than half a second in that battle, but this one here is now a full-on four-way fight. This is the podium for the New Zealand Grand Prix up for grabs. It's still with Jake Lewis ahead of Mitchell Rees, but now look at Scotty Moyer on the Pro Moto Dyno Lab CD Vandermeer Builder Suzuki there, and now look at the number 34, former New Zealand Superbike champion, the Coleman Suzuki of Daniel Medham is now in the mix as well. And then not far back from there, we've got a former Superbike champion in Sloane Frost right in the mix. So this is the battle we're looking at. Awesome Sky Sport update. It was Jake Lewis, Mitchell Rees, Scotty Moyer, Daniel Medham and Sloane Frost. Five of the best going out for the battle on the podium as Alistair Hugenbosen goes under his lap record again.
Yes, he has. Now there's been an issue. What's happened?
So we've got drama.
Boy.
We've got drama.
Hugenbosen could be off. Yes, and in fact, we've got a red flag coming out here at the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Oh, drama here. We've got a red flag, and it's Al Hoogie. He's up and okay and walking, but down in turn 1 after he just set the fastest lap anyone had ever gone around Ruapuna on a motorcycle, and he is gutted, absolutely in despair. So looks to be up and okay, but that Blue Crew Yamaha in the gravel trap at turn number 1. So with that there, 9 laps still to go. We're definitely in line for a Superbike Grand Prix restart as we see the drama unfold, Glenn.
Well, this is a great shame, isn't it? Hugenbosen was coming right back into it against Damon Rees, who led from the start of the race. So we have a red flag, unfortunately, here at Ruapuna. And just for the good folk who might be tuning in for the first time, Brad, just tell us the rules here. What constitutes a restart and what doesn't?
So if you do 66% of the race, that's declared as a result. But in a 16 lap with 9 still to go, that'll be a restart. And once you've done more than 2 laps, it'll be a restart with those 9 laps remaining. So that's the update on the rule. If you hadn't done the 2 laps, it would be a full restart. But after 2 laps, you restart the remainder of the race. So that one there is all on here. And Damon Rees, well, he was starting to get under a lot of pressure from Al Hoogie, and someone had to give, and this time it was Al Hoogie who's ended up down there in turn 1. So a bit of drama here. We'll keep you updated when we know what's going on here with a red flag at the moment. So they'll come back into Parc Ferme, whack the tyre warmers on, and wait for the officials to make the call.
All right. Well, let's just hope that Hugenbosen will only be suffering from her pride at the moment. He looked very disappointed, didn't he? I think was the body language that we saw from him after coming right back into contention after Rees made the hottest of hot starts.
Yeah, and also a point to make as well that Al Hoogie, he's crashed and he was the cause of that red flag. So if you have an accident or aren't running while the red flag comes out, you can't make the restart either. So that's just even more drama. He already had a mechanical DNF on the Saturday, and now this one here, he's going to have to watch the restart of the Grand Prix from the pits.
Well, that's frustrating for him, isn't it? 3-time New Zealand champion, unable to come back into the race. So still on a red flag here at Ruapuna, here at the Mike Pero Motorsport Park. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here on Sky Sport Next. But this, of course, race is just the first of 7 that we've got coming up on the program this afternoon. Each of them, except for the last one, has a New Zealand Grand Prix title up for grabs today. And we hope to be back with more news and information for you in just a moment, so stay with us. If you're just joining us here on Sky Sport Next, just reminding you that we're on a red flag at the moment. With Alistair Hugenbosen going down at the end of the first corner. He's going to be okay. And we'll get a restart to this race very shortly. with the Grand Prix title still up for grabs, but sadly, Hugenbosen won't be part of it. Well, good news is I think everything's all cleared over at the end of the first turn. So we're just waiting for the bike and the rider himself to come back to the start-finish line. So we've just been given the news from race control that this restart will happen in 5 minutes. And just in front of us, I can tell you that Hugenbosen is limping, but he is walking unaided at the moment, which is very good news. And fingers crossed he gets the all clear from the medical people, and we'll see him back racing before too long.
And a shout out to the Ruapuna Motorsport Rescue crew with the IV vehicle today, supplied by MTF Finance Rescue Vehicle, supplied by Wasteco. Thank you to them. 4 vehicles they've given for ready response around the track. And that was the example. The officials had called it because of the proximity to the track where he was, and it was deemed as it could be dangerous to the other riders. So red flag, meaning a halt to the race, and we'll do the restart as Brad has explained. A shout out to our rescue crew today. We've got Aaron, Connor, Corey, Grant, Jason, Steve, Richard and Rob. So certainly a group of cool guys, all amongst those various vehicles. Some of them will go to some parts of the track and others will cover the rest. And here it is, our Wasteco vehicle just coming along as a crash recovery of Al's bike, unfortunately. We see in the program, in fact, that Al's shown as being from Nelson, and unless there's been a change in the last week that I'm not aware of, we know, of course, him as a local man, so I think that's what we'll call it. I was just looking to see if I could spot somebody from the family and get confirmation, but don't see that. Maybe after the race will be too late. But here we are with our Wasteco crash recovery back in. The bike goes back to the pits, and the unfortunate, I suppose, inevitable of that is... he is unable to restart in this race for the Grand Prix title. So he'll be gutted with that. To end the day, effectively on 26 points. So he got 1 point for being top qualifier, and he's had the 1 win today. So only 26 out of a possible 76 points is going to make that defending that #1 plate very hard. So he's going to have to put some consistency together for the remaining races for the rest of the rounds. So there we are. Also, a shout out as we've got a little bit of time to cover it. Thanks indeed to the Bears Club here in conjunction with Affordable Storage, Scott Structural and Heath Bodiger. Thank you guys. They're putting up a $5,000 incentive for riders to do the 6 rounds of the Bears Winter Series in the lightweight 400 class, so effectively on the KTM 390, and an opportunity to be involved in that money. I won't go through the fine details, there's a little bit involved, but hey, thank you to the Bears Club, Affordable Storage, Scott Structural and Heath Bodiger, and putting together that bonus. So effectively, you've got a KTM, a Bears bike, in other words, British European in that case, of course, and a Bears motorcycle doing the Winter Series, and then a chance to get that package to go racing in the National. So that is fantastic. So well done. There's an opportunity to support people out of a club level event to promote them so that they can go and do national racing. $5,000 will cover a lot of costs for a neat little motorcycle like that. So well done. Thank you, Bears. All part of racing here in mighty Canterbury.
not too far away from a race restart at the New Zealand Grand Prix for the Superbikes after the elimination of El Hugenbosom, who crashed at the end of the, I just want to say the start of the 8th lap. I think it was the start of the 8th lap, Brad Ritchie.
Yeah, so the highs and lows of Superbike racing, just set the fastest lap of anyone that's ever gone around this track, and absolutely flying, but then the very next corner ends up just losing the bike and down in the gravel trap, unable to make the restart. We've got a full 9-lap restart coming up here. So we've had the 5-minute call a couple of minutes ago. Can't be far away from getting bikes back on track. And our New Zealand Superbike Grand Prix title up for grabs, and the 9-lap restart will get underway without our defending Superbike champion. Al Hugi unfortunately had the crash and will not be able to make the restart.
Indeed, and the riders just coming back into the pits now to get set for the restart. Still plenty of talent out there with the Rees brothers, Sloane Frost, Jake Lewis, Richie Dibben, Scott Moyer, all still ready to go. Jake Lewis as well. It's a new race, isn't it now, Brad? For these guys, it's what's just happened is history, and they've just got to put it out of their minds and start from scratch.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to play into some people's hands. It's going to be a detriment to others. Damon Rees, he had a comfy advantage with Al not there, so now he's going to have to do all the hard work again, and it's only going to be 9 laps, so this one here all on. We've got the New Zealand Grand Prix titles up for grabs. We give away one in each championship class this afternoon, and we kick it off with our first big one, the New Zealand Grand Prix title for our New Zealand Superbike Championships. We've got bikes back on track, so we'll keep an update on this one here. But some late weekend drama for the defending champion.
Tell me about it. Oh, you want a duel, don't you? That's the thing with these great riders. When you're getting 2 or 3 going at us, we saw that great battle for third that was unfolding with the 4 riders there, and potential for multiple changes of position. That's what you want to see. As the riders come back out on to Mike Pirro Motorsport Park, the 3.4 kilometre Ruapuna Speedway here, and so the riders just going through their warm-up lap before we'll get them back on the start-finish line for a restart. And then it's just going to be a 9-lapper until the end. And we'll find out who our champion will be. Will it be Damon Rees, who will be defending his New Zealand Grand Prix title from last year, or will someone like his brother Mitch come up and challenge him? Mitch will need a good start.
Yeah, Mitch has had a shocking start both races today so far, so if he gets that right, he'll certainly be a factor. We've got some good pace coming on from Scotty Moyer and Daniel Medham. In that last one, they caught right up to that battle and got themselves in podium contention, so if they can get a good start as well. It's only a 9-lapper now, so throw the strategies out the window. Just drop the visor and go racing now. It's all on for this one now, Glenn.
It sure is. Good luck to all the other riders in this race as well. Don't forget, coming up a little bit later on this afternoon, our next race will be a Grand Prix title in the Pro Twins class. And then we'll have the Super Sport 600s, the 300s, the 150s, and the sidecars to conclude the Grand Prix titles. And then we'll have one race at the end too for the 250 production class. Every rider on a Kawasaki Ninja 250, which is always fun. And we had a cracking race in that class earlier today. So here come the riders in the Superbikes back to the start-finish line to have the restart here at Ruapuna. So we'll have
all right,
Mitch Rees in 62, Damon Rees in 92. There's the distinguishing, and the other rider on the front there is Sloane Frost. So those are the 3 as we get ready for the restart now of the New Zealand Grand Prix. 16-lapper becomes a 9-lapper. No El Hugenbosom, who crashed out of the main race. So here we go for the restart in the New Zealand Grand Prix in the Superbikes class. Damon Rees at the front with his brother alongside him, and they're away again. And Mitch Rees has got a better start this time as he drifts out to the right, but it's going to be Damon Rees who leads at the first corner.
Yeah, much better start from Mitchell, but he's in a bit of trouble. He's got Scotty Moyer up into second place, and Jake Lewis is going to come up the inside and challenge there. So side by side down the Liquid Molly straight here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park, and it's going to be the 29 of Jake Lewis. He continues to get that Blue Crew Yamaha up the front end of this field, but Scott Moyer is going to try and argue back. This is going to be brilliant. These guys are all on here, and Mitchell Rees is coming to the party as well, as Scotty Moyer just runs it a little bit deep into the Euro mark left-hander and gifts that position to Mitchell. Mitchell's going to want to try and tack onto the back of his little brother. He is flying at the moment, the 92 on the Team Rees Honda. He was in scintillating form at the Cemetery Circuit just on 3 weeks ago, and now bringing that into New Zealand Superbike Racing. Al Hoogie had just set the lap record and unfortunately went down, so we've got plenty of drama unfolding in this one here. 9-lap restart, and these guys are giving everything already, Glenn.
Yeah, Damon Rees in front at the moment from Whakatane. His brother is in third place at the moment. Sitting between them is Jake Lewis, and we've got another rider who's down well out the back, though. We'll get confirmation of who that is. In fact, there's two of them. There's two of them who have gone down out the back, but we're still under a green flag. So racing continues here in the restarted New Zealand Grand Prix. Yes, it's Damon Rees to complete the first lap of 9. Lewis is second, and it's Mitch Rees in third, just ahead of Moyer, who's challenging hard. In fact, he's just drifted past Mitch Rees for third place.
Yeah, we've got a red flag now, so we've gone to a red flag situation. So this is even more drama as we've gone to a red flag. Those bikes down and look to be just off the track, so in a dangerous position. And we've got more and more drama as another red flag in the New Zealand Superbike Championships. And that is quite drama-filled here. We didn't even get one lap of the 9-lap restart done, and that will be that.
Yes, indeed. We are going to see who the two riders are in just a moment. We'll try and identify them. This is where you kind of hope that you have a pair of high-powered binoculars to see who the riders are. But what a shame. Fingers crossed, we hope those two riders are okay. It looks like both of them are walking okay at the moment. Brad Ritchie?
Yeah, so in New Zealand road racing rules, you cannot restart a race more than once, so that will be, they might be able to declare that if they've declared the first part of that race as a result, they can give half points for a half race, but we'll leave the officials to make the big call there, but no further restarts will be made there, so a potential here for no one to become the New Zealand Grand Prix title holder for 2021. So wow, we're only just into this Grand Prix section, and already so much drama.
Jeepers. Well, we can tell you one of the riders is David Hall, who's crashed out in that latest incident. Yeah, it looks like number 55 is another one, Jaden Carrick. So those two look to be okay at the moment. Just looking back, there could be a third one down there as well. Brad, there. We're just seeing one of the... Just before where those two are there, we're seeing one bike loaded onto a trailer now. So there actually could be three down there.
So I think there's two different separate incidents there. There's someone else in the carousel as well. So yeah, a strange place for those bikes to end up where Dave and Jaden have ended up. Not a normal place where you'd crash. So we have no idea what's going on there. We missed it on the package, but yeah, a very strange place to end up with a crashed motorcycle. And we've also got Heath Boddicker as the man there. He's had a crash in the Christchurch Casino carousel, so wow, that's plenty of drama. 3 of them down in the space of 100 metres on the racetrack, and the second red flag, we'll find out what's happening with the result. It's at race control at the moment, trying to find out what's going on, but yeah, a potential that we could not have a Grand Prix champion here, Glenn.
Well, we'll see, and we'll get word to you as soon as we get that from race control, who are merely, 10 steps above us here at Ruapuna Park Raceway. But first of all, we think all the riders are okay. They're all up and walking around, and they all seem reasonably happy over there. So
you're just having a look at that bike. That's a big front end stove in there. So I hope there's the bike's definitely worse wear. The riders look okay. So yeah, wow, could have been anything happened to that machine there. That's had quite a bit of contact up the front.
So second red flag. If you're just joining us, first red flag happened 15 minutes ago when Al Hugenbosen fell at the first corner. So just a matter of waiting for, first of all, the riders and the bikes to come back, the track cleared of any debris, and then we will find out what happens from there. So we're in a holding pattern here on Sky Sport. What a shame, Brad. We've had these two crashes in this race.
Oh, it was shaping up to be a thriller, all right. We had all the top guys going at it. And lap one into the line, lap restart, we've had 3 go down in a couple of separate incidents. So this one here, no choice but to go to another red flag. That bike was right on the track, and some marshals on the scene. So full credit to the marshals, getting that straight on scene. And great to see the riders up and walking as well. So plenty of drama, but bear with us. We will find out what's going on and keep you updated with more of this New Zealand Grand Prix weekend of round 1 of NZSBK, the New Zealand Superbike Championships at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. It's quite a nice day here. The clouds just come over, and we should get some really good racing. We're going to give away New Zealand Grand Prix titles in all 7 championship classes throughout the afternoon, so this is going to be good.
thanks for staying with us here on Sky Sport. We're at Ruapuna, and we are still waiting for the official word of what's happening after the second red flag in the Superbike New Zealand Grand Prix title. And just to see whether there will be a winner declared. We know, Brad Ritchie, that there's one thing that's definitely decided is we won't have another restart, but we might be the process just going through at the moment.
Yeah, so it's with the stewards at the moment, so you cannot restart a race more than once, so that's definitely not going to happen again. But with the two combined, they did cross the line before the red flag, so that's one more lap to the tally, so it might be enough to award a half point. We're not sure. It's with the stewards at the moment because it is quite a dynamic finish. It's about the, it's a sort of lightning in a bottle type of situation that's happened here. A very rare occasion. So it's with the stewards at the moment to see if we can announce a Grand Prix champion, but it's with the stewards at the moment, so we can't announce anything officially. It's working on at the moment, but do bear with us. We'll keep that announcement. But what we can tell you is that we will not be seeing our superbikes back on track, and all focus is now go to a bit of a clean-up there. Just coming out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel, it's a very awkward place for a bike to have an accident, so hope everyone's okay down there and ready to go. Carry on with our program here. Coming up next with our Pro Twin Grand Prix, and these guys have been racing pretty hard and fast throughout the weekend, so this one should be a pretty good one, Glenn.
Yeah, we've got 11 riders in that category, which will be out shortly. And the hot favourite will be Carl Hooper with 2 wins out of 2 so far this weekend. SJ Cavill, though, will be on his tail again with 2 seconds. So we'll have that as our next race. So stay with us here on Sky Sport. Apologies for the delay, but we'll be bringing you news and the official decision from the stewards very shortly. Well, welcome back to Ruapuna, Mike Pero Motorsport Park here. And we're getting set for the New Zealand Grand Prix title in the Pro Twins. It's going to be a 12-lap of this race, 11 riders. Carl Hooper from Taupō, S.J. Cavell from Napier, Jared Horn from Whangamata, Alex Butson from Auckland, leading 4 riders in this race alongside Vaughan Main of Auckland as well. So the warm-up lap is underway. And just to remind you, we're still awaiting the outcome or the decision of the Superbikes race for the New Zealand Grand Prix as to how that is going to shake down with 2 red flags and whether points will be awarded, whether a champion will be declared. We're still waiting official information from the stewards. And once we get that information, we will be certainly broadcasting it to you. In the meantime, the program continues. This is the second of 7 on the calendar or the schedule for this afternoon. Brad Ritchie back with me, and these bikes, these Pro Twins, twin-cylinder 4-stroke, up to 600 cc's.
Yep, so these are all the twin-cylinder 650cc machines. There is 3 manufacturers available. Yamaha do an MT-07, but none of them are entered. And Kawasaki also do a 650 twin as well. But everyone racing here is all on the Suzukis this weekend, so it makes it nice and easy. There's no one got an advantage. Everyone's on cylinder machinery. But the one thing to keep an eye on, especially in this 12-lap race here, is these guys have to use the same set of tyres for qualifying and all 3 races in the weekend. So in this hot Garden City sun, 12-lap around here, this is going to certainly be a factor, I think, Glenn.
Yeah, indeed, and whether the riders might have been conserving or, you know, strategizing a little bit in the first 2 races of the weekend, we're about to find out. But Carl Hooper comes into this with 2 wins out of 2 so far, Cavell with 2 seconds, and Jared Horn with 2 thirds. So similar results all the way down through the field of these 11 riders through the first 2 races.
And Glenn, just to come in there, you're spot on the mark. Because that's exactly what Carl Hooper said in his post-race interview before, that he was watching out for the tyres because he knew he had the extra race to do.
Yes.
So it's part of their strategy for the entire weekend. It's not a matter about winning the first race by a comfortable margin. It's about conserving your tyres enough to go all the way through to this one.
Well, let's identify these riders. S.J. Cavell, who's just coming into the #1 position. He's on 41 there. He's got the yellow and the blue wheels. Hooper's in 28. In 74, Jared Horn. And number 49 on the front row was Vaughan Main. Those are the top 4 riders, as we're all set for the Pro Twins New Zealand Grand Prix title race. A 12-lapper here at Ruapuna, and we're underway. And it's Hooper who's made a great start. But on the outside, Main goes really well as well. And there's 5 riders abreast across the track. A great start is at the first corner. And it's going to be really interesting to see who gets the lead, and it's going to be Cavell.
Yeah, look at that. It's all on here. There's a big groove. And I think it might be the 28. I think Carl Hooper might have just snuck up around the outside there. So S.J. Cavell there, he is the man I can see in about 3rd place at the moment. So a good start from our big contenders, Jared Horn. He's got himself in the mix as well. That's him in 2nd place. We've got a good start from the number 18 of Alex Butson. There's plenty of contenders here that can win this Grand Prix title. We've got plenty of experience out there. But at the moment, the man who's won 2 from 2 so far, Carl Hooper, will lead them through the Fulton Hogan section of this circuit. Good stuff from Jared Horn. His first trip to Ruapuna, and already 2 visits to the podium and running a good 2nd here at the moment.
Well, indeed. And Hooper, of course, if we think back to that first race today, who gave up a lot of space and time, didn't he, to Cavell, but he just slowly ate into the lead over a number of laps and then got him a lap and a half from the end of the race.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. He's really a young man on the rise in New Zealand road racing. He's done a fantastic job so far this weekend on the borrowed bike. It's not even his bike, so a big shout out to the KIP Racing, Benno Rosendale. That's the bike that won the National Championship a couple of years ago and also was a top 3 machine last year. And this young man just hops on it and goes back-to-back wins so far and leads the New Zealand Grand Prix at the moment. We've got Jared Horn trying to get himself up in the mix as well. Interesting stuff. S.J. Cavell hasn't lost touch with that lead 3 as well. This one's all on here as they go around. This is a 12-lap race, and it'll be interesting to see who's got some tyres left, who's got the stamina to carry on 12 laps at the New Zealand Pro Twins Grand Prix all coming alive here is Carl Hooper, Jared Horn, SJ Cavell, that's your top three. Vaughan Main is the man now up into fourth place ahead of Alex Button, Nick Southerwood, Chris Burt, and then they go back to Angus Boyd. That's your top 8 as you can see them on the screen. But this one here, look at this one from Jared Horn. He's piling on a bit of pressure. So Carl Hooper, he hasn't had it all his own way so far. This one's going to be all on here, and we've still got 11 laps to go.
Yeah, what's apparent as well, Brad, is these three have really broken away from the field after just one lap. These are the top 3 riders in this class over the weekend so far, and I bet you Cavell in third place at the moment, just behind Hooper, has got some things to say as well. He's going to be a threat in this race big time.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He's quite an experienced Pro Twins campaign. He's been on these bikes for a number of years now, and really, really starting to come on song. A very talented rider, former stock car man, and Motorcycling New Zealand board member as well, so great to have him out there. Top 3 racing as well, and his major mechanic, Dan Nicholson, Highway Tyres. Big shout out to Dan. I spoke to Dan, he's got the tyre changing machine in the pits this national, so there we go, SJ up the inside, and what a move. He's got that job done, a classical move into the Southern Salvage S's, and just takes the line away, puts the brakes on and gets it stopped in time. SJ Cavell, the man on the move, he's now up into second place, but meanwhile, while he was dicing there, Carl Hooper's snuck up a little bit of a gap there.
Indeed he has. So coming towards the end of the second of 12 laps here in the Pro Twins New Zealand Grand Prix title for 2021. These 3 well clear, and in fact that move into second has really given Hooper the chance to move clear, but Cavell is hunting him down, but Hooper's got a good lead after 2 laps.
Yeah, this is good. He's got a 1.2 second advantage. He was the fastest man on track by over a second that time around, so he's flying. Carl Hooper, the man on fire at the moment. SJ Cavell now in second place. Let's see what that 1.2 seconds turns into. It's still a massive 10 laps to go, so anyone's at the moment for the New Zealand Grand Prix title. Jared Horn, he had the great start, but now he's managed to relinquish that second place. He's in third, but still keep in touch. They've got a massive gap back to fourth place. Alex Button and Vaughan Main there. So that's your update with your top 5 and this all-important New Zealand Grand Prix. The championship points up for grabs in our third and final race of the weekend for these guys.
Yeah, Button and Main, there's a 0.4 of a second gap between 4th and 5th at the moment, so those two having a duel for that position as well, but it's these 3 who are well clear at the moment, and they've spread out a little bit as they come around through that Christchurch Casino corner, which that corner caused all the problems for the second red flag. Still no update, by the way, folks, in the New Zealand Superbike Championship race, which had to be ended because of 2 red flags. Again, when that decision comes through from the stewards, we'll bring that to you as soon as possible. But this is the Pro Twins race, and it's still Carl Hooper, the man from Taupo, who is leading, and he's led right from the start, and he's been in sensational form, and he speaks very well too, doesn't he? He speaks very well for a young man. I was very impressed with Neil's interview with him after his race win in the second race earlier today. Very humble, and still realised well and truly that there was a job to do. That's 3 laps down of 12 now, and it's still Hooper by a similar margin of just over a second ahead of Cavell, who's second.
Yeah, so SJ took 2 tenths out of him that time around, so keep an eye on that one. It's down to just on a second now, so 2 tenths quicker on that lap around. SJ Cavell just logged his fastest lap of the race, as did Jared Horn, so SJ puts the hammer down, and Jared's coming with him, so don't worry about this one, folks. This one's going to come down to the wire. Still got a massive 9 laps to go, and you definitely can't pick the winner at this stage here. SJ Cavell's really coming on strong at the business end of the weekend. We've got 4th and 5th. That's a great little tussle there. Alex Button and Vaughan Main on the 2 white-coloured machines. They're going into the Euromark left-hander at the moment. There's no quarter given there. These guys are really, really sending it. And we've got the business end of this weekend. We've had 1 race yesterday, 1 race this morning, and this is the 3rd and final race. And all importantly, the New Zealand Grand Prix title up for grabs. This is going to be brilliant stuff. We've still got 8.5 odd laps to go. It's Carl Hooper leading SJ Cavell and Jared Horn, but the battle for 4th and 5th is raging on through the infield at the moment.
Yeah, Butson just ahead here of Vaughan Main. Not much between them, the 2 Aucklanders. And And it'll be interesting to see when Maine decides to have a crack here. Brad, at some point he'll want to have a little dig, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's going to get better and better as the weekend goes on. He's an experienced campaigner, and yeah, really nice guy. One of the nice guys in the pits. He won't want to stay there in 5th place as he looks up the Aon dip, and not quite going to be close enough there, but definitely looking very racy at the moment. So that's the battle at the moment. Toing and froing at the moment. 4th and 5th coming alive as the battle for the podium is definitely squeezed up at the front there.
Yeah, and it's still Hooper as they go through 4 laps, who's ahead of Cavell, and Jared Horn on his lonesome there in the 3rd place at the moment. Those two are pretty much the length of the main straight in front of Bunsen and Maine, who've crossed in 4th and 5th right now. That lead at the moment is just under 0.6 of 1 second that Hooper has, and then it's a further 1.8 seconds back to Horn in the 3rd place.
Yeah, so SJ was quicker again that time by about 0.4 of a second, so continues to eat into that lead, and this is where it's all on. Can Carl Hooper withstand the pressure? Because SJ Cavell on the Julian Oils Eastfield Engineering Highway Tyres machine, he's coming and he's on the charge. It's 8 laps to go on this one here. We've got Carl Hooper and SJ Cavell, a great battle for 1st and 2nd. We've got 3rd place with Jared Horn, and then go back to Alex Butson, still holding on to 4th place ahead of Vaughan Main. So this one here, these guys have had good battles all weekend, and the 2 Aucklanders absolutely going for it at the moment. So we've still got 10 Pro Twin components out on the track. It's brilliant stuff. Our Access Band Pro Twin New Zealand Grand Prix up for grabs, and SJ Cavell, the man on the move. There's battles all over the track, and it's hard to know where to look at times, Glenn.
That's right, and this battle between 4th and 5th is compelling, but back to the front we go, and Hooper and Cavell have now kicked nicely clear of Jared Horn. So the gap is about 2 seconds back to Horn. And I don't know about you, Brad, but Cavell looks like he's got something in him, and it looks like he's hunting Hooper down a little bit, and I feel like this could really develop into something special as they cross the line to complete 5 laps. And the gap is 0.8 of a second, and Hooper's just put in his fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, what a response. He knew he was coming. He would have got the pit board update, and he's just put the fastest lap of the race in there. So he was now 2/10 quicker than SJ, and it's gone out to 0.8. So, oh, what a response from this young man. He's still got 7 laps to go in this Grand Prix, but doing everything right at the moment, and still to be lapping in the 1:39s this time late on a Sunday with the same tyres they started the weekend on. Full credit to these guys at the moment, absolutely flying. That battle for the lead, we'll keep an eye on that one. Carl Hooper ahead of SJ Cavell. The young gun on the scene, Carl Hooper. He had a spectacular Suzuki International Series where he double classed and got race wins in both different classes, and then coming back in 2nd place there, SJ Cavell. He also did a good job in F3 racing at the Suzuki International Series, getting a couple of podium finishes. So these guys pretty experienced and all giving it all out there at the moment. 6.5 laps to go of the New Zealand Pro Twins Grand Prix, and certainly not decided for yet, Glenn.
No, certainly not. It's Carl Hooper, Cavell, Horn, Butson and Maine. There's no change to the top 5 at the moment, and Nick Southerwood is in 6th place, and then Chris Burt's just been actually dropped 1 spot down into 7th position at the moment. Here's the interest though with Hooper, who is still leading, and that distance over Cavell looks about the same as we're coming towards the end of the 6th lap, so this will be halfway through the race here at the Pro Twins New Zealand Grand Prix title for 2021. Carl Hooper coming across the line right now, solid as a rock. Cavell not far behind him, but that lead is just lengthened just a tad this time, Brad. It's just over a second now, halfway through the race.
Yeah, so he took another 2/10 again that lap time, and still in the 1:39s. SJ out to the 1:40s now, so on about exactly 1 second. And what a response from Carl Hooper. He's answered the question from SJ Cavell. Those two there have snuck off into the distance, though they were 2.5 seconds quicker than Jared Horn that lap. So that gets that gap out to 8.5 seconds. These guys have got back to Jared Horn in 3rd place, who's got 3rd pretty well sewn up. He's got that well under control. Alex Butson and Vaughan Main, they're still less than a second apart on the racetrack. And then Nick Sutherland getting himself into this one here. He's 6th at the moment with Chris Burt, Al Ware, Josh Doblay and Angus Boyd, our top 10 Pro Twin components out there. But this one here, Impressive young man, this one here, Glenn. He got that down to 0.6 of a second and then said, right, I'm going to pull the trigger and we're out of here with this one here. So halfway through the New Zealand Grand Prix, and Carl Hooper seems to have it all his own way at the moment.
He does indeed. However, here's a question for you, Brad. You talk about the tyres. How are you expecting these tyres to behave from now until the end of the race?
Oh yeah, they'll be yelling at them. They will be, yeah, they'll be ready to go. They'll be back wheel will be lighting up. The good thing with these bikes, they don't have a hell of a lot of high-end horsepower, so it'll slowly go off. But yeah, it's one of those points in the championship. It's too early to be throwing away a good opportunity at some championship points. So these guys won't be giving it to all when it's start getting slippery. They'll just be trying to conserve it, get it home, get these championship points. It's the Grand Prix title, but it's a long game here for these guys. They've got 12 races to contend with in the New Zealand Superbike Championship for Pro Twin. And it's all on the line here at the moment. And as we see Carl Hooper, just as we say that, he puts the fastest lap of the race in, so just keeps going and going. A 1:39.46 that time. He was 0.3 quicker than SJ, so gets that out to 1.3 seconds. And these guys, despite all the things we've said, how hot it is, how many tyre degradation it is, these guys just keep lifting the bar. Very impressive ride from those two out in front.
Yeah, Hooper doing a fantastic job. If anything, he's getting better at the moment. Butson and Main is having that great chill for 4th and 5th. There's no change to their positions at all. Main, he's probably trying his butt off to get Butson, but he's not able to catch him at the moment. Brad?
No, he's not. It is one thing to be as quick as someone else, but to pass them around Ruapuna, it's got to be a really good move. There's something for everyone. It's a beautiful track for motorbikes. It's got lefts and right-handers, nice mid-speed corners, tight corners, high-speed areas as well. It is just the dream to ride. A very busy lap as well. You never feel like you're under control, and it's all coming live here. Pro Twin Racing, but Carl Hooper has well and truly responded now. You can see that gap as they go through the Southern Salvagesses. And it'll be almost at a point where SJ's saying, all right, I'm going to have to do something crazy if I want to reel him in. It's probably better to just conserve the second place. He's got 2 seconds so far this weekend, but we know what SJ's like. He's a racer through and through, and you can never really count him out at this point here. But Carl Hooper slowly running away with this one.
Yeah, he certainly is. That gap is widening as he hits the home straight for the 8th time. And Hooper, good lead here. There is 8 laps done, and Cavell is fallen. I reckon he's at least, he's just under 3 seconds behind now. And again, Hooper puts in another terrific lap. Again, he's beaten his fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, and he was over a second quicker than SJ on that lap around. So SJ drops well into the 140s and a 1:39.0 for Carl Hooper. So there we go with that one. With a 2.8 second lead and 4 laps to go. It's well and truly advantage Carl Hooper at the moment. SJ Cavell still desperately there in second place, but a decent 16-second gap back to Jared Horn. So pretty comfy second place. But yeah, what a performance, Carl Hooper. I can't say enough about it. He got put under a lot of pressure from an experienced man in behind him, and just decided, righto, I'm pulling the trigger and I am gone with this one here. So 4 laps to go. He's well in command. He's got a 2.8 second advantage. SJ Cavell and Jared Horn looking like your podium here in this Pro Twins New Zealand Grand Prix title race 3 of the weekend for these guys, and the start of our New Zealand Grand Prix window.
Yeah, don't forget we've got races coming up this afternoon in the Supersport 600s, Supersport 300s and the 150s sidecars, and then the 250 production as well. We've also got an update on the Superbikes for you. We can tell you that half points have been declared in that race. Half points have been declared. So Damon Rees has going to get 12.5 points, Jake Lewis 10, and Mitch Rees 8. And Damon Rees has been declared the New Zealand Grand Prix winner for the 2nd year in a row by the stewards here, and we'll have the podium after the Pro Twins podium, which is coming up at the conclusion of this race. Hooper goes across the line to complete another lap. He's got 3 to go, and Cavell, that gap now is 4.87 seconds. That's really lengthened out. 2 seconds faster that time, Brad, was Hooper.
Yeah, I think SJ's just conservative mode now. He's maybe his tyres have gone off, we're not sure, but yeah, he put the squeeze on. Carl responded, so he's probably just playing the wise game early on in the championship and decided, hey, I'm a bit smarter than this. I'm going to get out of here with 3 trips to the podium and not try and do anything silly. But Carl Hooper, this is going to feel pretty good. 3 of them, he's still got 2.5 odd laps to go, but the way he's riding at the moment, he's just ticking those laps off. Another one in the 1:39s, that lap around just shows you how quality this guy is at the moment. The young man doing wonderful things from Taupo on the CH Automotive and Pirelli Tyres sponsored Suzuki. The borrowed bike, like I said, just hopped on that bike and 3 from 3. Well, he's still got a couple of laps in this one. I don't know if the commentators curse on him, but at the moment, yeah, looking like making every poster winning one. So Carl Hooper, SJ Cavell, Jared Horn, still your podium battle. I still can't tell you who's going to be 4th or 5th in this one, Glenn, as these guys are still near inseparable running through the Fulton Hogan S's at the moment.
That's right. They are within a second of each other, Butson and Main in 5th place. And it's been like that all the way through the race. Terrific battle. You've got to give props to Butson for not buckling to the pressure that Main is trying to apply to him all the way through the race. So Butson doing a great job to hold off his Auckland teammate for that battle for 4th place. But it looks like, barring an absolute disaster, Hooper is going to win this race. Cavell is going to come 2nd and Jared Horn is 3rd, as we just see Hooper complete another lap. That's his 10th. He's got 2 to go. Cavell crosses the finish line right now, and he's 7.5 seconds behind. That gap is huge now, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So again, another lap in the 139s. A 139.187 from Carl. So just so consistent. He's just on Dream Street at the moment. And yeah, another one in the 141s for SJ. So yeah, he's definitely. We're not sure if there's a reason behind it or it's just a conservative play, but he's definitely given up the ghost here. 2 laps to go and a 7.5 second advantage. This is a dominant performance from Carl Hooper. But Jared Horn still there in 3rd place. This is an impressive ride for me. One of the rides of the weekend, I think. First trip ever to Mike Pirro Motorsport Park, and this in line for his 3rd trip in a row to the podium. Alex Butts and Vaughan Main, it's going to be a talking point for those guys. Who's going to get the Team Auckland bragging rights? That's all on at the moment. There's less than half a second when they cross the line. They're ranging on down the back straight and into the Euro mark left-hander. So, yep, that's going to come down to the wire. We're going to use all of these last 2 laps remaining to find out our top 5 order. And Nick Southerwood, Chris Burt, Al Ware, Josh Dobley, the only 9 runners still out there at the moment. So that's your update of the Pro Twins New Zealand Grand Prix title as the white flag is getting ready to be waved.
Indeed it is, which means there'll only be 1 lap to go for Carl Hooper, who's got that big lead over Cavell, and Jared Horn, who's holding 3rd place at the moment. But it really has been a Carl Hooper benefit. Wins yesterday and this morning. He's been on absolute fire in this first round of the New Zealand Superbike Championships for 2021. There is the white flag for Carl Hooper. As we look at again the battle for 4th and 5th place at the moment. There's nothing between those two, but Butson, nothing's changed there as he still manages to hold off Main. But well ahead of those 2 riders is Carl Hooper, who's putting on an absolute masterclass in this race.
Yeah, on the you could almost call it a parade lap now. He's got 10.9 second advantage. It's all gone his way in this Grand Prix. Yet another lap in the 139. So I just can't speak enough about that. To come out here in a 12-lap Grand Prix title race and just put it all like that down on the line, so consistent. He's been so accurate on the borrowed bike too. So not having it set up for his liking. That shows some real talent. SJ Cavell, he is in line for another 2nd place. So more and more quality championship points. He won't be just happy with that. He'll be wrapped with that. It's a long series, 12 races, and if you keep yourself in the hunt, anything can happen. We've got Jared Horn as well doing the same thing. Great, consistent performance this weekend, and we're on the last lap here, so white flag into the Southern Salvage S as we go, and absolutely flawless performance so far. He's just got a couple more corners to go, including the Aeon Dipper, a cool iconic part of Mike Pirro Motorsport Park. We only use it for motorbike racing. Cars, it's a bit tight and a bit hard to get them around there, but he has done a great job. Nearly out of the seat as he comes out of there, just getting that body weight tool shifted around. These guys will be absolutely knackered. A 12-lap Grand Prix race on the Pro Twin machinery. They've had the same set of tyres the whole weekend, and to come out here and just tick off 139s lap after lap, this is going to feel pretty good. The checkered flag's waving it out. New Zealand Grand Prix champion for 2021 is going to be Carl Hooper on the Pro Twin number 28. Well done to SJ Cavell. He's getting out of the turn 10 sweeper now as well. From a horror round 1 12 months ago, he's going to take 3 trips to the podium, 3 second placings for the Guling Oils Highway Tyres, CD Vandermeer Builders man. He'll love that. And then Jared Horn, that's pretty good stuff. First ever trip to Mike Pirro Motorsport Park. That's a pretty impressive performance. So the 74 takes 3 trips to the podium. And then we go back to this one here. It's going to stay with Alex Butts, and that went hammer and tongs the entire race, but Alex is going to get it over Vaughan Main. And that's the update for 4th and 5th, as we're going to have our a double podium, so double New Zealand Grand Prix given out down trackside, but that one was a good one, Glenn.
There we are, the confirmed results. Carl Hooper gets 6th last year, but 1st this year. Fantastic effort from him. Coming in 2nd, SJ Cavell, 15 seconds behind. Then Jared Horn finishing in 3rd place, with Alex Butson and Vaughan Main home in 4th and 5th. So Brad, just watching these last riders come in to complete their last laps. Fantastic effort from Carl Hooper, and he's going to be one to watch going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. A young man, speaks very well, well presented, and yeah, very talented young kid. So one to watch out for sure. Young man from Taupo on the Murder Cranes machine. Had a bit of an off on Friday, borrowed the bike, and has won 3 from 3 this weekend. So that's going to feel very, very good. Carl Hooper, SJ Cavell, Jared Horn, your New Zealand Grand Prix Pro Twins podium. We've got Neil Ritchie trackside. He'll do our interviews and wrap it up there for our Pro Twin New Zealand Grand Prix. All the races have finished, and now we can give you the update. Carl Hooper, SJ Cavell, Jared Horn, Alex Butson, Vaughan Main. Then we go back to Nick Southerwood, gets home in 6th place. Chris Burt in 7th. Al Weir gets 8th, and Josh Doblay. That's a good 9th place finish for him.
So we're just waiting for the riders to come back now for the podium presentations. Carl Hooper will be absolutely delighted with what has been an outstanding weekend for him. And there are the other 2 riders, number 41, Cavell, who finished in 2nd, and Jared Horn, number 74, finishing in 3rd place. They're your top 3 in the Pro Twins New Zealand Grand Prix title race for 2021.
Well, our interesting first couple of bikes today, and our race brought to us by Kip Engine, so great work there. These guys started to come to grips with it. Hey, Jared, pretty easy to find your place back here, not once nor twice, but in fact 3 times. But hey, for your first ever visit to Ruapuna, that's exceptional. How are you feeling now?
Oh, I'm feeling really good, eh? I mean, I tried to hang on to Carl for a bit, and that wasn't happening. And then SJ come past, and I tried to hang on to him, and that wasn't happening. So I just thought I'd sit where I was comfortable and just bring it home. I mean, you can't win a championship if you fall off. So this is the first time here, so just take it easy and do what's comfortable and bring it home. That's what I've come down here to do, have fun and bring it home.
No truth in the rumour from Whangatā you were busy on New Year's Eve back in the beach town?
Oh yeah, mate, I was sinking a few double browns, keeping me going.
There he goes, there he goes. Hey, cool story. SJ, mate, this young gun, Carl, hey, if it's not going to be Ben or Jordan, it's somebody else to come along. So just when you think you're there, these young guns come along and steal it.
That's all right, mate. That's what the sport's about. We'll just keep working. We'll be back at Timaru next week stronger again. So, no, that's what the sport's about, Neil. It's always going to be fast guys.
Always going to be fast guys. Hey, but speaking about some fast guys, you got some fast guys behind you and some great sponsors that always make your event.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got even Diamond from Diamond Design helping us out, and we've also got obviously Pewterline Oil and Bridgestone tyres. Hey, it's good to get a Bridgestone head up here to break this Pirelli stuff up on the podium. So, no, it's good. We've got a really good team behind us, so we're really lucky.
Well done indeed. Thanks, SJ. Carl Hooper, personal Carl. Congrats, mate. You come alive in that Suzuki series. Fantastic with the Classics and also the Formula 3. But hey, Pro Twin, something completely different. You're proving you're very adaptable. Is that part of your sort of influence and what you've been practicing?
Yeah, no, riding those 2 different bikes in the Suzuki series has definitely given me that ability to be able to adapt to different bikes and, you know, have a feel for what they're doing. And, you know, I've been able to get on Lee's bike and just, you know, have that feeling. And, you know, that last race was tough, you know, but these Pirelli tyres, they were gripping the whole way. And, you know, just huge thanks to Lee and KRP Racing because, you know, again, without him, you know, I wouldn't even be racing this weekend. And so to get 3 wins for him and his bike back in one piece, I think that's a huge achievement.
Everybody's asking the questions about the tyre. Because of your rule, you've got to stay on the same tyre. How do you think the tyre is right now? Would it do another race?
Oh, send me back out there. I'll do it again.
So that's what you're talking about, the Pirelli stickability.
Oh, yeah, no, the Pirelli's worked beautifully in that last race, you know. We had made a few adjustments to, you know, with the heat and stuff like that, and they just worked a treat. So, no, really, really good to have the Pirellis on.
What about this, the new future of our sport, 18 years of age, never done the class before. Bang, here he is as our 3x3 champion. Great to be here. Part of it with Underground Brown, along with Pirelli, Aon Insurance, and of course SkysportNext coming at you. The 2021 New Zealand Superbike Road Racing Champions, Pro Twins. The podium is the same, all 3 races, so that's what they'll be overall. Plus for this, the New Zealand Grand Prix. Let's do the shout out to Jared Horn, S.J. Cavell and Carl Cooper. Well, there we go, our 5-minute call made for our next race. More importantly, back to our Superbikes. Heap of drama today with a series of crashes, but the officials getting it all right and back and allocating the points. And deservedly, here you are, Mitch, 3rd place for the Grand Prix. More importantly, though, a lead in the series after round 1. What a cool way to finish.
Yeah, it's the first for me, so yeah, pretty stoked. It's pretty wicked to come away. Got the Honda on the podium 3 times this weekend, so you know, kudos to the team and everyone that's helping us out. Thanks to Damo for all his input and obviously, you know, let him off easy and got him to a couple of wins today, so yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Well, indeed. Hey, conditions out there, it's a shame that we have those incidences. Would you put it down to a hot track? How do you feel? Anything that played a part in those crashes, or just the flukes that happen?
No, just racing incidents, sorry. You know, obviously Al just pushing the envelope. He was going fast under lap records, so you know, as to be expected when we're all, you know, at our sort of maximum levels. So he was riding phenomenally. Unfortunately, he went down. Yeah, probably didn't need the red flag for his one. He was getting up and walking away, so a little bit of a hard one. It was, you know, I was really enjoying the race at the time, so yeah, it was a bit of a tough one to sort of walk away from that.
Yeah, bad luck, but good luck. So there we go with Mitch 3rd, but more importantly in the lead for the points. And Jake, as you would politely say, not a bad day at the office.
No, not at all. No, can't complain. The Yamaha New Zealand Blue Crew Superbike team have done a great job. You know, really happy to be up here twice for the weekend. So can't complain. Just a big thank you to everyone who helps me and yeah, my supporters, 360 Logistics. Mega Motorcycle Centre, Race Supplies, Technical Racing. Yeah, appreciate everything you guys do, and big congrats to the Reezers and everyone else for awesome weekends racing.
Right, indeed. Jake, what does this feel like for you from a championship point of view? Everybody wants to win every race, but unfortunately that doesn't happen in our game. It's been well proven this weekend for sure. So you happy with sitting with these points at this position right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly can't complain. You know, if you said I was going to be in this position after the weekend, I certainly would have taken it. So yeah. We've seen how close it can be and what can happen. So, but it's a long way to go. We've seen how this championship changes, you know, at any time. So, roll on next weekend and we'll see what it brings.
Excellent. Jake Lewis, nice to have you with us. Demon Damo. Cool stuff, matey. Bit of bad luck earlier today. You were here yesterday, you missed this morning, but you've come back this afternoon. Man, that was drama with a capital D in that one. What was it like for you?
Yeah, it was a bit of a disappointing one in this morning's race. Obviously, cam sensor failed on the bike and made the bike unrideable. So I made the call, pull in, and we got the bike fixed and got off to a great start in the first restart in that race. And I pulled a bit of a gap on Al, and then he reeled me in pretty quick. And so I put the hammer down. And yeah, pretty much I think at the end he must have pushed that a little bit too hard and lost the front. So a little bit of disappointment that they did red flag it. I think that was a bit of a rush, and maybe that's something they should look at in the future. They shouldn't jump on those red flags, especially when the rider's up and okay. But anyway, I'm happy to come away with a race win. It always looks good for things. So it may be half points, but it's still a win. So yeah, just absolutely stoked. Thank the whole team. Mud, Mark, Dad, the Fullers, Mum, everyone who's here. You know, it's just been an awesome weekend, so thank you.
And the bonus, of course, is a New Zealand Grand Prix title for you.
Oh, geez, that's fantastic. Yeah, that's a good day.
It is a good day at the office. Here you go, Team Rees, Mighty Mitch, Demon Damo, joined here by Jake Lewis. What a way to finish the race with that upset, but we've still got our champions. They've carried their points. They'll move on through. We haven't lost out on anything, so great to see. All part of the action with skysportnext, Pirelli, Aon Insurance, and your local sponsor, and Underground Brown. We're boring. We've the infrastructure underground boring team of the entire South Island. Bring it on with Underground Brown. Great to have him on board. 2021 NZSBK, rocking.
So unfortunately, we couldn't get a full race in for the Superbikes in 2021 with those 2 red flags. But Brad Ritchie, the stewards have made their decision, and what have they decided to do for 2021?
Yeah, so with the 1 lap completed of the restart, that's enough for a half a race result. So they've given half points to the order that crossed the line in that 1 lap restart. So that one there, Damon Rees, Jake Lewis, and Mitchell Rees, 1, 2, and 3 when they crossed the line on that second restart. And half points awarded for that one there. So with the 2 races combined, half a race was completed and the half points given up on that one there. So sometimes it can be cruel, sometimes it can be kind. Races have been won and lost on technicalities, but that one there, to the rules and the officials, the right call has been made there. And we've got half points awarded and a New Zealand Grand Prix title for Damon Rees, defends his title, and that one there is going to feel pretty good.
All right, well, let's go to Neil Ritchie now with the presentation. Well, let's continue our action now here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park at Ruapuna, just outside of Christchurch. Hope you're enjoying our coverage on a lovely Sunday afternoon of New Zealand Grand Prix day here at the Superbikes, New Zealand Superbikes Championship, race 3 of the weekend, which also doubles as the New Zealand Grand Prix title races for 2021. And we now move to the next race, which is the Supersports 600. And this should be a cracking race. We've got 16 laps and 11 riders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, in fact 10 riders who are going to gun for this title today. And Dale Finch from Christchurch, Brad Ritchie, is the hot favourite, having won the first 2 races this weekend.
Oh yeah, he's been on another planet so far. He's been absolutely flawless, so we'll keep an eye on this one here. Of course, 16 laps. These guys get tyre allocations throughout the whole weekend, so they'll probably have a brand new rear tyre, but might be using an old front. So there'll be a bit of tyre strategy going on here. But these guys here, 16 laps, it will be very physically demanding on these 600 Supersport machines, and it'll be interesting to see how we get on with this one here. But Dale Finch, certainly odds-on favourite after his 2 dominant wins so far this weekend. Rogan Chandler has had a pretty good weekend at the office. He certainly may be able to challenge Dale for that win. We've got Avalon Biddle, a former 600 Supersport champion. She's had a couple of 3rd places so far this weekend, and looking like she could also spoil the party. But there's also some young guns out there like Zach Fuller, Tar Walker, Hamish Fox, Nick Kane, anyone here always with safety to row. He's got a mixture of youth and experience on his side. Yeah, anyone's race here with a 16-lap Grand Prix, and she's all on here.
Yeah, it's a marathon race. Everyone's got youth and experience, Brad. Everyone has. So the top 4 that line up here, it's going to be Dale Finch on pole, Regan Chandler from Upper Hutt in the 2nd, Seth Devereaux from Central Otago, he's 3rd, and Avalon Biddle in bike number 50. So let's just give you these bike numbers. Finch is 17, Chandler is 15, Devereaux 11, and Biddle is 50. That's the front row, and we're all set for a start now in the New Zealand Grand Prix title on the Supersport 600. 16 laps of mayhem around Ruapuna with Dale Finch on pole. And we're underway, and it's a great start from Chandler in 2nd place. Biddle, as she did in race number 2, has made a fantastic start out wide in lane number 4, and Biddle is tearing down the course to try and take the lead, and she's done so, but her last lead didn't last too long.
Late breaking superstar Dale Finch just dived up the inside. It was a brilliant move. Rogan Chandler just had to stop. I think Avalon braked a bit earlier than he was expecting her to, so had to check up a little bit, and frantic stuff. So Dale Finch, Avalon, we've got a couple down out of the Icon corner. So a big puff of dust there. So big drama here at Supersport 600 Racing, and we're both riders are up, but the bikes, we've got the update that one of them is Zach Fuller. We'll try and keep the update. Both riders are up and okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one here. We're still green in racing. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but bike's right next to the track. It'll be hard to know what's going to go on here, and it could be some more drama coming here, but we've got the update. Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler, and Avalon Biddle still going out there. That's your top 3 as we continue to race green flag.
Yes, indeed. Wow, can you believe more crashes? This is just such a shame, but both riders are walking around and they're fine at the moment. Still no red flag. The race is continuing, and it's still Finch leading from Biddle, and Chandler in 3rd place at the moment. And here comes the red flag, unfortunately, folks. And there's another rider down as well, and jeepers, this is cunning. This is getting towards carnage now with that rider coming down too. And he is crawling off the track just past the dipper. Fingers crossed he's okay.
So, righto, we've gotten to a red flag, and Tarbin Walker, the man, just down out of the Aeon dipper. So, got initially up to his feet, but then just got himself off the track, and hopefully he's okay. So we've got 3 riders down on the circuit at any one time, and when you've only got 9 runners, a lot more drama here. So red flag out. These guys will go back to Parc Ferme, and we'll make a call. But with these 3 riders, there's a bike recovery to be done as well, and we'll see what's going to happen here. We'll keep you updated here at the round 1 of the New Zealand Superbike Championship, NZSBK, and more drama as the afternoon unfolds, Glenn.
Well, Nick Kane didn't start too as well. I see Brad, he had that issue in the last race. So who are the riders that we think are down at the moment? I think you identified 2 of them, didn't you?
Yeah, so we've definitely got Tarbin Walker out of the Aeon dip. We've got Zach Fuller. He's one of the ones down at the Icon corner. And I think it could be any one of these guys up here, maybe Hamish Fox. We're not sure. We'll keep an update there when we know what's going on, but plenty of drama.
All right, we'll get confirmation of just those riders, but they were at the back of the field, weren't they? It wasn't any of the riders at the front of the field. But there is hopefully not going to be too much of a problem with all of these riders, but we are seeing all 3 on their feet now, which is good news, including Walker, who crawled off the track after coming off his bike just past the dipper. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, great sign. Yeah, he's up and walking now. So, might just had the wind knocked out of him. Had a big high side coming out of the Aeon dipper. Very easy to do, especially with the cold tyres. 1 lap into that Grand Prix race, just lit the back wheel up and flicked him off. Very much a classical off in there, and he's up and okay, so he'll get checked out. But trying to get a few bikes recovered on the track at the moment and find out what we can do here. Red flag on lap 1 of the 600 Supersport Grand Prix as the drama keeps unfolding here at round 1 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships.
Yes, it just gives us a chance to recap for you once more. Damon Rees, the New Zealand Grand Prix champion in the Superbikes category, after 2 red flags in that race, awarded half points. 12.5 points he secured in the championship. Jake Lewis finishing 2nd with 10, and Mitch Rees in 3rd getting 8 points. And of course, congratulations to Carl Hooper. What a wonderful race he put in to win the New Zealand Grand Prix in the Pro Twins title, winning his 3rd straight race of the weekend. SJ Cavell coming home in 2nd place in that race, and Jared Horn finishing in 3rd. Stay with us. We'll have updates for you and an idea of when we might get a restart in the Super Sport 600s race very soon.
Hey folks, volunteers, they're what make our sport. We're in the Motorcycling New Zealand family, and the big shout out for our volunteers that do our flag marshals out there, all conditions, and these guys have to be alert. And I tell you what, it's super hard to be a flag marshal, and Glenn, for somebody as an introduction to our sport, I'll tell you about a flag marshal, because here's the riders coming towards you, but you're actually looking at where they've gone, because if there's in an incident, you're signalling to those riders. So you go to a race event and look the opposite way to where the riders are coming. So it's a bit like if you're standing here, you've got to look that way, not where they're coming. All the crowd, you know, you see the moving heads as they're going past. So being a flag marshal, you can't have a super interest in the race, or otherwise you'll be all of a sudden looking the wrong direction. There's an incident behind you. So flag marshalling is a real challenge. Yeah, exactly. You've got it. Yeah, that's it. The analogy is from Glenn. Perfect. You've gone to the rugby game and you're the security guard and you're looking out at the crowd and not at the game itself. Beautiful analogy. So there we go. And our list today include Jed Knight, Tom Walsh, Richard Stevens, Garrick Wild, Jules Dando. We've got Hope Dando, John O'Scudder, along with Terry Vitula. We have Eugene Boysen, John Anderson, Graham McDonald, Olivia Bovey, to Mel Lynn, Dion Allen, John Stool and Shane Easton. Shout out to all you guys. You are just fantastic in the work that you do. They've got their pet places on the circuit. They've got the ones that they're very good at, and obviously the officials like to choose the marshals that are in position. So these are hand-picked volunteers, folks, because some people put their hand up to do it and they come along, and of course they go into a position with an experienced person, so you mix the experience and lesser experience together so they can get the experience, and one day they can head one of the points here, and they come back again and again and again to support Motorcycling Canterbury. So shout out to those volunteers. We can't do it without you, and say a massive thank you.
Well, Grand Prix Day continues here at Ruapuna. New Zealand Superbike Championship across 7 classes. Good crowd here. Beautiful sunny conditions. We're not too far away from a race restart in the Supersport 600s race. After 2 separate incidents in the first attempt to complete the race, with Tarbin Walker, Zach Fuller and Seth Devereaux all coming a cropper in the first race. But Brad Ritchie with me, and Brad, we're going to get a full 16-lapper again here in this race, because I guess both incidents happened early in the race proper.
Yeah, so if you get a red flag within the first 2 laps, it's a full restart. So the full 16-lap restart scheduled here, but the people involved in the incident or that not racing at the time of the red flag are unable to participate in the restart. So that will leave Seth Devereaux, Zach Fuller and Tarbin Walker sidelined for this one, and we wish them all the best. We believe Seth's just getting checked out in the medical centre. Zach's okay, and Tarbin is a little bit shaken up, but not too bad. So a speedy recovery from those guys as we're racing in a week's time at Levels International Raceway for round 2 of this championship. And now it's a war of attrition out there at the moment.
Sure is.
There's not many left. We've got a 16-lapper here and only about 7 eligible to make the start line.
That's right. In fact, it's probably worth mentioning that this year's Superbikes Championship is a 4-round affair. We're at Timaru next week, and then we're in the North Island in March for rounds in Hampton Downs and in Taupo to complete this year's championship. In fact, I think we're just going to have the 6. Of course, Nick Kane, whose bike came a cropper during a race earlier today, is not on the start line either. So it's just going to be 6 riders: Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler, Avalon Biddle. They'll be the top 3, along with Hamish Fox, Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning. Those are the 6 that will be competing in the New Zealand Grand Prix title for the Supersport 600s today, as the riders just come down the home straight to complete their warm-up laps. And we're going to have those same 4 on the front row. Dale Finch on pole, Rogan Chandler second on the grid, and the front row completed by Avalon Biddle, of course, with Seth Devereaux now out of contention. So just reminding you once again, that's Dale Finch just moving into pole position. He's in bike number 17. Avalon Biddle is just coming in a shot there on the left of screen. She's on the yellow bike. That's bike number 50. And just coming into position now is Rogan Chandler, who's bike number 15. He's in that kind of purple-tinged bike, would you say, as we get set for the second attempt here in the Supersport 600s New Zealand Grand Prix for 2021. The 16-lapper Dale Finch is away. So too is Chandler and Avalon Biddle, as she's done before. Races from the outside lane to try and grab that lead at the first corner, but doesn't look like she's going to do it. Brad Ritchie, as Dale Finch slots into his customary number 1 position.
Yeah, he's got a great set of brakes on that Scott Structural Triumph. Dives into turn number 1, and he's going to lead. But Avalon Biddle ahead of Rogan Chandler, so Rogan continues his shock starts. Av's got that MTF Finance Kawasaki really hooking up off the line. So this one here, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. These guys have been the Class 3 so far this weekend, as Rogan Chandler has a little look up the inside, and that's a really good move. He come from quite far back and managed to get it stopped, so a good move. Now up into second place. This is what we wanted to see, the 1-2 tussle. It's been going on all summer so far, and this one here, 16-lapper, but Dale Finch now under a bit of pressure. Rogan Chandler's not going to let him have it his own way. Avalon Biddle now relegated to 3rd, and we've got the other 3 with Hamish Fox, Luca Durning and Jacob Pearce. They're going to fight it out for the best of the rest, as it looks like this front 3 is already sneaking off.
Yeah, they certainly do. Dale Finch has won both races of the weekend so far. Chandler's finished 2nd in both races, and Biddle has finished in 3rd in both races. And that's exactly the order we have halfway through this first lap here on this 16-lapper for the Supersport 600s. And Dale Finch, of course, from Christchurch. And what is in his 3rd or 4th season, isn't he, at this level?
Yeah, he is. Yep. Yeah, he's been on the MV Augusta the first time around on the 600. There he's and found himself right at home in that Scott Structural Triumph. He was really fast in the first 2 rounds of the Suzuki International Series, and then come along the Streets of Wanganui on box Boxing Day for the 70th running of the Cemetery Circuit. His first trip there, so it's pretty good to see how well he's doing in New Zealand road racing as he just keeps going from strength to strength around this Ruapuna circuit here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. But that front trio, that's been the class act of the weekend so far, and we're in for a beauty here. A big 16-lap full restart here in the Supersport 600 New Zealand Grand Prix, thanks to Dynaworks bringing us this one here and flying at the moment.
Yeah, Finch around the hairpin he goes. His lead at the end of the first lap was 0.736 of a second, so similar margin back to Biddle in third, with Chandler splitting those two riders at the moment. But Finch from Christchurch has been a class act all weekend, alongside maybe Carl Hooper, who's looked very good in the Pro Twins bike race that we saw earlier today. Conditions very good now for motorcycling, if a little hot, and of course we'll see the track heat up throughout the afternoon, and that high cloud cover has vanished here at Ruapuna. Very warm summer's afternoon as we see Finch going to the dipper.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job. Just got that lead at a manageable state for him. He was really consistent in race number 2, just got out in front and just kept ticking off those consistent laps, just stretching out that advantage a little bit at a time, and eventually Rogan just had to concede and let him run away with it. But here it is here. They start another lap here in the Grand Prix. We've got 14 to go. Dale Finch goes a 1:32.4, so 2/10 quicker than Rogan that time, so this gap's on just about a second, so just slightly under a second. He already started to show his dominance. Avalon Biddle right in the hunt though, only 4/10 off Rogan at the moment, so look at that one there. Hamish Fox, shouted to Hamish in 4th place on his first 600 Supersport campaign this summer, so great to have him there. And Jacob Pearce, Luca Doon, these guys are having a great little fight. 5th and 6th place, and a couple of young men there. A shout out to Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning out there completing our 6 races in our Supersport 600 New Zealand Grand Prix final race of the weekend for these guys.
Yes, let's remind you that Nick Kane didn't make the start line after bike trouble in race number 2 this weekend. Seth Devereaux, Zach Fuller, Tarbin Walker all crashing out of the first attempt at getting a champion in this class earlier today. It's Dale Finch who is leading at the moment. 1:32.407, just checking that lap record, which is held by our good friend Damon Rees. Set it back in 4 years ago now, 1:31.099. So we'll see if that one might get under threat a little bit later today. We will see. This is a long race.
Yeah, we've still got a massive 13 and a bit laps to go. Dale Finch, just when we said he was sneaking off of this one, Rogan Chandler sort of answered a little bit. That gap definitely coming down on screen. So look at this one here. Out of the turn 10 sweep we go, and it's the 17, the Scott Structural Triumph of Dale Finch. He's going to tick off another lap here, but Rogan Chandler certainly looks like he's putting a bit of a squeeze on there and gets that gap down to 0.8. So fastest lap of the race down with Rogan Chandler. He was a 1:32.1, so he's taken 2/10 of a second out of Dale's lead. So keep an eye on this one. We might have some developments going on here.
Yeah, 1:32.162 that time for Chandler in that lap, the fastest of the race so far from Upper Hutt, 23 years of age. He's a builder, and he is very handy on the motorbike as well as he closes that gap towards the hairpin there. Biddle still holding third, massive gap back to 4th at the moment, which is held by Hamish Fox of Pukekohe. And yeah, you're right, Brad. It could be a bit of a battle. Let's see. Hope for the fans' sake we get a real tight battle between these two up front at the moment.
Oh, this is going to be good if these guys go at it. These guys have been really pushing the envelope with 600 Supersport racing. They were on fire in the North Island when we went at the Suzuki International Series. And now have a look at this one here. Shaping up for a doozy. We've still got 12 and a half laps of this one here as we go into Southern Salvage. Absolutely nothing in it now. That was 0.8 of a second when they crossed the line. It's less than that now. So Rogan Chandler really putting the pressure on here and making himself known. How's this going to unfold? A massive long race. These guys have got sets of tyres for the weekend, so they have 2 fronts and 3 rears, I believe. So this is going to be quite important to see how it all plays out and how this one here, who's got a new front, who's got old tyres, see what unfolds here at Motorsport Park as we go quicker again from Rogan Chandler, so continues to put the pressure on. It's down to 0.65. Yeah, coming up half a second. Really starting to heat up.
Yeah, he's put, he's shaved about 0.2 of a second off the margin. It's just a matter of whether he can keep it going.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be good. The sun's shining. Still a great crowd in here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park for this big feature New Zealand Grand Prix title up for grabs. As you can see, Rogan loves this part of the track. He's really good through that Euro mark left-hander, and he loves this flowing section, the Fulton Hogan S's on that Lazu Blue Crew Yamaha. And great to have the full Blue Crew team here. We touched on it before, and shout out to Holland Collision Repair, doing a great job. They've been with the Blue Crew Yamaha team for so long. It's good to see them out on track. Good to see Cam here and enjoying it here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. This is going to come down to the wire, I believe. There's absolutely nothing in it as we go into Southern Salvage. He's caught right up onto the back wheel. He's almost looking at where he can make a move here. I suggest in the lapse time this is going to start really heating up.
Yeah, let's hope so. Lead change would really throw a cat amongst the pigeons for this race. But one thing Finch does seem to have is good speed down the home straight. And he does have some good power on that bike of his. And Chandler, as they come around the sweeper into the main straight, as we look to complete lap number 5. It's going to be Finch. Across the line first. Chandler in second. That lead down to 6.619. So he shaved 4/10 off. Biddle still holding third. She's 4.3 seconds back behind Chandler now.
Yeah, these guys are absolutely flying. So they're about 9/10 off lap record pace. So certainly flying in the middle of a Grand Prix race like this to be putting those lap times up. This is going to go on. Fireworks are expected here as we see. And we talk about this being a 600 Supersport class of Dale Finch on the 675 Triumph. You might ask why you can have a 675 in a 600 class, but it's a 3-cylinder machine, whereas Rogan's R6, a 600cc machine, but that's got 4 cylinders. So that's how we get the parity. It's the same they run at World Supersport 600 Racing. We run similar rules here, and this one here is a great battle here.
Oh, I thought Chandler might have had a tick there, but Finch is doing a good job at keeping his composure, keeping his rival at bay. Oh, this is a good race. Good race, folks.
10.5 laps to go too, so this is going to really heat up. They've been almost training fastest lap times of the race, and Rogan just managed to get himself right in the thick of it. So it's less than a couple of tenths of a second in it now. Avalon Biddle, she's got the best seat in the house there on the MTF Finance Kawasaki there, 3rd place for her, and a great view at this battle we're going to have. It's going to come down to the wire. We're still going to have 10 laps to go in this New Zealand Grand Prix title. It's anyone's at the moment. It's either Dale Finch or Rogan Chandler. Those are your 2 close-ups out in the front, and it's down to half a second, Glenn.
It is down to half a second, so slow gains for Chandler, but I just see Finch. He's got some good speed on that bike down the front straight, Brad, hasn't he? And I guess where you're thinking Chandler might make his move. Is there any part of the track that you think he might be targeting?
Oh, he loves this bit. Out of the left-hander at ICOM, and then the drive out of here, and he loves to break hard into this Euro mark left-hander. So that's where he's made a couple of good moves so far this weekend, and he'll get right up on the back of Dale, and he also flows through here really nicely as well. So look out for Rogan Chandler. If he could pull off this win here, it would send a huge message to Dale Finch in the championship. This is Dale's home track. He's done a lot of laps around here. Rogan's openly said he doesn't like the South Island stretch. He just wants to come out of here with quality points. So if he was to do this would send shockwaves into the 600 Supersport Championship. Dale's already taken 2 wins this weekend, so Rogan, he is on fire at the moment.
Indeed, Avalon Biddle holding 3rd at the moment. Then it's Hamish Fox in 4th, Jacob Pearce in 5th, Luca Durning back in 6th place. But we're sticking with this battle for the lead, which has been enthralling so far. And Chandler find a way past Finch. He's doing an excellent job at holding him off at the moment. They've got the sweeper to come, and then we will have the completion of lap number 7 of 16, which means 9 to go. And here is Dale Finch coming down the home straight. Looks a similar margin to what it's been the last 2 to 3 laps. 0.527 of a second was the last one. It's back down to 0.467 now.
Oh, these guys are going at it. These guys are in the low 132s that time around, and just absolutely going for it. So look at this one here. It's a good turn 1 there from Rogan Chandler. That's a strength of Dale Finch's. So look at this one here. Is he close enough to make a charge? Down to 0.4 of a second, the smallest margin there has been so far. And this is the part of the track that Rogan really, really loves. That hard-braking left-hander Euro mark is the tightest hairpin in New Zealand motorsport. It's very narrow on exit as well. It's hard to get it all right there. And these guys are absolutely on fire. So a class above the rest on another planet, these two, and going at it. So we'll see this one here, but we're not even halfway through this race. It's anyone's. Avalon Biddle in third place. Still great job from Av. Hamish Fox, shout out to Hamish on the Fox Contracting number 10 machine. He's there in fourth place. Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning, our fifth and sixth runners at the moment. But yes, it is the battle for the lead that we can't take our eyes off, Glenn.
Well, it's been a fantastic battle between these two. Avalon Biddle's position at the moment, third. She's 6.68 seconds behind Finch at the moment. Well, that was the time difference between them when the last lap was completed, but Finch still doing a good job. He's just got to tick off these laps one by one. Each corner he's got to complete with nice tight lines to ensure that Chandler can't get the in that he's looking for, and he's come out of that sweeper really good here, Finch, as he comes down to complete lap number 8, which means we're halfway through the race. And that margin is 0.548 of a second to Chandler. Both riders 1:32. Biddle comes across the line in third, almost 8 seconds behind.
Yeah, so she can only manage to be in the 1:33s. These guys are going at it in the 1:32s, low 1:32s as well. A 1:32.36 for Dale that time, and a 1:32.44 for Rogan Chandler. So these guys, that is really hot pace. It's less than a second off lap record pace. These guys have been going at it for a number of laps now, and Rogan, he's quicker in places, but he just can't seem to find an answer and can't seem to get that wheel in front. So this is still a long race. We're still only halfway through it. 7.5 odd laps to go. These guys are absolutely loving this at the moment. The sun's shining, and the track will be quite slippery now. There'll be a lot of track temperature involved. That high cloud cover's burnt right off, and the racing's just as hot as well. So here we go with this one here. It is Dale Finch ahead of Rogan Chandler. They're going to the Southern Salvan. Esches for the 8th of 16 times, and have a look at this one here. This is going to be brilliant. These guys really engaging in a good battle here. Avalon Biddle still in third place, but very, very comfortably. She's got a 22-second advantage.
Jeepers, it was a twitchy little moment. Sorry to interrupt there. There's been a gap widening. Chandler just almost lost it off the dipper there, and now the margin is quite substantial. There'll be a big gain here for Dale Finch as he crosses the line to complete lap number 9. It looks a couple of seconds, 1.5 in fact.
Just said how much these guys are pushing. As Dale Finch has the fastest lap of the race, a 1:31.8, so 8 tenths of a second off lap record pace. And I think that would have scared Rogan enough to just say, hey, this is going to be really frantic, high-end stuff. We've still got 7 laps of this go, and if it's how slippery the track is or how the tyres are going, this might be a turning point in the race. Is Rogan Chandler going to respond and try and reel that gap back in, or is Dale Finch just broken the back of it?
Well, that is a very good question, and the answer to it will be coming over the next 5 to 10 minutes. But Chandler will be disappointed. He did all that hard work over the first half of the race to stay in touch with Finch, and he's now lost it. It's a cruel sport, isn't it? You one little twitch like that, and all that hard work has come to nothing, and he's got to do it all over again. But he's got time to do it.
Absolutely, he's still got a massive 6.5 laps of this one, and there we go with the update into the Southern Salvage S's. Our race leader Dale Finch on the Scott Structural Triumph with Altair Electrical and all the big Access Man sponsors there. Shout out to the Scott Structural team. They're all here and enlarging and charging in the pits. They're a really class act. And Ashton Hughes, normally racing in the 600 Supersport class, has a bit of an injury at the moment, and well and truly in the thick of it. So helping out Dale. So shout out to the Scott Structural team. Their man at the moment in line to take maximum points. He's still got 6 laps to go, but he's going to cross the line. And have a look at these lap times, because last time around it was a 1:31.8, this time a 1:32.1, so still got the hammer down. 6 laps to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix for 600 Supersport racing, and these guys are still showing some frantic pace.
Yeah, Chandler's dropped to 2.8 seconds behind Finch now. He lost 1.3 seconds in that lap. And Biddle holding third, 11 seconds now behind Finch. She's operating around a 1.5 seconds slower than Finch at the moment, who's really riding well. He's been totally flawless so far.
Oh, absolutely. He's in another world at the moment. He's doing such a good job. Rogan put the squeeze on, put the pressure on, and it was Rogan that made the little slip up out of the dipper. Big moment there for Rogan, and lucky to still be in this one. He's about 2.8 seconds back now, so a lot of work to do. and we'll have a look at that. He was well and truly slower that time. He's over a second slower on that last lap alone. So maybe just the sign for Rogan to concede and set into a pace and maximise these championship points heading into this long 12 race season.
Well, we'll see, but it looks like that is exactly what's happening with that gap between first and second. Quite substantial now as Finch goes down through the dipper for the 11th time in this 16-lap race. Positions himself to attack the sweeper, but he has certainly got a healthy margin now as he comes down the home straight now to complete what will be his 11th lap. As Finch right crosses the home straight, or the start-finish line right now, and that gap is big. It's 4.6 seconds. It is big.
Yes, only 1:34.4 that time for Rogan Chandler, so he's definitely just cruising now. He's given up the ghost, I think, and it's advantage Dale Finch, but anything can happen. We've still got 5 laps in this one, and we've seen how much drama we can pack into an afternoon here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park, so anything can still happen. We've got Dale Finch in command now with a 4.6 second lead in the New Zealand Grand Prix for 600 Supersport Racing, and absolutely flying at the moment. Rogan Chandler comes into this weekend, the visiting North Island rider, openly said just wants to take some championship points, head on to the next round, get back to the North Island. He was so dominant there last year. He won all 3 at Hampton Downs, including the New Zealand TT, so definitely knows when we go North Island bound for rounds 3 and 4 of this championship, he's right in the hunt. So 4.6 seconds the gap at the moment. It's a further 12 back to Avalon Biddle in 3rd place, so Av talking to her, and she'll be wrapped for 3/3. If she can bring that one home, she'll be absolutely loving that. 3 third placings and chipping away at that all-important championship points.
Well, the temperature here is 24 degrees at the moment. That's the air temperature. I don't doubt it'll be a lot hotter on the surface of the track too, Brad.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it'd be near 50, I'd say, in the 50s, if not in the mid-50s, I'd say. It gets really hot here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. Not much of a breeze around either, so yeah, it's just brutal on these tyres, and these guys have been going at it for 12 laps now, and still in those 1:33, so still certainly not cruising at the moment, but these guys now 5.4 seconds the gap between first and second. It is definitely advantage Dale Finch. Avalon Biddle maintains that 12-second gap back into 3rd place, so yeah, this is looking like Dale Finch. Only a mistake here would cost him, you'd think, Len.
That's exactly it. He just needs to stay aboard, get his machine around the track, and he'll have his 3rd straight win this weekend, and, of course, a New Zealand Grand Prix title to add to his trophy cabinet as well, which is, of course, a very prestigious thing here in the Supersport 600s race. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. It is Dale Finch leading at the moment. Rogan Chandler of Upper Hutt in 2nd place at the moment. Avalon Biddle, of course, who now bases herself in Canterbury as well, in 3rd place. But Dale Finch putting on an absolute clinic in this race. He hasn't put a foot wrong since we had the restart.
Yeah, no, he's been flawless. This is brilliant. So he leads, and he's already into the Southern Salvage, and Rogan Chandler's just coming out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel. So yeah, he's really putting the hammer down. The screws are tightening here, and we're going to have 3 laps to go. We knew how good this championship was going to be when we saw these guys going for it in the North Island, the Suzuki International Series 3-round series just before the new year. And these guys were going at it. We saw Richie Dibben very dominant last year in this class. He won 3 from 3, including a dominant performance to win the New Zealand Grand Prix title. So him going up to the Superbike class has opened the door for one of these guys. We're going to have a brand new New Zealand 600 Supersport Grand Prix champion here. Is it going to be Dale Finch or Rogan Chandler or maybe Avalon Biddle? We've got 3 laps still to decide, but my word, Dale Finch, what a performance. It's still on 6.7 seconds, so he is just absolutely flying.
Yeah, Biddle just crossing the line now, complete another lap, 13.4 behind. Yeah, Dale Finch, interesting you mentioned Richie to winning last year's race in this particular category. Dale Finch finished 4th last year, Chandler 6th in this corresponding race last year, so here they are 12 months later disputing the championship, but Finch has really taken done a wonderful job this weekend. We really can't talk him up enough as he gets into what will be is 3rd to last lap. So really it's just a catastrophic error from here, and will be the only thing that'll stop him.
Yeah, that is Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler, Avalon Biddle, still your top 3. It's been that way right from the start. Hamish Fox, great job from him. He is there in 4th place. We go back to Jacob Pearce. and then to Luca Durning. That's our 6 runners. We wish all the best to Seth Devereaux, who's getting checked up by the medical team, having a crash that caused a red flag. We went to a full restart, and Zach Fuller, Nick Kane, Tarbell Walker not with us for the restart, so leaving 6 out there. And there's been no question who's been the class act today, Glenn.
That is exactly right, as we see Finch winding the rounding, coming around the sweeper to complete what will be another lap. We're having a good look here at Avalon Biddle, who's currently holding 3rd place. There goes Finch crossing the start-finish line now. He's got 2 laps to go. So Biddle just entering the sweeper. And there's Chandler crossing the line now, 6.89 seconds behind him. Biddle, here she comes now, flying down the home straight. And she's 13 seconds back in 3rd place. So big margins between all of the riders now as they look to complete this race. We'll be going 22 minutes now. And it's been Dale Finch. What might have been, though, with Chandler when he did that little twitch just out of the dipper. If he managed to just hold that line, keep that back wheel nice and steady, who knows what might have happened.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's a game of millimetres, this, and yeah, that was really the turning point in the matchup between those two there. It was Rogan reeled him in right on the back wheel, and then that big moment that's really just turned the tables. And ever since then, Dale Finch has managed to get clear and just ticking off some laps. Very exciting stuff as we keep an eye on wonderful Avalon Biddle, former 600 Supersport champion. She's a former 125 CC champion as well. She's a former Women's World Cup champion as well when she was racing in Europe. It was so cool to see her campaign. She's quite experienced campaigner on the 600 Supersport machines now, and running the number 50 this year to coincide with MTF Finance 50 years in New Zealand, and there's her original race number as well. So on the bright yellow machine with Kawasaki New Zealand, MTF Finance on board, Avalon Biddle. She's done a wonderful job. I think if you had told Avalon at the start of the weekend, I'll give you 3 third placings, she would have signed that bit of paper. So pretty good stuff if she can bring that home there. Well, white flag out, we're on the last one here, and Dale Finch stretches it out even further. You've got 7.5 second advantage over Rogan Chandler, and then you go back to the girl power of Avalon Biddle there in 3rd place with Hamish Fox, Jacob Pearce, Luca Durning still 4th, 5th and 6th, and doing a pretty good job really, keeping touch still on that lead lap.
Yeah, Biddle, you touched on her, what a wonderful ambassador for the sport she is. There's no question about that. So 1 lap to go, so Dale Finch 7.58 seconds ahead with Biddle in 3rd place at the moment. So it's been an absolute masterclass from Dale Finch as he comes around with about half a lap to go. He's this bike here, number 17. He's been in excellent form all weekend, winning the race on Saturday, the first race on Sunday, that's today, and of course now looking good to win the New Zealand Grand Prix title.
And this has been a pretty hot 16 laps as well, so it'll be interesting to see when Neil does the post-race interviews. I'd say these riders will be absolutely hung out. 16 laps in the sun. It's been a pretty flawless performance. We were only about 8/10 of a second off lap record pace with our fastest lap, and it has been this man absolutely dominant so far. He's just got the turn 10 sweeper to go. Beautiful flowing left-hander, and Dale Finch, he's the local Christchurch man. He's done a few laps around Mike Perry Motorsport Park, and here he comes. He's coming out of the sweeper, gets a pretty good drive out of there, and hopefully he can bring this one home. It's going to be Dale Finch, the number 17 on the Scott Structural Triumph. He's going to win the New Zealand Grand Prix for 2021, and does it in an emphatic style in the end. Blue Crew Yamaha of Rogan Chandler is going to finish in 2nd place. 3 second places for him this weekend, and then you go back to Avalon Biddle, a triple lot of 3rd placings for Av. So awesome stuff from those 3. They have been the class acts so far. That's been your podium in every single race so far this weekend. We go back to Hamish Fox to take a 4th placing in his first season on a 600 machine. He will be absolutely stoked with that. We've also got Jacob Pearce, Luca Durning, 5th and 6th. So 6 guys out there. What could have been before we had that restart. We lost 3 riders just on the first lap of the first start of this one. So to make that one there, 16 lapper. And Dale Finch, no question about his pedigree. He was the legend of the show today. Wins over Rogan Chandler and Avalon Biddle. And that is your New Zealand Grand Prix title for the 600 Supersport. In 2021, it goes to Dale Finch. A brilliant performance.
So Hamish Fox, Jacob Pearce and Luca Durning just completing their races to complete this race to finish in 6th place. So there we are, folks. Dale Finch winning. Regan Chandler second. Avalon Biddle in 3rd place. Not too far away, we'll have Neil Ritchie with the podium and the interviews.
Well, I don't think I've seen anything like that. Only 6 finishes. Yes, the numbers down at the start, but the attrition rate has been so high that we've only ended up with 6 to finish. So that gives credit, and deserved credit, to people like Hamish Fox, brand newcomer in 600 racing. Jacob Pearce, of course, newcomer right here in Christchurch. And another newcomer in Luca Durning. So those 2 newcomers out there, and Hamish Fox and Luca Durning. And a little bit more experience for Jacob, but still another young guy at that. So just awesome to realise what talent we've got. And for them, hopefully on their CV, they'll proudly be putting that 4th, 5th and 6th respectively in the lineup. Look at these Pirelli caps reign supreme today, and high fives all round from our crew at the moment, and a good opportunity to give the credit where it's due for our ladies. Don't have to be sorry, Ev. Isn't it awesome to catch up? Hey, the fact is, race rivals, yet you're all friends as well. So much respect across the class.
Oh yeah, 100%. That race was a bit of a shame with everyone crashing out, and there was not many of us out there. So thanks to the spectators for hanging around, because it was kind of boring for me, as it probably was for you. I just have to give credit to Dale and Rogan. They've rode awesome all weekend. I'm actually really happy with my lap times, and I think any other year we would have been pretty close to fighting for the victory, or the last couple of years anyway. So yeah, they just rode outstanding, and I had to settle for 3rd place this weekend, but still a great result. I'm really happy for my sponsors to get up here on the podium and do them proud.
Yeah, well done, Ev. Love your words. Isn't she gracious? Isn't she beautiful? So nice to see as we check out our Blue Crew Hollands Collision Centre ace and Upper Huts Rogan, Chandler Rogan. You came here with a mission to make sure you finished every race. You've done that, so it's got to be success, even though it's 2nd place.
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy to come away finishing. I almost didn't in that race, but yeah, but no, I was happy to finally get a bit closer to Dale and you know, make a bit more of a race out of it. But after that moment happened, I was like, all right, I need to reel it in. It's getting a bit sketchy, so just sort of consolidated for 2nd.
All right, you can beat that guy at levels next weekend?
I'll give it a go. The bike and myself work so much better at levels, so I'm really looking forward to levels. Actually, it's something that I gel with, and I've always gone faster in the past, so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Excellent indeed, so well done to Rogan. Well, here we go, the Scott Structural man and former Speedway star now, and Dale Finch taking the glory. Dale, when you started in this class in only a very short time, here you've risen to the top. Maximum points, you've got the bonus for qualifying, 3 great wins, 76 points. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, on top of the world, I feel good. I've worked pretty hard. Looking forward to this weekend. You know, I always looked, when I first started racing, it was James and Jake, they done mid-32s, low 32s consistently, and I was like, how do they do that? And I can finally see that I'm getting there, and I'm feeling really happy on the bike.
Great to indeed. It's a little bit of background as that group is getting away, but we've got to keep moving with our program. Dale, that speedway background that you've had in the sport, it's something that... Well, I've got away that we're doing the warm-up. That speedway background that you've had, what do you think that's done for you for road racing?
Yeah, it gives me a bit of feel on the rear end, under throttle. It was actually, I had to change my style completely. Like, speedway, you just, you know, natural reactions, you make attacks like without sort of thinking about it, but road racing, you sort of just have to sit behind someone and racecraft, you know. So I had to learn how to switch my style to road racing, but now I'm finally getting there.
Yeah, well done. What a beautiful podium. Here you go, Supersport 600 in the Grand Prix and the overall. So for our third place for Avalon, second for Rogan Chandler, and first in Canterbury Star, Dale Fitch taking it out with Pirelli, Aon, and right here, of course, as part of racing with Sky Sport Next. Bring it on.
Grand Prix day here at the New Zealand Superbike Championship here at Ruapuna continues. Hope you're enjoying everything as we're not too far away from another race which is starting. And this is the Supersport 300s, New Zealand Grand Prix title up for grabs here. And we've got 21 riders all set to go in this class. And this should be a cracking race between two, and a magnificent duel in the second race of the weekend. These riders, Harry Parker from Timaru and also Cormac Buchanan, the 14-year-old from Invercargill. So fingers crossed we get a repeat of what we saw in race number 2 of round number 1 earlier today. This race has been reduced to just 8 laps because of some crashes in earlier races today. So it was originally going to be 12, but it's now just an 8-lap race. So there's no room for error for any of these riders as they get set to position, get themselves all set on the grid. On pole, Cormac Buchanan from Invercargill. He's in bike number 28. Then Caleb Gilmore from Christchurch is number 78. He's in position number 2. Harry Parker in bike number 24. He's in position number 3. And completing the front row from Wellington, Dave Fellows in bike number 41. Those are the top 4. Should be a terrific race here in the Supersport 300s. As we get all set, can the 14-year-old Cormac Buchanan go all the way and win a New Zealand Grand Prix title? We're almost set for a start here at Ruapuna in the 2021 Supersport 300s New Zealand Grand Prix race. Buchanan's away, so too Parker, and so too is Gilmore. Buchanan on the inside, who's heading towards that first corner, and looks like he might have just grabbed the lead from pole position. Brad Ritchie.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. 3 of them, nearly 3 wide into turn 1. It's Cormac Buchanan up the inside. Harry Parker's made himself known as well. This is going to be all on, but it's definitely Cormac Buchanan flying. A better start from our man in the bright yellow machine. That's the Biggles Racing of Jason Hearn. He gets a bit better start, but it's going to be Cormac Buchanan ahead of Caleb Gilmore. Then go back to Harry Parker. That's the front 3. These guys are due for some fireworks. As we see Harry Parker already up the inside into second place. So this one here, these guys had the race of the day, race number 2. They were trading lap records and then separated by less than a bike length when they crossed the line. Blue Crew Yamaha teammates, and this man in front, the 14-year-old sensation from Invercargill, Cormac Buchanan on the 28 machine. He is feeling really good. Said there's plenty of life left in those tyres when I caught up with him at the lunch break, and ready to go. Could he win another New Zealand Grand Prix title? He won the Supersport 150 title here last year, but this one's going to feel pretty good if he can get up in the mix. So he's won 2 races so far this week, and Harry Parker's not going to let him have it his own way. There's big toing and froing going on, and I think Harry has taken that position away. So the battle for the lead really, really hot at the moment. So Harry Parker now leads ahead of Cormac Buchanan. Caleb Gilmore still in there as well with Dave Fellows. That's the man in 4th place. So we're going to watch this one. It's been shortened to an 8-lapper, but the 4th Grand Prix up for grabs, and we're still yet to complete one without a red flag, apart from the Pro Twins. We've got one down out of the dipper, but he seems to be up, and full credit to the rider who's managed to self-recover that bike and get it off the track. So we carry on racing. Green flag at the moment. Harry Parker, Caleb Gilmore, burning up the 4th place ahead of Dave Fellows, Jason Hearn and Blaze Heaven That's your top 8 at the moment, so well, full credit to that rider, because we've seen too many red flags already today, Glenn.
You're telling me, Brad, it's been terrible. Fingers crossed that that rider is okay. He seems to be absolutely fine, which is great. But let's get back to the front here. Parker's got a half a second lead, and that move, going back to that move which took him the lead, actually pushed Buchanan back to 3rd place. So it really rattled the youngster, but let's see how he reacts. This is good. We want to see the 14-year-old under a bit of pressure in a way, don't we, to see how he reacts. He's learning his craft at the moment, and if he could come back and reclaim the lead off Parker, who's got a bit of a lead at the moment, this would be really good to see if he's capable of doing it, Brad.
Yeah, he's already kept his composure. He's doing a good job tucked in behind Caleb Gilmore, so yeah, this is going to be what he needs. He's off to represent the country in the Red Bull Rookies for MotoGP this year in 2021, so he's going to need all of this racecraft, all of this stuff. It's going to be all no-holds-bar, handlebar-to-handlebar stuff when he goes over to Europe, so he'll be loving this at the moment. And all playing into the hands of Harry Parker. He's doing a good job in 1st place through the Southern Salvage S's. Then we go back, Caleb Gilmore. That's the one in 2nd place, ahead of Cormac Buchanan with work to do in 3rd. It's shortened to an 8-lap race, so that's going to play into Harry Parker's hands. If he can just get these laps ticked off, we could see Harry Parker sneak a Grand Prix title here.
Well, the other one is Gilmore, of course. He's right in there as well, so it's a great battle again as we see the riders coming around the sweeper into the home straight again to complete the 2nd lap of just 8. And this is Harry Parker in the lead at the moment. Gilmore holding in 2nd place at the moment. 0.59 of a second behind Buchanan, right there less than a second. And then Luca Durning is in 4th place as well. He's had a busy afternoon.
Change for 2nd place.
Oh, yes,
well.
there has been.
Cormac Buchanan dives up the inside in turn 1, classical slipstream manoeuvre, and that's brilliant. Waves to his mate behind him, so I think these guys are going to try and work together. If they can try and draft each other and get on the back of Harry Parker, they don't want to let him get away with this one, and already they've managed to reel him in. So good teams racing going on here. There's a bit of camaraderie going on, and that's pretty wise stuff from these guys. This is a 3-way fight emerges for the win of this New Zealand Grand Prix. Harry Parker now under a bit of pressure from his teammate Cormac Buchanan, and that's Caleb Gilmore there in 3rd place, still well in touch with the leaders.
Well, let's not forget as well that the lap record in the 2nd race earlier today was broken 3 times in that race, twice by Parker, once by Buchanan, who's got it 142.283 at the moment. At the moment, both riders and Gilmore and a couple of others are lapping about 144 at the moment, so plenty of improvement perhaps in this 8-lap race as we head towards the conclusion. But Buchanan's hunting Parker down now, isn't he? He's right on this back wheel as they come to the dipper.
Oh yeah, this is going to be good, all right. We're not even halfway through this one. It's been shortened to 8 laps, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because this is all on. These guys are just absolutely going for it. Harry Parker, the number 24 on the MTF Finance Timaru machine, ahead of Invercargill's Cormac Buchanan. This is going to be a beauty. We've had some good racing in that Pro Twin Grand Prix, and this one here is shaping up to be some more of the same. 300 Supersport Racing production motorcycle races. We see Cormac Buchanan pull up alongside Harry Parker. It's the full-on drag race between the teammates. Heading into turn number 1, this is exciting, and it looks like Cormac Buchanan might have just his wheel in front. He's going really hard, going around turn number 1. Harry Parker just can't quite cut back underneath, so it's going to be a new race leader. Cormac Buchanan, he got into 2nd place in that stage of the racetrack last time around, and then goes one better now. So there's your response. We got put under pressure, got shunted back to 3rd, and he has answered already. So 143.02, so certainly lifting the ante. And he's now got a clear track ahead of him, so this is pretty good to watch, this young teenage sensation.
He's only 14, Brad. Come on, that was gutsy, that move, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was brave. That's big down there. That's fast, turn 1, braking hard. Dive in there. So look at this one here. These guys are going for it. The top 3 has definitely emerged from the rest. They're stretching this advantage out, and they are fast. We've got another 3-way fight in behind them as well. So the battle for the podium looks to be 3 riders look to be set, but what order they're going to finish in? We've got Jason Hearn, Luca Durning, and Dave Fellows fighting it out for 4th, 5th, and 6th. So all important championship points are on the line here as we go almost halfway through this one.
And Parker going to make a move again, and let's see if he can get under Buchanan. But Buchanan, as we saw in race number 2, did a very accomplished job, despite his tender age, of closing that race out with Parker just behind in 2nd place. So around the sweeper they come to complete the 3rd lap of just 8. Remember, this race was originally supposed to be a 12-lapper, but it's only going to be 8. This is the Supersport 300s. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here of the New Zealand Grand Prix here at Ruapuna here today, and it's Buchanan who crosses the line to complete the 4th lap, and he's got a smidgen of a lead from Parker, and Gilmore's right there as well. Waiting for these times to tick over here to see what the margin is. But we can see, I think there might have been a no. It's still Buchanan and Parker and Gilmore 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. There might have been a change though.
Yeah, there was a change there, yeah. Gilmore slipstreamed him down the front straight, but then Harry Parker just a little bit later on the brakes. Great job from these three. They're flying at the moment. Jason Hearn still in 4th place. Had a look at Durning and Dave Fellow. So your top 6 are definitely well ahead of the rest. But there we go. Harry Parker up the inside. So out of nowhere, he come from way back. And what a move. Up the Euromark left-hander. It's an easy pass to make easy corner to make a block pass, because you can take the line away on exit, and he's done exactly that. So great riding here. We've got 3.5 laps to go. Harry Parker's put the Blue Crew Yamaha in front of this one.
And fantastic move. Just for the viewers too, you better explain what's the difference between this, Brad, the 300s and the 600s?
Yeah, so it's all bike capacity. These are the 300 Supersport, we call it the Supersport production-based motorcycles. These are motorcycles you can buy just from your local motorcycle dealer. They run production tyres you can buy off the shelf as well. There's limited rules of what they can do to them as well to mitigate some of the checkbook racing we've encountered in some of the other classes. So this one here, these are all 3 of them on the Yamaha R3 at the moment. So it's a 325cc twin-cylinder 4-stroke machine. The other bikes eligible are the Kawasaki Ninja 300, which is a 300cc twin. And then there's also a single-cylinder KTM and RC 390, so it's a 390cc single-cylinder machine, and that's 4-stroke as well. So there's a couple of different bikes eligible, but this one's heating up. We've got 3 laps to go, and side by side down the front straight. This is absolutely anyone's.
And Buchanan, I think, might have pinched it off Parker as they head into the first corner. Yes, another great move by Buchanan. But Brad, I don't think that's going to be the last lead change we'll see in this race.
No, these guys, 3 of them all well and truly within a hunt here of having this New Zealand Grand Prix title. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. These guys, the podium from the New Zealand Grand Prix last year was Jason Hearn and the 2 KTMs that are not here with us. So Jacob Stroud and Nathaniel Diprose not racing in this series. So one of these 3 is going to become a first-time 300 Supersport Grand Prix winner if they can get this one home. We've got 2.5 laps to go, and it's really heating up.
And Buchanan's got a slight lead now over Parker. Buchanan, remember, folks, is only 14 years old from Invercargill. They'll be sitting on the edge of the seats, motorsport fans down in Invercargill, hoping their young man could come bring it home today. What a talent he is. As he leads over Parker with Gilmore back in 3rd place at the moment. That battle for 4th is still pretty keen as well, but they're far behind these 3 now. The thing is too, with Gilmore just hovering around at the back there, he's just happy to just sniff around at the back there at the moment. He might make a move too, Brad.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's a big game of cat and mouse at the moment with only 2 and a bit laps to go. So who's going to show their cards early enough? Cormac Buchanan, he's going to try and get a good drive out of there. You see when he swings to the left to try and break the slipstream. He's going to just hold his line there. So happy to just lead out this one here. 2 laps to go, and things heating up. Cormac Buchanan has stretched that out to a little bit of a gap. He's just put in a 1:42.8, so he's on 6/10 off his lap record he set earlier today. So the hammer is down, and the fastest lap of the race just comes in there and stretches that out to a 0.9 second advantage. So the game's on the line. This man comes through pretty strong and just logs in a 1:42.8. Fastest lap of the race, and lap number 6 of the 8-lap Grand Prix. This is the same set of tyres they've been on all weekend, so a phenomenal display so far from these 3. And Cormac Buchanan, looking at that gap out there, he's got the hammer down. He is trying to get out of this one.
Yeah, Cormac Buchanan only debuted in the Superbikes last year, but he's only 14, can't even get his driver's license yet, which is incredible when you think about it, isn't it? He's barely out of nappies, and he's just destroying them. Well, he's not destroying them, but jeepers, he is riding way beyond his years here.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got a speedway background from Invercargill. He's got the whole town, whole city of Invercargill in behind him. He's loves one of his sponsors is actually the Burt Munro Challenge, an event down in Invercargill, down the Southland area. We do a festival atmosphere for 5 days of motorcycling down there in about a month's time, and really coming alive. And the whole Southland area getting in behind this young man. He's definitely got the biggest advantage we've seen so far in this New Zealand Grand Prix title. So looking like it's advantage Cormac Buchanan. The white flag's ready and waiting. So 1 corner to go. We've also got the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th really heating up as well. So the podium looks like it's the 3 riders already set. But what order they're going to finish in, we're not going to know. We've got one more frantic lap here in the New Zealand Grand Prix for 300 Supersport.
Well, Buchanan goes with 1 lap to go. Parker still in 2nd. And we have Gilmore in 3rd place at the moment. No change to the order, and Buchanan looks like he's kicked clear again. 1.2 seconds his advantage. Gilmore 1.6 seconds behind Buchanan, so he's 0.4 of a second behind Parker. But Buchanan is riding so well over these last 2 laps just to put a bit of breathing space between him and Parker and Gilmore, and it's going to be a margin now, Brad Ritchie, which is going to be hard for the other 2 to pull back.
Absolutely, they're going to have to try and work together if they've got any chance in this one. Corn Buchanan slowly running away with this one, but now we go look at that fight for 4th, 5th and 6th, and it's Dave Fellows up into 4th. Jason Hearn, who's been running 4th most of this race, has been dropped back to 6th place. Luca Durning still there in 5th place. It's all on. So we've got the podium battle going on. We've got 4th, 5th and 6th. There's championship points on the line. This is the 3rd and final race of the weekend for these guys, and this is absolutely anyone's. There's battles all over. There's a big 5-way fight in there for about 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. This one here, all on, but it's Corn Buchanan. We asked him how he was going to respond. He got taken offline with a big move from Harry Parker early in the race. Got dropped back to 3rd place. Just ticked off the moves, went back into 2nd, back into 1st, and now look at this, a scintillating performance. And he's already won 2 of these races so far this weekend. The number 28 machine, he has had to work for this one, absolutely. But look at this one, when the pressure's on, the man comes. And Cormac Buchanan, the 14-year-old sensation from Invercargill, comes out of the turn 10 sweeper, and he has done an absolutely brilliant job this weekend. It's going to be yet another one. He's going to take 3 from 3, including the New Zealand Grand Prix title. And there it is for Cormac Buchanan. 2nd place for Harry Parker and Caleb Gilmore. After the DNF in race 1, will feel pretty good getting a 3rd place effort there. So great podium result. And then look at this for Dave Fellows, Luca Durning and Jason Hearn. A big shake up there for 4th, 5th and 6th when they crossed the line. And great to see Dave Fellows running under a bit of an injury cloud at the moment. They get some good points there with a nice 4th place. So here it is. We also get the update there with Regan Bray and Logan Rowell, Blaze Heaven, all in there. This is going to be cool. We've got Kane Bentley, James Udenbosen, Shane Miller, Dylan Byrne, Andy McLaughlin. He's had a lot of experience around this track as well. And Justin Maunder running out our top 15. So that's the update we've got. What a Grand Prix that was. Phenomenal stuff from those 3 youngsters out in front.
So there we are, folks. There we are. It's Cormac Buchanan winning the Supersport 300 race. The 14-year-old. Fantastic performance. 2nd was Harry Parker, finishing 1.296 seconds behind in 2nd place. And Caleb Gilmore rounds out the podium, 1.6 seconds behind Buchanan to finish in 3rd place. Congratulations to all the riders in the Supersport 300 New Zealand Grand Prix race.
Just goes to show we can start and finish a race without a red flag there as well. So we're headed in the right direction. This is going to be good. We've still got a couple more of our Grand Prix to take out. We've got the Supersport 150. That's coming up there, Grand Prix. And then we go to the sidecar Grand Prix. So a 5-lap race for the Supersport 150. We've got an 8-lap race for the sidecars. And then we finish off with the support racing on the program. We'll cross down to Neil, who will have our very youthful but very excited Supersport 300 New Zealand Grand Prix podium.
Yeah, just making a call through the pits in particular, and those interested that the points for Superbike and Superbike B have been posted, and of course they are, as it were, under a cloud with regards to how those points were going to be allocated, and that we mentioned earlier, but the actual points now have been posted, so love you to check those out. Hey, what a great day here for Yamaha, and particularly the Blue Crew development team with their stars, and Harry and Cormac getting the goods here. Of course, other star of the lineup, Rogan Chandler, has been featuring so well here today. Shout out to Altherm, JCR and the awesome team, and particularly to Amy today. Does an awesome amount of work for the team behind the scenes, so special welcome to Amy, and certainly hope you're enjoying this road racing life, Amy, is what you're doing. Josh Coppin's a legend himself, of course, 2007 world runner-up in motocross. Of course, he was runner-up as well in 2005, but 2007, the year that we were hoping he was going to win. What a story to tell. He's sort of the almost the Randy Mamola of motocross in the world, and great to have. In fact, it's good to go to some clips that you can see at the moment on YouTube about the racing that our Kiwi boys have done from years gone by. So pretty good. We'll deal with you first, Cormac. We are just going to do our podium with our winner first, so that Cormac, of course, got back-to-back races. The busiest man here today. First of all, Cormac, massive congrats, but by jeebus, you had to work for that one.
Oh, that was by far one of the hardest races I've ever done in my whole life. Like, when Harry got up the inside of me at turn 1, I was wide, and I was like, nah, that's my race over. But, you know, I persevered, kept my head down, and, you know, I said to Caleb, I'll drag it to Harry, and, yeah, you know, once I got with Harry, I'm like, yeah, no, I've got a chance now. So, yeah, I'm really, really pleased with how today went. You know, 3 from 3 is completely unreal. And in my first season, my first round on the 300 at NZSBK is just crazy. So, you know, I got to give my hat off to the Yamaha team. Without them, you know, I would be nowhere. And thanks to Grand and Uncle Lee for coming down today to support me. Everyone that's had my back since day one. And without you guys, you know, I'd just be back at home watching TV. So thank you.
Thank you very much. An awesome speech. Harry, personal congratulations, mate. Where have you got it from? You've got that figure. You know you can run with them now. You're proving it, and proving to yourself, more importantly.
You know what, I don't even know where this has come from. It all started at Zuki Series, and we left the Zuki Series on awesome notes, and it's just followed through. But sadly, in that last race, we went too hard at the start and cooked the rear tyre midway through. So it was extremely slippery. But we brought it home in one piece. We finished second again, so we're looking pretty good, and I'm pretty happy with the bike, and the team's done an amazing job, and big thanks to Yamaha New Zealand for all their backing, and my dad and Brent Garvin for doing all the spanners and everything.
He's not bad, that Brent Garvin, actually. I rate that mechanic. As you'll notice, Cormac's already headed away, so fine to have Regan. Much better race that time. What about overtaking Cormac? We'll talk about that for a long time. That was pretty darn good.
Yeah, we made a massive change with the bike setup. We changed the spring rate, heaps of different things, forks and that, because the first race I struggled with the mid corner and getting drive out. So it was good. It definitely improved the bike. So thanks to Robert Taylor for doing that for me. Huge thanks to the team and everyone who's helped out. But yeah, no, it was a much better race. We stayed with him this time, so I was quite happy about that. And maybe next time we can stand on the top step.
All right, indeed. Hey, okay, so you missed out on points yesterday, but we've got good points today. You feeling happy overall with where you are?
Yeah, it was a massive improvement from yesterday. Obviously, I crashed in the first lap, and then so to come back and get 2 podiums, I'm pretty happy. That's what we're here for, I guess. So, yeah, no, good weekend overall, and I'm stoked.
Well done. Young Caleb Gilmore's the last one to join us here. Mac Media Digital Design Solution Experts, part of our racing this weekend, along with Underground Brown. We're here, of course, with Pirelli, Aon and Sky Sports Next, taking this coverage to the world for our 2021 NZSBK. Bring it on, more great racing still to come. What about it? The 150s will be lining up, of course. We've still got the sidecars to entertain in the 250 production racing, all part of it. Bring it on.
New Zealand Grand Prix Day here at Mike Pirro Motorsport Park, just outside Christchurch. We're at Ruapuna, and we're not far away from a start in the Supersport 150s race today. This has been reduced to just 5 laps. It was originally supposed to be an 8-lapper, but because of early crashes today, we're down to 5. This category is for riders aged between 13 and 21 that haven't placed in a top 5 in another class. And the question is, can Cormac Buchanan do the double? We've seen him succeed in the 300s, Brad Ritchie, today, and it's going to take something special from the other 6 riders in this contest to unseat Cormac Buchanan, who's an unbelievably talented rider for a bloke just 14 years old.
Oh, he's an absolute legend, all right. Just 14 years old, and yeah, he's blistering lap records everywhere he went last year. He was dominant in this class. He's got the #1 plate on the bike, and he is certainly the one to beat. The only one to go under the 2-minute lap time mark here. We've got 5 laps of this one, and the lap record from last time around a 1:55.926. So we're certainly going to go lap record hunting with these guys here, and this 5-lap was going to be now a sprint race for the New Zealand Grand Prix title, and odds-on favourite Cormac Buchanan to go back-to-back Supersport 150 Grand Prix.
Yeah, the other 6 riders in the race: Georgia Elvin from Christchurch, Samuel Guthrie from Rolleston, Olivia Goddard from Dunedin, Hamish Boyd, Billy Fuller and Oliver Wright. Those are the other riders. Good luck to all of them in this race for the youngsters. But Cormac Buchanan, I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about this lad down the years. We haven't had a... I was just trying to think of our last circuit rider who would have really made a splash at international level, Brad. Just trying to think, Aaron Slight. Of course, we've had Courtney Duncan doing marvellous things on the motocross scene, haven't we? Avalon Biddle at times, of course, in her career over in Europe recent times. But Cormac Buchanan, as he comes up to set up on pole position here in bike number 1, is just something special, and we should be celebrating this lad and the future that he's got in front of him.
Oh, absolutely. You definitely want to remember this name. Cormac Buchanan, or follow him on social media. Cormac Racing. He's a very, very talented rider, but he's very good at social media as well. It's cool to follow. He does some awesome things. He's got some great friends, help him out with some promotional stuff, and is a really cool kid to follow on social media. So get him behind him, especially this year on his big endeavours. This next 12 months is going to be, I'm very excited. You have to go back a long, long time before you saw some sort of identified talent like this as we get ready to go. The Supersport 150 Grand Prix title on the line here. When the lights go out, we go racing, and it's a good start from both of them on P1 and P2. So that's Sam Guthrie there in second place. We've got a bit of girl power in this one too. It's great to see our young ladies out there in New Zealand road racing. We've got Georgia Elvin, Olivia Goddard and Billy Fuller, 3 of the 7 competitors, all young ladies out there. So very cool, and a very cool spot in our sport. The Supersport 150, the entry-level class, and this is a full-on championship on the line here, the New Zealand Grand Prix title up for grabs.
Yeah, Georgia Elvin in bike number 17, finished 3rd in the first race yesterday and 4th in the second race. Sam Guthrie's finished 2nd both times to Cormac Buchanan, and Olivia Goddard finished 3rd in today's race as well. So maybe Georgia Elvin and Olivia Goddard, the best 2 of the women riders in this race, and we already see Buchanan getting out to a very comfortable lead in bike number 1, the blue bike, the man from Invercargill riding the Yamaha YZF-R 15, and he's got a good lead over Guthrie in second place at the moment.
Oh, this is going to be good, all right. Here we're going lap record hunting again as well. So
what's the lap record, Brad?
He's got a 155.926, so he'll be looking at that. He was coming into this year, he was in the 159s. He smashed that in race 1. He smashed it again in race 2, and then we're going to go and see what he can do here. So as those tyres get some more temperature, he'll get faster every lap. There's no tyre warmers on these bikes, so it'll take them a few laps to get up to temperature. So these lap times will get quicker and quicker from these youngsters, as we see Cormac in a league of his own flying out of the Aon Dipper. Then you go back to Samuel Guthrie in second place, and then look at this, a 5-way train. So the podium's going to come alive here. We've got 5 of them dicing through the Aon Dipper at the moment. We've got Olivia Goddard and Georgia in there. Georgia just 20 years of age from Christchurch, and brilliant stuff to have the Helicraft racing team get this one of those Yamaha R15s on the line. So here we go, Cormac Buchanan. He crosses the line, ticks off lap number 1 of 5. We go back to Sam Guthrie. These two have been certainly the class act of the class. They've been 1 and 2 in the first 2 races, but then the best of the rest, the 2 girls fighting it out. Tight on points going into this one for the weekend as well, so absolutely nothing in it. There was less than a tenth of a second, 8/100ths of a second between 3rd and 4th. So the battle for the podium, that'll rage on for the next 4 laps, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, Goddard and Elvin disputing 3rd at the moment, followed by Fuller, Wright and Hamish Boyd bringing up the rear at the moment. But Cormac Buchanan has got a lead of 4.8 seconds after lap number 1, and that's growing exponentially as we move through the early stages of lap number 2. Reminding you, this is just a 5-lap race here for the Supersport 150 New Zealand Grand Prix title for 2021. And Cormac Buchanan looking very good to do the double as he puts daylight between himself and the rest of the field on what's a very warm Ruapuna afternoon
Well,
here
sometimes it is
outside of Christchurch.
in a day, and a little bit of those conditions. Just need to do a quick shout out in between our commentary for all competitors. Reminder, please, to return your transponder if you finish your racing and claim your licence as well. Please, returning your transponder and claiming your licence. Vital to do that, because of course we need the transponders already for next week, and I'm sure many of you will need your licence as well. So just a call. Don't want to do it too many times on the PA with racing. So please, everybody, make sure there's somebody in the team responsible. Transponder, sometimes a bracket, you'll know whether it's your bracket or one with the transponder, and the licence to be claimed as well. Thank you. Back to you guys.
The Supersport 150 Grand Prix here at Ruapuna. 5-lap race. Cormac Buchanan from Invercargill, the hot favourite to back up his win from 2020 when he won over Jacob Pearce and Liam Hum. And here comes the #1 bike as he crosses the finish line. We're looking at a battle down the field a little bit. This is the battle for third at the moment. Sam Guthrie is in second place at the moment, and he is 10 seconds behind Cormac Buchanan, who's completed 2 of the 5 laps. So here comes the battle for third place. Olivia Goddard in bike number 39, Georgia Elvin in bike number 17, now 3rd and 4th respectively. In bike number 4, Billy Fuller is in 5th place. Hamish Boyd just crossing the line in 6th. And on bike number 27, Oliver Wright is holding last place at the moment. So a great battle between the 2 women riders for 3rd place, Olivia Goddard and Georgia Elvin. And there is just a slight difference of about 0.3 of a second between the 2 at the moment, Brad.
Yeah, this is pretty good from these guys. The battle for the podium, red hot. It's all important podiums here at New Zealand Grand Prix racing. Cormac Buchanan, it's his to lose at the moment. He's 9.5 seconds ahead of anyone. And Samuel Guthrie, great job there. He's got a decent 13-second gap back to 3rd place, which is that red hot battle. There's less than 0.4 of a second in that one as we see them around the Euro mark left-hander. There's nothing in it. That's actually brilliant. With the 2 Yamaha R15s there with the girl power on it. And then a shout out to the Jixers in behind. We've got Billy Fuller and Hamish Boyd with Oliver Wright there on the smaller horsepowered Suzuki Gixxer 150. So giving up a little bit of horsepower to the Yamahas in front. But all 7 of them are eligible for the Supersport 150 class here today. And a great job. But certainly when you come to the races and see talent like this, it makes you pretty excited. The sky is the limit for this 14-year-old sensation. Just absolutely dominant. He's won all 3 races in the 300 Supersport class. He's won already the first 2 of these ones, and only a disaster is going to cost him from going the full clean sweep here as well, I'd say.
6 from 6. What an effort from him. But we continue to keep an eye on this battle for third as Buchanan completes another lap. That's 3 of 5, and his lead is absolutely huge over Sam Guthrie, who's down the home straight now to complete lap number 3 for him. But this battle here for third could go either way. Is it going to be Guthrie or is it going to be Goddard? Goddard holding third at the moment, but the margin is about the same as it was in the last lap. Although there could be a move up the inside here. Goddard's going to hold on. And Elvin just behind, but this is quite a battle, Brad.
Oh, this is going to come down to the wire. These guys have been inseparable all in race 2 and this one as well, so absolutely nothing in it. There was less than a 10th when they crossed the line, so look at that. Olivia got Georgia Elvin. This is cool, great racing, and great to have our young ladies out there going for it. As Cormac Buchanan, he is running over this thing, 16-second advantage now, so he's on absolute cruise control. We go back to Sam Guthrie and Olivia Goddard just holding out Georgia Elvin, so that one there is going to come down to the final corner. I would say we've got a lap and a half to go. And the Jixers in behind, so we've got the Suzukis in behind. Billy Fuller, Hamish Boyd and Oliver Wright right in touch with that podium battle as well. So if anything happened with those 2 ladies there, you can see the Suzuki's just in the background of that as well. So keep an eye on this one. Certainly not done for yet. We've still got a lap and a half of this awesome Supersport 150 New Zealand Grand Prix title.
Goddard, of course, from Dunedin, and Elvin from Christchurch. A good South Island battle between these 2. It's going to be interesting to see if number 17, Elvin, can find a way past Goddard, who's doing a good job of holding third at the moment. That margin's been tight all the way through the race, unlike the gap between first and second and third at the moment. Goddard still holding that lead as we've seen the white flag be presented to Cormac Buchanan, whose lead is longer than the main straight here. As Guthrie is about to get the white flag with his last lap, but Buchanan, what a masterclass from him.
Absolutely, a 156.1 that time around, so he's only 0.2 of a second off his lap record pace. So look at for this one. I think he set his 155.9 in the final lap of the race beforehand. So keep an eye on this one. We've got the stopwatch on it. It's the final race of the weekend for Cormac Buchanan. He's had 6 races and he's won 5 of them so far. He's on task here to win all 6. It's a dominant display in the Supersport 150 category. But Samuel Guthrie, the young man from Rolleston, great to have Sam out there. He's had a couple of second placings. He come up to the North Island for the Suzuki International Series. Got some valuable track time and experience up there, so he'll love this championship to unfold. He's double classing as well. He's in the 250 production support class that'll come out later on today. And racing with his dad and his granddad, so 3 generations of Guthrie's out on the racetrack, so a big shout out to that family there. Olivia Goddard, George Relvin, there is no way you can separate those two at the moment. That's going to be almost toss of a coin stuff to work out who's going to win that. They're nearly side by side down the back end of the circuit here on a beautiful day in the Garden City, but take nothing away from Cormac Buchanan as we sit back and appreciate this raw talent here, Glenn.
Yeah, what a talent he is, just 14 years of age, just got a couple of turns to go. Cormac Buchanan all set to defend his title from 2020 and add to his Supersport 300 success earlier in the day. This kid's only 14 years of age. What a talent he's going to be. What a sportsman full stop in New Zealand he's going to be to watch over the coming years as Buchanan comes down the home straight to complete the last lap, get the checkered flag and win the Supersport 150s title, and he's done it in convincing fashion as well. 155.483 that last lap. Is that just under his? It is a new lap record, is it?
Yep, new lap record there.
Incredible.
So, absolutely incredible. New lap record. He set a lap record in 300 Supersport racing, 6 from 6, 2 lap records. That's what you call the perfect weekend. Yeah, 2 pole position qualification bonus points as well. Takes massive championship leads into round number 2 as we catch Samuel Guthrie. He's going to take 2nd place on his Yamaha. And then this battle here.
Who's going to get 3rd? Go on,
who's
pick
going to get it?
Come on.
Oh, no, you couldn't. I'd say it's got to be Olivia at the moment. It's advantage Olivia. We'll see this one unfold, but coming around the final corner here, we're coming out of the final corner. The turn 10 sweeper. It's been a beautiful day here at Ruapuna, and we've got some serious action on the track. And here we go. It's going to come down to, it's going to be George is going to get it. So there we go. Oh, look at that big drama. So Olivia had it and then has given up 3.5 seconds. So George is going to take the final podium position, and that'll be 3rd overall for the weekend. So more drama. Olivia got it, hangs on to 4th place. So some good championship points there. Billy Fuller ahead of Hamish Boyd and Oliver Wright rounding out our Supersport 150. That's the New Zealand Grand Prix title. And there's definitely no mistake who the class performance was out there.
Yeah, incredible win from Cormac Buchanan. A margin of victory, almost 30 seconds. That's amazing in a 5-lap race. He was 6 seconds faster on average per lap than everyone else, which is a really amazing feat for him. Sam Guthrie, confirmation that he finishes in 2nd place. And just that little slip up on that last lap from Olivia Goddard has allowed Georgia Elvin to claim 3rd place in the Supersport 150s New Zealand Grand Prix race for 2021.
Absolutely brilliant. Good to see the crowd is still hanging around. We've still got the sidecar Grand Prix to give out and also the 250 production support race at the end of our program. But right now, we're going to cross down to Neil, who's going to have the future of New Zealand road racing, the winner of the Supersport 150 title as Grand Prix, and also Sam Guthrie and George Relvin. So a cool podium there. Can't wait for this one. So we'll cross down to Neil, who will have our winners in the circle.
you.
Awesome. Well, here we are with our 150 podium, and man, oh man, the battles go on. That fight for third place. We've had Georgia yesterday, we've had Olivia today. It's now gone back to Georgia, and the battle line's being drawn. How cool is it to be racing like somebody like that? And it's also a lady out there with you, Georgia.
Oh, it's unreal, eh? I mean, we're not even part of the front pack, and it's probably the best racing of the day, or from my point of view.
Certainly it is. Hey, that Joe's Garage Peter Rabbit pizza last night, enough energy to get you fired up here today?
Oh, absolutely. It was delicious. I even actually brought half today for my lunch.
Yeah, well done. I knew you were on to a winner there. What does this inspire you to do? Does it make you more motivated for levels next weekend now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was motivated before, but now it's kind of real, and standing up here is a pretty satisfying feeling, so it'd be quite good to just keep the momentum of what we get going.
Great words. Here, another lady in our sport, just fabulous to hear. And Sam, well, that man gets away on everybody out there, but hey, you're staying in front of the rest. That's what counts.
Yeah, I was pushing my hardest, but I couldn't quite catch him. But I was almost losing my front around the hairpin, so the track was pretty hot. Yeah, so thanks. I would like to thank Kevin for the bike and Mum, Dad for letting me race. And yeah, thank you.
What I'm a little bit scared of is that probably in a couple of years' time, when Lucas has come out of that junior training, he might be up there to challenge you.
Yeah, he's going quite well, and yeah, hopefully he will be out there with me. Yep.
Yeah, it'd be awesome, won't it? Great to see. All right, Cormac, oh, congratulations, mate. 76 points in that class, 76 points in this class. That's qualifying number one to get the point, the 25 for the 3 victories. Lap records, you've smashed them in both classes this weekend. An outstanding performance. The greatest performance, I'm calculating, in many years for our sport. So, come on, let's have a shout-out for this man, Cormac Buchanan. Absolutely sensational. Well done, right here, right now. That's the ultimate dream, and it's come true.
Yeah, you know, it's unreal because, you know, 2 years ago I would not be thinking I'd be standing here right now with 3 race wins in both classes and a pole and new lap records. But, you know, it's happened, and, you know, I'm really, really pleased. It's great to see Georgia and Sam up here on the podium because, you know, we're the future of the sport, and that's what counts. So, you know, thank you to Mum, Dad, and Yamaha for everything that they've done. NZSBK for being able to put this event on because, you know, it wasn't looking likely around April last year. So, yeah, just thank you to everyone that's helped out, and bring on levels next weekend.
All right, speaking about that, the week in between, what does a 14-year-old go back and do? You're going to go and play with your mates on your BMX bike or on a PlayStation? What does a guy like you do during the week between like this?
Well, we're going to Wanaka just to relax for the weekend. So,
nice.
you know, no days off. We'll be training 100%, so we're ready for levels, and yeah.
Beautiful. There's the sign of a young professional, folks. Part of the action with Underground Brown here, along with, of course, with Mac Media. We've got the support of Pirelli. Power is nothing without control, along with Aon Insurance. But more importantly, showing the world on Sky Sport Next what we've got to offer. NZSBK 2021 right here in New Zealand. I just want to clarify, just as our sidecars are going out again, Georgia, certainly after Seth's crash today, we'll just confirm who's the best looking team in Helicraft racing.
It's not a rumour, it's a fact. I'm most certainly the better looking one.
Love to have your support. Well done. It was her prompt to do that. Let's go sidecar racing, everybody. Should be exceptional.
New Zealand Grand Prix Day 2021 continues here at Ruapuna, and we're now getting set for the sidecars. Always a lovely addition to motorsports. Originally supposed to be a 12-lap race, but being reduced to 8 laps because of earlier hold-ups due to some incidents in earlier races. So 12-lapper reduced to 8, and we have 11 teams out there ready to compete. Last year's winners, Peter Goodwin, Kendall Dunlop, not here, but Barry Smith and his partner Stu Dorr, Brad Ritchie, have been in imperious form so far and are going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. They won the sidecar title at the Suzuki National Series, the lead-up event to the Nationals. And coming down here, got the Formula 1, the long bike. We talk about Formula 2 and Formula 1 bikes. That's the Formula 1s are the big 1,000ccs. And the Formula 2 bikes are the ones with the 600cc engines in it. So there's a couple of Formula 2 rigs out there, but it's all just sidecars. There's no separation of classes here. And 10 of them out on track. But odds-on favourite for this one, 8-lapper, has got to be Barry Smith and Stu Dorr on that Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda machine. They have been unstoppable so far, 2 from 2. The 12 of Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose, they had a big off-track excursion and were lucky to grab that back to finish on the podium last time around. And also look out for our 2-time defending sidecar champion pairing of Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen. They're certainly going to be in the mix as well. We've got an 8-lap, virtually a sprint race now. They were scheduled for a 12, but with the time restrictions, we've gone to an 8-lap race, and this should be pretty good and frantic.
Indeed it is. So Barry Smith and Stu Dorr will be on pole position. In the number 2 position, it's Scrivener and McEwen. And in third, it's going to be Unsworth and Rose. Those are the top 3. 4 fastest, Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins from Christchurch have finished 4th in both races so far in this round. So Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, their bike number is number 73. Unsworth and Rose in 12. It's the red, green and black. Number 99 is Scrivener and McEwen. They're in the green. All set to go. So it's Smith and Dorr on pole. Scrivener and McEwen on in the second position. As we're almost set here for the New Zealand Grand Prix for 2021 in the sidecars. 8-lap race.
Yeah, this should be pretty good. It's interesting to see who gets off the line. This track's getting pretty hot and slippery, so we'll see if these guys have got traction to the rear wheel. I always try and light up the back wheel when we go racing and the lights go out, and it's a good start from Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen, so they get a really good jump. We've got Barry Smith and Stu Dorr just trying to pull up alongside them and take that line away. It's all frantic pace here as they dive into the first corner for this 8-lap race, but it is going to be the 73, Barry Smith, Stu Dorr doing the pasturing for him. He's going to lead around turn 1, Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen right there in the hunt as well, and a good start, Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose. So our 3 main contenders from the last couple of races are all exactly where you want them to be for a spectacular 8-lap New Zealand Grand Prix title race.
Yes, the Lawrence brothers are here too, Chris and Richard. They were qualifying in 5th fastest position, and the rest of the teams, we'll hopefully get to mention them, but it's going to be Smith and Dorr, and who have already building up quite a nice lead over the green bike of Scrivener and McEwen. And just in third there, Unsworth and Rose. They had a big battle in that first race today, didn't they, those other 2 teams? It would have been really interesting if Unsworth and Rose hadn't gone off into the dirt briefly.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are on it actually at the moment. This is pretty good. These guys are really lifting the bar of sidecar racing. It was brilliant to watch them going throughout the summer. And here we go. We've got Barry Smith, Stu Dorr, Barry back on the long bike now. That awesome looking LCR machine, the Formula 1 rig with City Honda power on board. And then we go in there, the 99, 2-time defending champions. He's a former, I think about an 8 or 9-time sidecar champion, from the most winningest sidecar competitor in New Zealand history, Andy Scrivener. He is such a legend. We've got Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose, a new team for this season, but doing a good job in 3rd place. We've got Dennis Charlotte, Dan Jenkins. That's the team in the Mega Motorcycle Centre right rig. They're in 4th place on the 83, so cool to see Dennis Charlotte, a legend, a former multiple-time New Zealand race champion, and having got sidecar racing and already mixing it up in the top 4. Lawrence brothers in 5th, with Mark Halls, Michelle McLean, having a little battle there with Corey McEwen and Louis Scrivener, so that's 7th. Dave MacArthur and Doug Corns up there in 8th. We go to Tracy Bryant and Joe Mickelson running at our top 9. So that's our 9 runners at the moment. We've got Darryl Williams, Brian Flynn there in 10th place on their machine as well, the 38. So plenty of action here, Glenn, and still 7 laps to go.
Yeah, 0.722 of a second is the advantage between 1st and 2nd at the moment, but Unsworth and Rose are right there as well, but we're seeing maybe just that slight advantage coming through this first half of this 2nd lap And Smith and Dorr, it's going to take a hard job for them to be overtaken. I guess that's an issue too for other teams too, Brad, is that if you're up against a team that's looking really dominant, does it start to play on your mind?
Oh yeah, it's definitely, you've put a lot of work in to get to this part of the season, and we go racing again in just a week's time, round 2, so if you need to do more, if you haven't quite got it all sorted, it is quite demoralising to watch someone sneak off in the distance. So we've got this one here, we've got round 2 just in a week's time, so yeah, these guys will be desperate to be right at the top of their game, and the 3 out in front certainly have been a class act so far this weekend. But Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, 2 from 2 so far, and they have been absolutely flying. Great to see sidecars around Ruapuna. Such a busy track. There's a mixture of lefts and rights and change of directions for swingers on sidecars is just brutal. So to have an 8-lap race to finish off the day for them, they'll be absolutely loving it. Look at that at 1:40.0. So Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, they are flying. So fastest over the race that time around, a 1:40.06, and they were over a second quicker than anyone on this racetrack. So just an absolute statement being made at the moment with still 6 laps to go.
Yeah, that margin between first and second is now 1.7 seconds, and then there's 2 tenths of a second back to Unsworth and Rose, who are in 3rd place at the moment. But it looks like those 2 teams are going to be resuming their battle that they had earlier on in the day, Scrivener and McKeown, and then we had Unsworth and Rose in the green car, or rather in the car that's currently in 2nd place at the moment. So it's going to be a really interesting battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
There's drama there. So something's
hello.
happened to that machine in 2nd place. Something's happened to that machine, and Andy Scriven lucky not to drive into the back of it. So we've got drama here. They had a big tussle into the left-hander Euromark. So we've gone to a red flag, and we'll see what's happening here. Red flag situation, and more drama going on. But yeah, definite contact made into the left-hander, and then I think just an issue there. Couldn't quite get that thing back on race pace. So we'll keep an update on this one here. But we have gone to a red flag, and we'll see where we can get to with this one here. The updates coming in with this one here. 2 laps completed of the 8. So we would go to a part restart if we were going to restart this one, but we'll keep an eye on this one. Give you the update when we know more and more what's going on.
Well, there might actually be another incident there, Brad. We've had an incident on the main straight, a completely separate incident, which has happened here, and we're going to get just confirmation as to which team it is.
So we'll send our roving reporter,
Neil Ritchie,
down to pit lane to see what we can come up with. But yeah, some more drama. Can we have any more drama, Glenn? This has been just a hectic day, full of red flags and offs and thrills and spills. Some dominant Grand Prix performances. And this one here, red flag situation. Everyone comes back into the pits, and the officials will make a decision. But 2 laps gone, 6 laps to go. I would say we'll do a restart with the remaining 6 laps. Hopefully everything's A-OK. We're going to send our roving pit reporter down, Neil Ritchie, and get an update from him.
Well, hopefully we can get that news. He's just making his way down now. And there's been an incident, yeah, just in front of us. We got obscured by the wall, but hopefully we'll get the team at the moment. We're just standing by for that. We've got, it must be Tracy Bryan and Joe Mickelson. I know they're in the pits safely now too. Let's wait and see. Yes, it is Williams and Flynn. Darryl Williams and Brian Flynn. Bike number 38, which has had the issue down the home straight. And the good news is that it's been moved off the track as we speak.
So yeah, just a mechanical. Rider and swing are both A-OK. So just a mechanical failure down the front straight, and with a machine that close to the track, just had to be the red flag. So a bit of a recovery going on at the moment, and should be in line to get that 6-lap restart underway. And man, that was shaping up to be quite a doozy. So see what this one comes up with. 6-lap restart coming up.
Well, we've just heard the news from Race Control that actually racing has been declared over for the day. So due to this last incident in this sidecars race with Darryl Williams and Brian Flynn, Neil's just made his way back up here to talk to us. Neil, what information are you able to pass on to
well,
us?
Certainly, when the guys had a mechanical error and they've left some oil on the track, and of course, there's literally nowhere to go. It's probably one of the worst places to be forced to stop, which is why the officials had to put the red flag. Other parts of the track, if you've actually got a expired motorcycle, you can get it right off the track. But right here in the narrowness of the Brian FM start, those guys could push off, but far too close to the track. And as it's turned out, too much oil on the track anyway, and with our time that's gone on now to 18 past 5, it certainly has put a bit of a cloud over our classes. Luckily, of course, most of the championship racing has been complete. Thank you. It looks like we are going to do a podium, so we'll catch you next.
He's off. He's off.
Yeah, roving reporter Neil Ritchie going back down to Parc Fermé where our podium celebrations are happening. And yeah, no, well, that's a bit more drama. So definitely an action-packed afternoon here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park, but can't argue with the weather. The racing's been pretty good, and this has been an absolute pleasure. So we're going to cross down to Neil Ritchie soon, who will have a podium presentation for our sidecars. 2 laps completed of that one, and the event been called off. There's been a bit of a debris spill on the track, and there we're going to go, and the officials are cleaning up at the moment, but just not enough time in the day to get that cleaned up and racing again. So the day has been declared, and we're going to go to Neil Ritchie, who will have our podium and our wrap up down there. Good stuff from Glenn. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure calling the action here, and thank you very much for tuning in. I've had a pleasure, and we'll see you in a week's time at Levels International Raceway for round 2 of the New Zealand Superbike Championship. But right now we're going to cross down to Neil.
Well, a result of the race for the top 3 has been declared, and we're hopefully going to have those top 3 come and join us for our podium. Still able to do our podium, so to those first, second and third sidecar combos, love you to come over here to our podium, guys. We'll do a wrap for the day by at least giving you your congratulations and media time you deserve. So calling for those top 3 from our sidecars here to the podium now. Thanks, guys, gals. Love you on board. Want to show off you to the rest of the world. Certainly not the way we wanted to finish today. These little incidents has come along, but hey, they're part of our sport. It's what makes it exciting. If we always thought there was going to be the same riders doing the same things, you could almost do the finish before you've done the day's start. So the drama that goes with it is immense, and a great example of that there at trackside. So bring it on to our top 3 combos in the sidecars. We have our podium for you now. Thank you. Just a call as well to transponders. Transponders, please return transponders and collect your licences, and make sure you go back to the track office to do that. Transponder and licence collection at the track office. Thank you.
She's already a taken woman, bro. Sorry? She's already a taken woman.
Just making a call for Barry and Stu. Barry and Stu, love you here at the podium, guys. Barry, Stu, podium for you now for the Grand Prix. Thanks, guys. Somebody know where they are, where they're pitted? Sorry, I don't. Haven't caught up with that, so can track them down. Barry and Stu for the podium now. Cool, we've got an opportunity with one each from our combos of that sidecar racing to do our GP podium. And first of all, Bryce, man, some dramas wrapped up in this day, but as much of the race run that you're still going to get third place. So pretty awesome for some consistency today.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, consistency paid off, and we're very happy to come away with third in a New Zealand GP title. After all the work that's been put in by the team over the last year to build a bike that's the only one in the world. And to come away with a podium finish at a New Zealand GP title, mate, doesn't get any better than that, eh?
Well done. I love your positiveness. Great to hear. And certainly an opportunity for Tina to come and join us. First of all, Tina, drama. What an absolute drama-filled day. But I'll tell you what, we're still in the sun. We're still here. We've finished our racing, and sidecars have been an absolute ball today. Been great to be out there swinging.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I love it. I've had absolute fun this weekend. You know, we've done some personal bests and we're riding like on fire. So I'm really happy. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, indeed. For people out there thinking, here's this petite lady that hops on a sidecar and goes swinging. Tell us a little bit about a lap, what you do out there, so that people just get an idea. Like super physical, isn't it?
Yeah, this track is pretty busy for passengers, and it's just a case of getting your breathing under control when you're in amongst it. If you stop breathing, that's when you really get fatigued, and you just concentrate on, you know, the next corner and just go, because you don't want to let your rider down. You've got to be there and keep that wheel down.
All right, what's some of the training that you can tell people that you do to be holding on as tight as you've got to?
Well, that's the interesting thing. I go to the gym every morning and I still get fatigued. You can't train for this. It's you're using your body in a completely different way. But obviously training does help, but yeah.
Well done. Great story to tell. Lady goes to the gym every day. That's what it's all about. Stu, you guys are out in front. You've just gone. Is it sort of time to tap him on the shoulder and say, can you whip the jug on, give us a cuppa on the way round?
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? But anyway, no, Scrivy was there. He was mixing it up. So, yeah, we thought we were going to have a bit more of a close battle in that race. So, yeah, maybe, but it didn't happen. So
maybe it didn't happen. Yeah. Super consistent. Pleasure to be on board with that guy.
Oh, yeah. Yep, definitely.
Yeah,
it's another level, you know.
Yeah, another level. Here. Hey, Barry, the incentive. First of all, here a few years ago, a bad crash. You had the memories of that to try and push to the side, and you've come back here an even better machine this year compared to last year. Are you still that fired up about it?
Of course, yeah. I love this sport. It's, I think once you start, it gets under your skin, and I just keep going as long as I can. Obviously, with the support of Carl, I mean, it's enabled me to have such a good bike, and it's a great team behind us. So we're really enjoying our racing.
Great to see, and we've been enjoying watching the sidecars this week. And here we go with Stu and Barry. We've got Tina doing the swinging and Bryce doing the swinging over there. 4 of our 6 combos for sidecars. That's a wrap from here from Ruapuna, round number 1 for the Underground Brown New Zealand Motorbike Championship, NZSBK. Remember, it will be along and alive again next weekend. We're hopefully going to enjoy more of this Kiwi summer. More importantly, we're the lucky country in the world that's having some super fun going racing. Let's everybody shout it out for our sponsors, Sky Sport, along with Pirelli, along with Aon and Underground Brown, and many of those classes that have come together. Our awesome volunteers, our flaggies and our crash rescue, they've been full on this weekend. We've loved it. Hope you are as well. Let's hear it. NZSBK 2021. Well done.
Yeah, so there we are,
Great
folks.
For all the support out there as well. Reminder to all the competitors, please return your transponders and pick up your licences. And we'll look forward to seeing you at prize giving at the Chris Amon Club Rooms of the Canterbury Car Club at the bottom end of the pits after racing. Thank you, God bless everybody, and safe travels home. Good afternoon.
Yes, so there we are, folks. Congratulations to Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, who won the Sidecars New Zealand Grand Prix title. And big congratulations too to Damon Rees, who won the Superbikes earlier today. Carl Hooper, who prevailed in the Pro Twins title. Well done to Dale Finch, who tasted success in the Supersport 600s. And Cormac Buchanan, what a star in the making we have there, winning both the Supersport 300s and the Supersport 150s. And that is it here from Ruapuna. Thanks for watching. And on behalf of Brad Ritchie and Neil as well, we'll see you at Levels next weekend.